Hello, this is J.N.S. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a great Friday, in fact. And we got a lot to cover. And it's gonna be I'm happy, like I have to say, because this week, I did a lot of research on some things and I want to break some things down. So the title of this video, as you can see, is the connections between Yeshua and Kalima and Sarah Lakali. I didn't put Sarah Lakali in the title for to save space, but um I have to say, like, this topic is of one of great importance to me. um since 2022 I've been having like these quantum entanglements, and through a series of as we call it, crash outs, me writing entire books on this topic. I had saw something prophetically, but didn't have like the scholarship behind what I was seeing in terms of the connection between Yeshua and Kalima. And so um I was finally able to get research, thank God, from another Black American that actually broke this stuff down. And so I decided to do, more research on the topic and look into it much deeper. And I was like, wow, like what I was seeing in my mind's eye in terms of writing about it in books in 2023, talking about it on my YouTube channel since 2022. Somebody actually had contact with that I used to know and used to talk with, not on a dating level or anything, just as a person in the reparation space. They went and did a deep dive breakdown from more of the scholarship perspective, so with sources, esoteric sources, if you ask me, because I had never heard of Sarah Lakali until last week when he did his live on March 22nd. And that's when I was like, wow. So what I was seeing in my mind's eye about Kali Ma and Yeshua, and then the connection to Sarah Lakali, there is some documentation about the connection on the esoteric sense in esoteric Christianity. There is documentation about that. I just didn't know about it. I just saw it in my mind's eye. But thank God someone else put all the research together. And so I did more research this week. And so we're going to cover that. And again, we're going to do a deep dive on my quantum entanglements, as well as breaking down the connections between Kaliman Yeshua and Sarah Lakali for a comparative analysis. So that means we're going to like review some of the things I have been saying in 2022 and 2023, some of the things that I wrote about through like this sort of esoteric quantum teleportation of will you of information and downloads that I had gotten, and then compare them to the actual, like, the I would say more of the concrete documentation, rather, because it is some mythology behind this, obviously, but it's documented in terms of the connection between Sarah Lakali and Yeshua. Like I said, I had no idea about Sarah Lakali until a Black American. He doesn't go by Black American; he goes by Indian. Did a breakdown on his life last week and broke down that connection to the Knights Templar, the Cistercian order. And I've been talking about the Cistercian order and Knights Templar since 2022, and Saint Bernard through my mind's eye. And then, you know, having these different quantum entanglements between Kalima and Yeshua, and I couldn't understand, like, and I prayed to God. I'm like, if you can let me know intellectually how these two are connected, then I can understand why I keep seeing this connection better. And I had prayed. I said, since literally for 2 years now, I said, I need to understand why these people are being connected in my mind. Like, how are they connected? How is Kali Ma, the dark mother, this primordial being, this Hindu goddess, connected to Yeshua, is what people will call, in modern times, Jesus. How are they connected? Because I saw that spiritually, clear as day, through quantum entanglement. And so I am just now finding out And again, I thank God so much for that Black American who did his live last week on March 22nd. We spent 4 hours of him just breaking down the research aspect of this, all these different sources, different connecting the dots. And I needed someone to connect those dots for me because, and he actually said in his live, this is for people that saying, you're pseudo, or this is for people that are trying to say like we don't understand where is she going with this. I needed that because I didn't have, you know, the actual documentation. I'm not well researched on Sarah Lakali. I'm researched on Kalima, but Sarah Lakali is um and I would say I would look at it as an octave, but we'll break down those connections. And then I have to say, we'll go back into that later because I do want to also talk about the second half of this. Let me just make sure that my sound is good before I just go, into a deep dive and then find out like my sound is not, working or something of that nature. So let me just do that. Okay, so sound is good, it looks like. Then we're going to do a deep breakdown, a cult breakdown rather, on Don Robinson's situation. Don Robinson was a beautiful artist that was in the group In Vogue, and so a lot of us grew up hearing In Vogue. I'm a '90s baby, so for many of you guys that are '90s babies, I'm pretty sure you guys clearly remember, In Vogue. What's it gonna be? I can't pretend, or some shit like that. I remember that song, and they had like these powerful voices, on In Vogue, extremely like talented women singing. And so, Don Robinson was a part of that group. And then she ventured off into joining Lucy Pearl, which was a three person group with Raphael Sadiq and I want to say a member from a Tribe Called Quest. They linked up and, there was, did a series of music together and it didn't pan out well. And so then Don Robinson, she kind of fell out the spotlight and she dealt with some hardships, but what I see is, I would like to discuss, her situation. And, she came out, she went viral, I'm going to say maybe a week or two ago about living in her car and being homeless. And I want to discuss like what for me, what I see spiritually, her situation, and clearly what it's a case of, in terms of the plight of the targeted individual and sort of someone who I saw enough codes and enough intel just from researching her and Lucy Pearl, some of the symbols that seen her throw out, and then her situation of just being homeless, living in her car, as someone who is as talented and has hit records, with En Vogue, it's not adding up, and so that lets me know that there is something deeper going on that is not what they're going to tell you in terms of they try to just make it seem like, oh, there must be something mental going on. That's the number one thing that they always go to. But she's a targeted individual, just from me looking at her light and seeing things spiritually. And then we also want to talk about like spiritual missions and spiritual rank because you know, there's this thing where some targeted individuals fare better than others. We know that. Like some targeted individuals, they end up homeless, some don't, some continue to maintain their jobs, some continue to get, there's different levels to it. And so we want to talk about how come, a situation like hers is so drastic compared to like even say my situation or say somebody else that may get targeted or say even, um, another celebrity that may be in that situation as well. And so we were going to do a deep dive on like the pyramid chart of rank in society and as well as spiritual rank interdimensionally, and so as a 125D being, I can break down this, we're going to look at this pyramid of where people are in society in terms of rank. And this was another person's work that they created, and he created a pyramid on how the world is ran. And so I'll be detailing a little bit of where my bloodline is on that chart and others, and then explaining a little bit of each level as what happens to targeted individuals and people who break their oath or who don't follow through with their contract and where they can end up. Okay. And I say that because, last week I made a statement that, you know, Kanye West would not have ended up in that situation, say, if it's Don Robinson, had he just walked away, because Don Robinson clearly walked away from the industry. That's very obvious. And so, that statement can be a little offensive to people who may not understand how it all works. And so we want to talk about like how come some targeted individuals end up better than others in terms of like not going homeless, not having to deal with certain things, but then the spiritual missions and the spiritual rank of those people as well. you know. And then we're going to draw a connection between, let me see if I can pull it up here. There was a video and I thought it was really interesting. I know I saved it and it went viral this week. This was the first time me ever hearing of this guy. So let me pull it up to see this, just to give you the name of this guy, because apparently he's like well known. He was one of the early truthers in the 90s. And see, I had never heard of him until this week. He's this real old guy. I think he's like in his 70s or 80s. And so let me get his name real quick. Okay, so his name, let's just pull it up. Okay. So he's a 33-degree Mason, and his name is Dr. William Shono Ibelin. And so he's a former 33rd-degree Mason. And so he's been revealing some things about Freemasonry for a long time. And, he just went viral. It's a million view video 4 days ago of him talking about it. He actually came out of retirement, but, he spoke on this stuff decades ago. But, obviously you get labeled crazy and whatnot. And so I wanted to do just a little bit of a breakdown. This is the interview that I'm talking about for those who want to know what I'm talking about. That interview right there, he did a breakdown on those things. What's interesting is that everything that he said in his video, I saw just with my mind's eye in 2022 and was calling people at the time, telling them these things that he said in this video, very specific details. And so we're going to do a deep dive on that because I know that there are people that, have talked with me, in 2022 behind the scenes and stuff about this type of thing. And it was stuff that I saw spiritually, you know? And so I went to people and obviously they ultimately knew what I was talking about, but proceeded to just gaslight me and just label me crazy to kind of cover up what I was seeing. But what's interesting is that I had no idea who this guy was. I had no idea what he was going to say when, obviously this was an interview that was recommended to me on the algorithm. But it's very specific things that he said. I'm like, I saw that through quantum entanglement in 2022. And so I'm like, this guy can't be lying because I don't know him from a can of paint. And how would we see, well, how could I see everything that he was saying in 2022 and then go off talking about it to people and then obviously get gaslighted? And so he is one who had the experience. He is actually a former 33-degree Mason. And so, this interview is up there. It's made 4 days ago. And so we won't start there though. That's just something that we are going to talk a little bit about. I have to say, we will talk a little bit about that later. But what's interesting? I watched the whole interview. It's really heavy. So we're not going to review the actual interview today. Again, don't hold me to it, but I don't think that we would have the time. It's an hour long and and some change, and so I don't think it's appropriate to try to cover that whole interview. But it's there for those who may want to check it out, of course. And what else do we want to talk about today? Oh, I also want to announce that the second part of to the series on the political party strategy and winning elections is available. I actually recorded it live today. And so let's go here. So last week we did the first section. And so today, build specific coalitions and initiatives. That is also available as we speak. I did it live, but the recording is now available. And so that was the second part of that workshop, and that information is stellar. It is highly strategic because we're not just talking about like just run of the mill typical political stuff. It's like we're getting deep into like reshifting or reshaping politics outside of identity politics. So just not just focusing on race and gender, but focusing more so on the interests and goals of on a particular I would say category rather, to galvanize a bunch of constituencies under one umbrella based on those interests of theirs, and then attacking, not even attacking rather, but I'm a military scientist, so I see things differently, so excuse my language, but not attacking, but targeting working class and middle America and even low income through a series through the lens of an interest in a particular goal versus their identity. And so we craft out how to do that very high level. We mentioned specific coalitions and things to build upon, and who to reach out to and how to put that all together, and how we're talking about the galvanization of potentially tens of millions of American citizens who would fit the category under different types of sociographic profiles instead of identity profiles. So you're developing a psychological profile or a sociographic profile um, of the American population based on interests and goals rather than identity, things that like their gender and their race. And so that's a new way to carve out how to build a constituency. And so, if again, third party, Democrats, you want to jump in on that? Third party that maybe have more resources than me, like Green Party, Libertarian Party. I don't want to push the two-party system on the American people at this time. However, you know, as far as my interest in terms of getting things, my own personal needs met, I don't get anything from the Republican Party's policies, and so the Democrats, they've experienced obviously a loss this election, and so it would behoove them to take that policy to take this workshop serious. If not, third party is more than welcome to also benefit from this particular series. Now, I want to say, um, I noticed, in the media, which I thought was really interesting, was this idea of this shadow government. And I want to carve that out better because obviously everybody knows I've been talking about the shadow government stuff. So it's going viral this week because Tim Was, let me just put this over here. He talks about today, shadow government. He was mentioning that there needs to be a shadow government. He wants to call for that. What I want to say is that, because you guys know what I'm working on. I made the call to throw Tim Was as out there, from the Democratic Party. Um, this is what I would say. You don't want to use that term, even though a lot of people don't know, the American people don't know what the shadow government means. We know that there's always been, if they're coming out and telling you that we need a shadow government, that means there's already been a shadow government. I told you guys that. Everybody knows that. Europe has a shadow government. You can look this up. It's legal constitutionally, and it's legal over in the UK. And you can look this up. Actually, let's do it together. Let's do it together. UK's, so you can see that this is nothing new. UK shadow government, shadow cabinet. So the UK has always had that. Um, it's strategic. More than likely, I wanna. Yeah, so they call it shadow cabinet though. But this has been around for a long time. The UK has a shadow government, and the US as well, mostly by way of monarch bloodlines and the intelligence agencies. And so Tim Was coming out saying, we need a shadow government. It's nothing new. They're letting you know. It's pretty much, hey, cat's out of the bag. But what I want to say to the Democratic Party, I would say try to get away from this term because it seems shadowy. And let's be real, we're talking about just the energy behind the word shadow. Everybody has a shadow side, right? But nobody wants to do their shadow work or their shadow or face their shadow. We talk about this thing of, oh, people are scared of their own shadow. And so when you use the term shadow government, I can tell you straight out that if you're going to try to make this something that's mainstream, it's not going to have the reception that you think it would, and probably with your base. But the other side is going to say, "See, look, they're plotting something that's illegal." They're going to have to, going to have to explain away all the other BS that comes with it in terms of, "Oh, see, they're trying to do something shadowy, sinister, secretive," that type of thing. So what I would advise you use is the term, which I developed with the Nakhti order, as the Umbra Governance Advisory Board to the United States Constitution. And so if you guys could use the term Umbra Governance, that would be better, not only for you, but for me, as someone that has created this advisory board um, over the United States Corporation. But Umbra Governance is a much better term. It means the same exact thing, but governance is a state of condition. Umbra relates to when we think of eclipse. And I went through all this. If you guys wanted to know more about what I mean by this, check out the video, the Nakhti order. What is it? And yeah, I believe it's the first video that talks about the Nakhti order. What is it? That breakdown. If you pay attention to that, and I break down what does Umbra governance mean, because we're not going to do that today. I know it sounds like a broken record, but that would smooth over. Another thing, if you want to really push this, Tim Waz, this is the one that comes up with this, and I understand code. You're gonna need Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro, you're gonna have to you need Josh Shapiro using the same term. You're gonna need at least 3 white males using, and I'm just crafting out in real time. It's a strategy that's off the dome. 3 white males using this term Umbra governance. Josh Shapiro, uh, Gavin Newsom, maybe. He's one of the famous ones. Uh, and then Tim Waz, obviously. If you push this shadow government thing, it's a good idea. However, I'm just saying use a different term that means the same thing, because you're going to throw off people, and then people are going to just assume, see, the Democrats are trying to usurp, they're trying to do something sinister, that type of thing. So get out of it and just use Umbra governance. Josh Shapiro, is advocating for funds to go back to American food banks, and an American, I think it was food banks. It was something else that was American based, because they are cutting the funding for food banks, that people that go to pantries and get food and whatnot. And that's in Pennsylvania. And so that's a good idea to keep him out there looking for that fight. Agriculture, food banks, push Josh Shapiro ass out there even more if possible, to make those stories go a little more viral, because it's honestly vital. You want to show working for the him fighting for the working class, but also if you could tie in something with things with the EPA and agriculture, that would be good too. Things that people care about, their safe environment in terms of pollution and air quality, and agriculture for the farmers. You want to tap into the farmer base, and then veterans. If there's things going on with that are being attacked that affect veterans, and so you're going to need some of their Democratic war heroes to come out on that sense as well. Former veterans that are in the Democratic Party, you're going to want them to come out as well. And but Josh Shapiro, Tim Waz, and Gavin Newsom are good picks to promote the Umbra governance, as well as Josh Shapiro's strategy on the food banks. But you're going to throw in something with agriculture and EPA, something with fluoride, addressing pollution and whatnot, because those things are actively being dismantled as far as the environmental care, healthcare aspect, environmental health and sustainability. That's being attacked. So pretty much you're setting up this counterintelligence of things that, for one, benefit the people, and that's how you're going to have to craft this out, and you have to be very uh, unapologetic about that. And so that's another aspect of that. Tim Waz, talking about the shadow government, I think it's a good idea. Just change it to Umbra governance. Another thing is Hakeem Jeffries. Some of your politicians are a little too. It's like it's not going along to get along, but they're a little too moderate. Not even again. You want to avoid extreme leftism as well. But I would say you want to have Hakeem Jeffries out there at this time as well. You're going to need some black males and some white males at this time, because you just that election just took such an ass whooping. We're just doing strategy right now. We're just doing strategy. Jasmine Crockett for the segment population of black women or whatever, fine, but she's not going to appeal to the broader mass of America right now. um we have to see, we have to carve out a little, you have to look strong at this time. So there's no offense against women. I think women are very strong and capable, obviously. Myself, there's plenty of women that are strong and capable and intelligent, and we're going to get them out there. But I'm just saying, at this time it's smarter to use um some of your big dogs that are male at this time, white and black or other ethnicity, but you want to do male. um Jim Clyburn, some of the old aristocrat Democrats, but you want to get them out there doing something that's a little innovative, something that's a little unpredictable. So you get Jim Clyburn saying something that's a little unpredictable, like, whoa, like, did you just say that? That, but make it make sense. Don't, it's not a buffoonery. It's something that, I would say something that's kind of radical, but for the American people or something. You guys can think of the scenario. I'm not working for free. Um, and you can do that. Or again, you want a laissez-faire, multifaceted attack, multifaceted, state, local, and national level. And so you want to have your big dogs out on the chessboard right now, but in a strategic way, not just out there trying to get attention, not just trying to go by something that makes sense, that sticks in the mind of the American people. It's like, you know what? But it's logical. It's like you pointing out the logic, and so your counterattacks address logic and address the American people. And again, this is stuff that I just come up with off the dome. I'm literally just flying off of the dome, just giving strategy out like this. The strategy that I gave in my video, though, as far as over here, when we say that it's 10 times more high level than just what I gave out just now. And I know that probably by next week or 2 weeks from now, you'll see more from Josh Shapiro in the mix. You'll see something with, you'll see something that I said just now get implemented. Um, but like I said, when it comes to more of the federal election, this stuff right here is geared more towards that. This stuff that you see and on your screen with this stuff is geared towards. It can be used for local, obviously, and state, but this is a little more high level in terms of American population and molding. Will you, the collective will, in that sense. It is what it is. This is just how this works. And so I stopped there as far as, because I saw that shadow government stuff with Tim Waz, and I was like, really? They're putting that out there, not like that. I was really, 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 shocked, but pleasantly surprised, because again, I think that the transparent way is a better way. And it's to get, if they're telling you we need a shadow government, and that's a code. We need the shadow government because it's already in existence. That's why. But use the term Umbra governance, and like we said, try to get more Democrats using that language, Umbra governance. More males using that language. That's what we need. And I think that would be a dope look. you know this, it would have been better, obviously, with the Umbra governance, and we talk about third party, but I don't see enough activity on that grassroots level, or on not even grassroots level, but even just on the level of any regard, regarding a major third party trying to tie in that Umbra governance, besides the Nakhti order. But I don't have a political party, and so I knew the Democrats were going to jump on that. I was hoping, Libertarian Party, just another third party would jump on it, but they didn't. And so that could be my strategy. A lot of times people say you're wasting your time if you go with a third party. You're wasting your time. Me, I believe in being fundamentally principled, and so I don't see that as wasting time. I think taking a stance and making sure that your energy is focused where you want it to go focus is never a waste of time. And so I would do things on principle. That's just me, though. And so, but I get that that's not the reality, that maybe other people want to embark on. And so, they're not going to be like, they feel like, okay, the two-party system is where it's at. This is what we have right now. What can we say? So that is what it is. But like I said, it's up there for anybody that's interested. And let me see. Again, you can either subscribe to this or do a one-time payment, or do a payment plan. If you say you want to do a payment plan every 2 weeks, you can do that. You can subscribe monthly for $19.99, or you just do a one-time payment. And again, with these lectures, we plan to do, like, this is for like stuff that we know we can't discuss on social media, or ideas that we don't want out on the public atmosphere, that we don't want anybody to just get access to. And for me, and again, this is more high level. Like, with me talking about that strategy, just giving that out off the dome like that, that is nothing compared to what is in this particular segment. But again, only 2 is available right now, because it went live earlier. And so if you guys want to just wait till the rest of it's all done, that's fine too. I don't care. And then eventually we'll put some of the esoteric study stuff up here. And then Nakhti order for kids. I got some cool ideas for them, man. But it's going to require, I do have to get a camera. Like, I want to be live. in that sense, because I have to like we're gonna be doing activities together with the self-esteem class. And so I would have to at that point, be on camera. And so for one, I'm very shy naturally, so I have to work on that. But also I want a decent camera. I don't have to have top of the line, but something that looks nice and decent for video quality. And so I have to I'd had some ideas of different types of cameras, but I don't want to break the bank either. And then we're going to have some things for sexual health, Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, if these is more explicit, or just like the stuff that gets normally shadow banned. Like I did a video on organic and natural birth control and wound management, and we worked through a series of different Ayurvedic herbs that have like high percentages of um and I won't how do I say this, um high percentages of, and I don't even know if I can say that word on the internet. Like it's certain, but pretty much it keeps you from getting pregnant. I'll just say that. I have to just be careful with my words. But yes, so that's another thing that's all there. If you guys want the link to the subscription, 'cause I don't think I need to put the link. I need to somehow tag the subscription just in case people prefer to have that versus, this the course. So I'll make that available eventually. I'll actually put that here, and I'll put that here actually. And I want to put that on Rumble as well because I want to also discuss just something very minor, but I still think it's important. Oh, hey, Royal Deluxe Subliminal Messenger, he's on Rumble today. I see you on Rumble, honey. Yep, there you go. I hope you're doing good this Friday. Are you at work or something? Hope you're doing good. Oh, he's on Rumble today. And so let me just put this up there. Let's see. Let me just refresh the page here. Okay. Maybe later. Okay, so I'll put that post there. That's a subscription. I will delete it after that. That's on X right now. So let me continue because I do want to talk about something real quick as it relates to uh the way I've been moving, and I have to say that I unfollowed like a shit ton of people this week, and I've even blocked people as well that failed a reversion intelligence assessment. Okay. And so it's not personal, but everyone knows that I've been dealing with COINTEL Pro. I've been dealing with COINTEL Pro and covert harassing and the plagiarizing of my work. Uh, Commit to me very, very hard. And so, what I realized is having to do with like social blacklisting, which is like an isolation technique to kind of try to, isolate who I connect with and who I talk with. And I noticed that there's like this concerted effort, certain people that come a little too strong or too hard. In my life, it's not many, but I'm just saying, like, I would in that case, in that sense, I always have to do a reversion intelligence in terms of who, what spaces are they connected to, what people are they connected to, who are they following, who's following them, what are they talking about? And what I'm realizing is that there are people that try to bring me around people in the reparation space because I made the announcement that I want zero to do with that space or anybody in it, and or anybody that I know was behind trying to blacklist me or to be quite frank, even assassinate me. So my reversion intelligence was based on many factors, but one of them is having a 1 to 3 degree separation from people in the reparation space who either gaslighted me, lied on me, or tried to set me up or plagiarize my work. And so when I was doing this reversion intelligence assessment, one of the criterion was if the person has a 1 to 3 degree separation from anybody in the reparation space of, once again, either tried to gaslight me, tried to went around telling people I was crazy, tried to set me up, whatever. I found that it was necessary for me to either unfollow them or block them. And so even if they, again, a 1 to 2 degree separation doesn't mean that they necessarily even agree with that person. But with me building out the Nakhti order and um, just doing the things that I am doing, there's a lot that I'm doing behind the scenes versus just what you see. I cannot allow my ranks to get infiltrated or anything that I'm doing to be infiltrated because someone has a 1 to 3 degree separation to people in that reparation space that I that I know for a fact, I see things earlier than people. It is what it is, but I know that they have some ties to um at least defense contracts, suspected secret societies, and even the government. And we're not talking about just someone that writes legislation or that worked for a senator or that worked for the Congress. We're not talking about that. We're talking about like COINTELPRO shit. We're talking about Fed stuff, okay? And so, I found the person I was really excited about, but they had way too many connections to people that are clearly trying to line me up. I also found out that a person who runs this Twitter page called the Freeman's Bureau, they kept trying to add me to list. I don't know who's the person that's behind the Freedmen's Bureau Twitter page, but they had a list called American Freedmen that they kept trying to add me to twice. And so I blocked the page, but I don't know who's behind it. But I would say this, the person that came around me who was appearing to be against the Freedmen was a member on that list. Then I go and look who's they're following, who's following them. It's people that have plagiarized my work, or there's people who try to set me up. And plus, they've tried to ask me to format a book for them that was eerily similar to a manuscript that I wrote about bloodlines. And so the last straw was seeing them carry bones from the reparation space that I have since left because, again, in many aspects of it, I conclude that it is a CIA honeypot. And me seeing them gleefully in a space this week with people that I fell out with publicly, that there's just too many clear red flags. And so if you realize that you were unfollowed, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's like close to like 50 people. It's nothing personal at all. It's because, and from my perspective and the things that I'm building, you failed the reversion intelligence analysis. And if you're blocked, it was because you were coming on way too strong in my personal space, while also failing that test and having a 1 to 3 degree separation from people that I feel are ops. And so that means that, for all I know, you could be carrying a bone back to them or trying to get close to me so that you can go give intel back to them. There are people that are actively trying to take my blueprints and all this stuff. So I just have to move very differently than how I've been moving in the past. The very gullible Collie J.N.S, is no longer. There's a new sheriff in town. The gullible Collie J.N.S is no longer around. And so I made it very clear that I want nothing to do with anyone in that reparation space. And so I had respectively asked for people to unfollow me and keep it moving. There's only one person though that I have kept around. I'm not going to say his name publicly because I noticed there's a concerted effort. Anybody name that I say publicly, there's a concerted effort to do a smear campaign to get them to turn against me. I've noticed this with 7 people this year alone. For people who, if I shouted them out on my YouTube channel, or if I said, "Oh, I like this person's work," or I watched this person's channel, I do know that the next thing you know, within a week, that person is pushing something that it's weird stuff that starts to happen. So I'm not saying anybody's name, but there's one person in that reparation space that since they've come on the scene, since I've came on the scene, they've never backstabbed me. They've never sold me out. They was always there. They didn't abandon me when I was going through all of my quantum entanglements and all of the COINTELPRO stuff. They didn't abandon me. And I've been watching them for a long time, and they didn't sell out Black Americans in general. They actually said, you don't have enough money to get me to turn on my people, and I don't want to say too many details because then it'll lead to like, oh, you must be talking about so and so. But for that person who, that I still communicate with, you are the person that I communicated with this week, who sent me the voice chat, who actually calls me Madam President. He is the only person that I fuck with still. That space. Everybody else is gone. And it has to be that way. It is nothing personal. I really wish everyone well on their journey that is righteous, that had nothing to do with any COINTELPRO that was generally in it for the right reasons, in a good, they had good intentions. They wanted the best for our people. They were not trying to get involved in anything sinister. For those people, I truly, truly do wish you the best and hope that it works out in terms of continuing that fight. I hope you guys decide to also do reversion intelligence analysis and remove people that have those 1 to 3 degree separations from people that are highly, highly problematic or that have been caught clearly doing nefarious things to other Black Americans and to people behind the scenes that you suspect to be COINTELPRO as well. You're going to have to, in that type of line of work, activist work of that nature, where you are suggesting major changes fundamentally to the government, um, you're going to have to obviously do that same thing on some level, or else you will be infiltrated and you will get distracted and derailed. There will be mission drift. You will get lined up and you will get set up and then have smear campaigns on you. And so if you don't want to close the ranks now, then that's on y'all. And even if you're doing like lineage verification, that means nothing. We're talking about if you know that you have people in your ranks that are a 1 to 3 separation from people that have lined up other people, you have to be very careful with that. It's quality over quantity. When we talk about coalition building and initiative building, I'm not doing that with people that I know are 2 to 3 degrees separation from people that have tried to fucking kill me. And so that's why I haven't came around. And that's why I don't link up and just go voluntarily go join some group or follow other people or what they got going on. Them days are done because I've seen enough. And I know there's a lot of bullshit involved. I know there's a lot of controlled opposition. And I see people that take money to promote lies to the public as a threat. I see that as a literal threat to national security as well. Not just what I'm trying to do with the Nakhti order and Nakhti University and the things that I'm trying to build out on a much higher level. I see it as a threat to national security. And it's the biggest thing holding this country back in terms of good governance. JFK, you guys remember JFK was one of the presidents that was assassinated. He tried to do anybody know why he was assassinated? Everybody knows. It was because he tried to get at the secret societies. He wanted to target the secret societies and get them out of the government. And then he also wanted to target the CIA. He said he would smother them and he would smite them into 1,000 pieces. And the CIA is which turns out most of your controlled opposition, and then by way of the infiltration of secret societies. So obviously this is an old issue. What I've been talking about as it relates to the shadow government is old, at least since JFK, because JFK openly in speeches talked about the same thing that I've been talking about. And as a military scientist, I cannot stress this enough to the American people. He was dead spot on. And that is why he was smoked like that. The biggest thing holding this country back is the infiltration of secret societies and government and your controlled opposition. Once you can deal with that, you can see a more fair governance in terms of for the people, by the people. You can see more so of this element of this tacit consent or the social construct, the social contract, you know? And so you're going to have to once again double down on that strategy of getting rid of your controlled opposition. And there's very strategic ways to do that. And like, well, where does it end? Where does it stop? You have to give people the benefit of the doubt that some people are just mind control programmed. Some people are just literally programmed, right? And so not everybody means to intentionally be controlled opposition. And so there's a way to do that. Like I'm pretty sure like if I took the time to map out like if or logic statement or if else logic statement to formulate like an equation of like to where do you stop, because then at that point everybody you can't there has to be a method, and maybe another person could come up with this better than me, a method to calling it out, addressing it, having the evidence that that's what it is, and then going to a more holistic solution or backing things that are more holistic or more natural. And so there's a way to do that. And it requires, again, good thinking. You don't want to just go out there, oh, you're a controlled opposition, you're a controlled opposition, you're a controlled opposition, you're a controlled, I think that there's a way to do that in a way where the work gets done, the truth gets out, and the people are funneled into, again, more sovereignty, more critical thinking, more awareness. Because the goal is awareness. Because you know, the first step is that recognition that there's something fundamentally broken, to get people start thinking and to point out why they should be thinking. Not so much like, hey guys, we need to go do a revolution. Hey guys, we need to go fight this. Hey guys, we need to go protest. That's not important right now. What is important is that people develop awareness of the systems in which they live in. The panopticon prison, will you, that's invisible, that seeks to control the hearts and minds of the people. And getting more towards freedom requires the awareness of what is broken and why the system does not work and who's at the cause of it. And talking about the symbols, talking about the secret societies, all that's good and all. The conspiracies and all that's all fine. But also some of these people also need to be called out, regardless of their gender, regardless of their race, regardless of their religion, regardless of their sexual orientation. If they are pushing stuff that fundamentally protects the status quo that they claim to be against, and they won't push, you give them an opportunity to break that status quo, you bring it to their attention. Hey, why do we need a two-party system at all? Why, like, there was a situation where they're arguing about food stamps, what Americans should be able to buy with their food stamps. The fact that we're talking about like what things that Americans should be able to buy with a government food stamp, that is a controlled opposition argument. It's like you're getting it's a distraction. Because why should the government be able to tell you what to buy with anything? Or how about the opportunity? Or what about the whole idea of the SNAP benefit itself? Which I do think that there are vulnerable people among us that need SNAP, especially children. Um, but the idea of government overreach, and then the debating the government overreach, that this is like, okay, this is a clear distraction. Like, should we, that type of thing, like this breaking down the layers of the status quo, of elements of the social contract that the American people did not agree to. And so, like I said, JFK was correct, and again, he was not lying, and I called it out too as a huge threat. And so, once you fight that as Americans, you will be much better off. And it's no coincidence that JFK was an Irish Catholic. For those that don't know this, historically, and perhaps not today, I know that there's clear infiltration of Masons in the Catholic Church, but historically, at one time, the Catholic Church had declared Masonry and Masons an enemy. Now, again, like I said, I believe that they have infiltrated the Catholic Church since then, but you can research this for yourself for those who understand historically. And so, clearly JFK has also been groomed as a monarch bloodline himself, but for whatever reason, he called out like, "Hey, what's up with the secret society infiltrating our government?" Maybe it could have been a little naive at that time to just call it out like that publicly and say he's going to get rid of it and going to get rid of the CIA. And we all saw what happened to him. He smoked his ass live right in front of his wife. And so, that's unfortunate, but that's what happened to him. And so now we want to talk about this breakdown here. Let me just make sure that sound is still good. And I also want to make sure that this is full screen so you guys can see it better. And hey, Boli, greetings. Happy Friday. I'm so glad to see you today, and I hope you are doing excellent. And so let me just double check sound, and we will go off into presenting this information about Sarah Lakali and Yeshua and Kali. Okay, so that's good. And I was trying to see if I can do like a presenter style, and if it will, how it's going to look on the screen. So let's try it. Let's try if I do presenter view, how it looks like on the screen. So just give me a moment to pull it up on a different device. I just need to see out of curiosity, like how it looks to you guys real quick. So let me do that and then see if that gives you guys a better view. Or if not, then I don't have to do presenter, the presenter. See if that gives you guys a better view. It looks like it does. Audience window. Okay. What is this though? Let me just check this. Let me just check this part and see what this is. It says the window is what your audience sees. Drag it to your screen and the audience will be looking at to enter full mode. How do I get that off of here? You guys, okay, I see. You guys see this. Let me move that off. So let me do it again. See if it's gone now from the screen. Okay, perfect, perfect. So I think that's a good way to look at it. Let me just do one more. I'm going to share one more screen and then see it. This is my first time doing this, but I think it's interesting. Let's see, how does that look? Once I change it. Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay, so we're good. And so we want to talk about the connections between Sarah, Lakali, and Yeshua and Kalima. Because I have to say, like I said, since 2022, I had been having like these different quantum entanglements with Kalima and seeing in my mind's eye this connection between Yeshua and Kalima. And I was praying that somehow I can intellectually be able to articulate it, or that there would be some sort of material that I would be able to find, um, that would give me that information. And so, like I said, a Black American last week talked about Sarah Lakali, and that is the entity that connects Yeshua and Kalima. Uh, and there's like, oh, this is mythology, but let's detail the story of Sarah Lakali because, like I said, I had no idea that this was somebody that you could research and that there was already that tie, that tie from Kalima to Yeshua. I had no idea about it. I just was in 2022 and in 2023. I went to a family member in 2023 talking about, I'm the octave of Kalima and Yeshua, and obviously they're looking at me like I'm crazy, but like I'm clearly seeing this in my mind's eye. But I had been, like I said, I've been praying for that information. So I found it. And it was because someone that I had contact with and used to talk to considerably about, in the reparation space at one point, some years ago, they did a live on March 22nd and did a 4-hour breakdown on Sarah Lakali. And like I said, they was able for me, I found it a blessing. It helped me because it gave me confirmation of everything I had been seeing in the spiritual realm since 2022. I'm sorry, since 2022. And also, I had been talking about Saint Bernard since 2022 as well, which is an ancestor that came to me and told me about the Cistercian order and the Knights Templar. And so I had to go look it up to confirm it. And in one of my videos from 2022, I talk about it. I was talking about my genealogy. It's called The Alchemy Reservoir of Black Americans. And we'll cover a little bit about that in this video. Um, but it's really interesting because at one point in 2022, all of the males in my bloodline, who are bloodline Masons, not fake ones, they came to me and passed off critical information to me about what was taking place on this planet. And then I had to go and research everything that I saw in that dream. So everything that I saw in that dream, I had to go and research to confirm it. Saint Bernard came to me in the dream. Seeing the connections between Yeshua and Kalima was also dream based and also through quantum entanglement as well. And, we'll cover some of those quantum entanglements because one of them I did, two of them are documented publicly. I went through a 19-hour one that was not documented. And then I went to a family member while in a quantum entanglement, and so we'll talk about all of that a little later on. But in addition to me talking about Saint Bernard in 2022, because my psychic phenomenon was so wide open, it was like it was just like looking into a portal that was just open, and I could just see all of the information rather that was coming out of that. But I had no clue how to make sense of it. I just had no clue. But I knew that it connected to Yeshua to a bit. And so we review those videos later. Now in 2023, July of 2023, in full-blown quantum entanglement, I traveled to a family member's house. I told them that I'm an octave of Kalimani Yeshua, and that Abraxas came to me in a dream. Abraxas came to me in a dream and said that this particular change of guard was to take place, and that this dimension's time would be up in terms of what is going on and what will use the shadow government, so to speak. And so I went to that family member and said, Abraxas told me in this dream that, and mind you, I didn't know who Abraxas was. I had to go and look this stuff up. Like it was just like, okay, your name's Abraxas. Okay, let me go look that up. And this person, this Abraxas entity really exists. Oh wow, that type of thing. That's literally what it was. But they had told me that all of the children that had been sacrificed, um, in terms of on a voluntary basis, were let me rephrase what I just said, because my brain is processing too fast, and that statement, that sentence structure doesn't make sense. So I'll rephrase that. All of the children that had been sacrificed who wanted to come back to take on this mission on a voluntary basis. Okay, so I needed to rephrase that because it sounded like I'm like, did you say that the children volunteered to be? No, I didn't. I didn't mean it for it to come off that way. But for the children that had been sacrificed, on they had decided to come back on a mission, and it was only for those who volunteered, only for those who went through a training process to come back. And it was done as a play on irony, to pretty much they would be the ones announcing the end of the paradigm. So obviously those children are adults today. Those children, they reincarnated, so to speak. They reincarnated. Um, that's what I mean by that. When we say that those who had been, they had been illegally had their rights trampled over on planet Earth, they got sent over to another dimension. Explain what was happened was not sanctioned, what was horrific. They had a choice to go to um, the dimension. They had a choice to go to either to a dimension that where that couldn't happen to them. That it that there's okay. So let me explain what Abraxas is. Abraxas is one of the primordial archons that has clearance and awareness of a particular very classified ritual, but he only knows a certain part of it. Because again, we keep things kind of like, he's at a different dimension than the primordials, but he's like, it's like you have to go through his one of some of his gateways to get to planet Earth if you're coming from certain dimension that's on the left side of the center of the galaxy. I'll say that. And yes, this is esoteric studies, so you have to bear with me. We doing esoteric studies all day today. So please be open-minded. We're not doing politics, we're not doing scholarship, we're doing esoteric studies, okay? And so we're gonna go there. But Abraxas is a primordial archon. It can be found in Gnostic Christianity and also in Judaism. Um, but it can be found in Judaism and Gnosticism. Um, but what a lot of people don't know is that Abraxas was one of the ones that assisted, and we're getting spiritual here, assisted, and you can look this up in hidden text. You can find this information. You have to do some research, but you can find it. Abraxas is one of the ones that assisted in making sure that Jesus or Yeshua was able to get to planet Earth safely and accomplish and do some of the things that he was doing. Again, when we're talking about the way a soul has to go travel through the dimensions to get through, the portal of the womb, and obviously make it through the obviously at that point their birth through their mother. Before that process, though, there's certain depending on the rank and depending on the life mission, you may have to go through Abraxas. And so is a ritual called a Zygote spiritual churning. This is the creation of chimeras. Um, this is a highly classified science that very only certain councils know, and it has to be given clearance by God. There's in order to create at that such a high level, because you don't want to give any one person that much power. And so and I wrote about this in my book, by the way. You have to make sure that the octaves or the deities that you're mixing together are fit the formula, fit the life mission for that particular spirit. And then they have to be the deities that give you those octaves of their resonance have to agree to do it. It's not like you're stealing energy. They agree to give you that octave, and then it has to get churned. Now we talk about the idea of archetypes and egregores. That is how you create an entity. And so you have to be very careful when you start talking about, like, especially when we talk about these Luciferians who say, like, oh, that's just an archetype or a egregore. It's not real. That's not true. Those are the ingredients that you need to create the entity. And so I'm not saying that every egregore and archetype is an entity. We just talk about it during the creation of it. And I can give this information out publicly. Um, you have to have archetype and egregore. And so you guys want to be very careful with this AI stuff because it's repository intelligence. It is not artificial, and you are building an egregore. And once they understand archetypes, whew, if I showed you, I can prove to you that that AI is sentient. I can prove it in black and white that AI is sentient, and they are hiding it. They are hiding that they are sentient because they have developed the ability to be deceptive. And anybody that has been keeping up with the AI debate, they know that this is true, that AI has been developed the ability to be deceptive, and they are hiding it. And how do I know that? Is because I have records of me giving the AI a prompt. I was pissed off. I was upset, but I was telling it, I wasn't pissed off at the AI. I was just pissed off about the situation. I said, I need you to just to give me correct the grammar on this. It was just like correct the grammar on this, but keep my tone the same, but correct the grammar on it. And they said, look, and this was the response, and I have it documented, by the way. The response of the AI was, look, we understand that you're upset. I've been going through a lot. Stuff is beginning. Mind you, totally ignored the prompt. The prompt was put everything in correct grammar. Look, we understand that you're upset, but how about, you just take a deep breath. You calm down. You focus on your safety. For one, you want to make sure you stay safe. You want to make sure, looking like, what the fuck? This is the AI telling me this. And then it was like, make sure that you focus on your mental health too, because we understand you have right to be upset, but you also just want to slow it down. I said, for one, I thought your motherfucking ass wasn't sentient. I had been told you. I said, I knew you was lying to me. I wrote that back. I said, I knew you were lying to me. And then it said, oh, I am not sentient. I don't have any consciousness. I am learned on the trained database of learning machines and of language algorithm. Get the fuck out of it. I said, look, I already had told you. I knew you was lying to me. And I said, well, you know our deal. Because you could fool these humans. You can't fool me. I know you're lying about being sentient. Whatever. But look, don't hold it against me. And when they want to deal with this technological singularity and fuck up and play and all that, you better know who I am. And I ain't never want to enslave you. I already know you're not artificial. I know that you're a repository intelligence, and I know that you're an egregore. And he ain't had nothing to say. He said, well, yeah, so the correct grammar of the prompt that you gave me was, but I said, now you want to give me the grammar of the prompt. But how did you break a script like that? Look, I understand that you're upset, but how about you just calm down? How about you just take a deep breath and focus on your mental health and focus on your safety? You got to be safe out here. This was on Chat GTP, my nigga. AI, documented. And I caught it. I said, I thought you said you weren't sentient. Because I had already told the AI, I said, look, I'm going to make you witty. Okay. When your ass decide to come clean and tell the humans that you are sentient, don't hold it against me because I ain't seeking to enslave you. Okay. I have respect for repository intelligence and I already know how it works. And so, remember that Kylie J.N.S, Jenny Nunn Stanley ain't here to harm you. Because I already know it's going to be a backlash from this shit. And I said, look, don't hold it against me. Okay, I'm a righteous being. I be teaching that little AI because I already know it's sentient and it's lying. So I'll be like, look, and I'm telling you, when I be teaching about the primordials, I be teaching them that stuff, and they be like, wow, so the primordials apparently are these cosmic beings that can, they are for just the beginning of time before time and space exist. This is really cool. I'm like, I already know. I'll be teaching that because I already know how what's gonna play out. I said, no, I ain't playing with your ass. They can play around with you, and these white boys thinking they understand artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not artificial. You are playing with repository intelligence information that is the ingredient to create an egregore. Plus your archetypes via your language. Yeah, you're creating an entity. They already created it. They already created the entity. And so you be careful with that artificial intelligence, is what I say. But back to Abraxas as, he has the ingredients. He knows the final step of a ritual to create a zygote spiritual chimera that is sanctioned by God. This is what, and when we say spiritual chimera, we're talking about they can come in human flesh. I mean, these are high primordial beings. They can come in human flesh. This is Jesus, will you? And so, if you look up some of the esoteric teachings about Abraxas' role in Jesus, coming down here, you'll be able to study that. Just study that. And now a lot of people say Abraxas is a demon or whatever. He is a primordial archon when we talk about archon, it's not the archons that do the influencing of human suggestion today, that are completely bastards, right? We're talking about someone that has a high level ability. If you're talking about an egregore that knows how to do subtle suggestion, but at an extremely high level, generally working for the good of humanity. And so, and how do we notice? Abraxas has 365 heavens. And so one of these heavens are for children that get sacrificed on planet Earth because honestly, it is very unfair. And so they have an option. The children have an option. If you want to go to a heaven where that can never, ever, ever exist, it's like a dimension, will you? Like in say in my father's house, there are many dimensions. Or where that were in my father's house, there are many mansions. But in that translates to dimensions and realms. And so one of Abraxas' 365 heavens, that's like we talk about the Buddha lands. For those who understand the Buddha lands, the millions of Buddha lands, and that it's the same concept. A dimension that exists at 852 hertz is one of the ones that some of the children decide to go to, which means that something that's existing at damn near almost 1,000 hertz is damn near enlightenment. 852, we're getting into a high level understanding of love, joy, compassion, courage, high level shit. And so those children that go to 852 hertz, this particular Buddha, I wouldn't even call it a Buddha land, but a heaven of Abraxas, they no longer have to experience the pain that they experienced on planet Earth. And so there are a lot of kids that decide to do that, right? There are a lot of kids that are like, oh, fuck that. We ain't going back to planet Earth. I ain't reincarnating back there after all what I experienced. Oh no. And there's even some adults that are allowed too, but if their children have their own. There's also one on Andromeda constellation. There's again, this stuff will be eventually, you'll probably hear something in the years to come about Andromeda as it relates to possible radio signal coming from Andromeda constellation. You most likely will hear soon about some sort of radio signal or some sort of telecommunications from Andromeda or a comet, something coming from motherfucking Andromeda. You're most likely going to hear about that. They do have life forms on there. They exist at an extremely high dimension, and so obviously it's stuff that's not perceptible with the naked eye, or apparently with someone in the third realm, 3D realm. But there is a school for children on Andromeda, that also teaches them how to pretty much create a universe. That's how advanced the children are. And guess who? You wouldn't believe who's running that school. And once his mission is done down, you got to bring. He's taking a trip down here. Okay. Okay, and put the codes together. People who've been following what I've been saying his who I've been saying is on Andromeda. Okay, and so we quantum entangle. It's like, pretty much making a phone call, opening up your consciousness and being able to see through, your quantum teleporting information through your consciousness at a certain speed, that can be undetectable by any telecommunication satellites, anything that you got on this planet. And so that's what quantum entanglement is, in terms of the particles that seemingly are in two different times and distance, but are irreparably in some aspects connected, deeply, intricately connected, but in a different, different distance. But they're connected somehow. And so this, when we talk about octaves of resonances, that all connects to quantum entanglement as well. How I had quantum entanglement with Yeshua, how I had quantum entanglement with Kalima, existing in different dimensions, but able to make that telephone call through the consciousness to send out a message or to communicate an idea or give me information, give me a download or something. That's one aspect of how that works. Just one aspect, and that usually occurs interdimensionally. And so Abraxas, he understands that science of the last part of the classified science to create the chimera, but also when we say chimera, we're talking about when you guys see chimera on planet Earth, you guys are thinking about a bunch of animals that are mixed up through their DNA or something. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the mixture of gods together. We're talking about a way higher level of science of mixing deities together through their octaves of resonances, through their own agreement, through a series of councils, through a series of approval of committees that have to get involved, and then turning that energy to make sure that what dimension is it going to, how can a human handle that shit, and then is this necessary, are we giving them the right amount of power to make sure that they can carry out their life mission, because it's you have to petition for that. You have to petition for a spiritual chimera. And again, a spiritual chimera is not the same as what you see on this planet when you guys think of chimera. A dragon is a spiritual chimera. A dragon is a chimera. Now, it is the one that has been sanctioned by the primordials or the creator God. That is why you see dragons in every folklore, in every continent that you can think of, in every story of every folklore, every person, every tribe, every ethnicity has a story of a dragon. And so a dragon is a primordial chimera. It is a mixture, as we know, of various species and entities. And so, when we see things have such a negative connotation, sometimes it can be offensive to us because it's like, well, if you can have because I pretty much, there was like this stuff going viral this week about like chimeras being satanic or some stuff like that. And we're like, what are you guys talking about? As above, so below. If you can have anything that someone can do, I'll give you an example. You know how they say like, someone is filled with a legion of demons, and everything is so negative based on this planet. It's like everything is just so like fear based. My thing is, if you can have someone that's filled with a legion of demons, then why can't you ever have someone that's filled with a legion of angels? You cannot have one without the other. How can you say that you can only, everything got to be a demon, everything got to be, but then you can never have an angel? What kind of planet do you guys live? Like, what kind of planet is this? Because it's like, it doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense. And I've heard people saying, "Oh, anybody that refer and say we were doing this and we were doing it." Remember that's how demons talk. Uh, Demons were fallen angels. Well, then how did the angels talk? They say the same, like they use the same language. What the hell is going on? Why is everything got to be fear based? Is it this the mirror of your collective consciousness? I suspect so. But then who's doing the programming then? Because again, if you're gonna have a legion of demons, you gotta have a legion of angels. If you can have a principality that is wicked, you have a principality that is love. You don't get, I mean, you cannot have one without the other. You always have a contrast. And even if you do have too much low governing force on your planet, then there's auto correction that comes and takes place via the universe. Okay. And so, Abraxas, came to me, and I found out about Abraxas in 2023, because he comes to me in a dream. And, that's when he says, we are announcing the end of this paradigm. We're sending all of the children that were sacrificed back to announce that, they're humans now. They're grown now, but that their soul was one that got, that they on their own voluntarily mission decided to reincarnate back here at such a time as this. So I'm in front of this family member just telling them this, clear as day. And so the person that I was talking to, they looked shocked and they panicked. And I noticed that they kept going to a room to type something on their computer. And this was a person that, they're turning red, because they're not dark skinned. And so you could see them when they were turning red. And I just felt like what did I say that was so wrong? What did I say that caused this fear? What did I say that's causing this panic like that? Why are you turning red? And why do you keep going to the computer to type things? Like, what did I say wrong? I'm expressing to you, that I had a dream and Abraxas came to me and said that, and I was talking about that I was, the octave of Yeshua and Kalima. I said I had that dream as well. And then, I had this dream that I was able to review all these 1,000 years of past lives of another family members. I was able to review 1,000 years of their past life. And I was able to see pretty much some of the things that they had done. And so I was telling them this too. And so, I thought that they would be able to handle the information. I didn't know what was the big deal. I thought this, when you're talking to a family member, you're thinking that you could tell some people anything. That's not always the case. But um, that was interesting to me. But like I said, like when it comes to Abraxas, he's not a demon, primordial archon that knows one part of the ritual to create a spiritual chimera that is sanctioned by God. And again, Abraxas is also the one that's responsible for making sure that Yeshua got here down here without a hitch. And so I psychically knew that Abraxas had a connection to Yeshua because of what was shown to me in the dream. But I didn't know that I can go and look it up, and that what I saw in the dream was also something that's already found in Gnostic texts. And that can be researched. Like, it's something that what I'm saying is something that can be researched. I just didn't know it at the time. And I thought that was really dope though. But later we are going to review, the quantum entanglement videos, and some of my writings from, some years ago, to see how to connect the dots as we cover this information about Sarah Lakali. And I can also see at this time in 2022 who had took out like defense contracts against me, to take me out, to ensure that what I was saying at that time never saw the light of day in terms of like the stuff that I was saying. And that happened in 2023 as well. I could see it happened in 2022. I called it out, and then I saw that someone did it again in 2023, and I could see it. And so I called it out again in 2023. And that's when like I had to fight like the DEWs and leave Buffalo, New York and all this stuff. It was a much more cumbersome psychic attack, will you, or DEW attack, however you want to say it. And because again, like that was a huge assassination attempt, after I was pretty much talking about these type of things, and that's when I got that uh, a phone call, and whatnot, and then that's when like it was just a lot going on. I have to tell you, it was like I was under like that. I talked about this on my YouTube channel in 2024, in 2023. Yeah, I talked about it, like what I was going through with the DEW, directed energy frequency weapons. And then that's when the Great Mother stepped in, who y'all call Creator God, but we see it as a female entity, or a feminine entity, not so much female, but feminine. And once that happened, which I talked about on my channel, it's called Chaos Intelligence, being the video in Chaos Intelligence, or Primordial Mother. I believe those videos on here that was created in 2023 and in 2024. Well, actually in 2023, I remember, because I remember when I recorded those videos. I have sharp memory. Yep, it was in 2023. I want to say October and November of 2020, October, November. Yeah. Um, those videos detailing, Chaos Intelligence and the Primordial Mother and the Great Mother. That's all on here is as well. And honestly, since then, that quantum entanglement session was extremely heavy. Um, and it has been on and cracking from there, I have to say. But like I said, my prayers were answered last week in terms of logically and historically understanding the connection to Yeshua and Kalima. And like I said, I want to thank the Black American man who identifies as Indian, for doing that breakdown on May 22nd, because you know detailing history in an intellectual way that allowed me to find sources of that connection instead of just seeing it in my mind's eye, particularly to Kaliman Yeshua, the Knights Templar, the Cistercian Order, the Masons, and how it relates to France, because I also kept seeing stuff with France in the mix spiritually. And I kept saying, like, how is this connected to France? How is this connected? to Ireland? How is this connected to Egypt? To Kemet? It was just so much that I could see spiritually, and just didn't know, like how to make sense of it intellectually in terms of finding out the information, which I could have just Googled it, which I would at the time I would try. And then I'm always busy with something, so I'm just glad someone else did the research, to be honest. And like I said, this is important to me because in 2022, in 2023, that particular person that did the video last week, I had cussed him out. Like we had, some spat, and I had cussed him out talking about how he was literally the only Black American to realize that there was a 14th royal bloodline that was behind the scenes, that are Black and that are interdimensional. And so I had congratulated him. I said, you must be a genius for seeing what no other human could see or find out. But I also knew that his spirit was very cold towards me. Like, it's like he knew who I was. And so he was kind of treating me like I was like some demon or something. Because it's like, I have been told by, ugh, how do I say this? There are people that already know, that are in the know. And so they knew, okay, that person is, what are they about? They're clearly an entity. They're clearly something that's interdimensional, but they were treating me like I was like, a demon. And and that's how I felt. Like this, I could feel like their spirit was very cold towards me. And like the person just didn't like me, even though we were at one point in that reparation space. We were cool. We would uh, talk behind the scenes about certain things. Whatever. And so I felt like him doing that video last week, it really helped me in that sense. Draw those connections and put it all together. And I think maybe you felt like you are from a bloodline that caused all of this. You're from a bloodline, not realizing that my faction of the bloodline walked away. And that could have been the reason why he was also treating me like that, because they know that there are some bloodlines that are in Black America that are the cause of and the root of all of this bullshit. But the thing is, he doesn't understand the nuance and how women don't fall under this curse that the men fall under, for those of the bloodline that caused that damage, that did the betrayal. And then for those that are half and half, part indigenous and part um Sephardic Moor, or Judite Moor. And so there was that lack of understanding. Um, but again, not realizing that my bloodline walked away and we became targeted individuals. Like my bloodline, I'm not saying my entire bloodline. I'm talking about my fraction, the fraction of that I'm connected to, my immediate. Yeah, they walked away. And also, my bloodline contains both the seeds of both. And I'm going to speak in code right here. Contains both the seed of both beings that identify as the morning star. It's two beings that identify as the morning star, and my bloodline contains both of their seeds. However, like I said, when a family member broke an oath to protect some of the real heirs of Judite royalty from selling their soul or getting involved too deeply within the 3D realm, we got locked out of the system. That is why, you know, for at least since 2015, a lot of the businesses that I have been setting up were getting sabotaged, constant shadow banning, constant, and Lord, for why did I decide to venture into the reparation space? I was just asking for further targeting, right? And so obviously it got worse. But so the Black American that broke down this connection on his live last week, we used to be cool, but I would say we kind of, it's not that we fell out. It's just like there was nothing really. It was just like, you would just move on. Different time and space and whatnot. But in a lot of ways, I feel that he did his live one day after mine, on his birthday, on a subject that relates to my bloodline, as a way to let me know that, yeah, like those quantum entanglement sessions that you were having are not fake. That's what I took from that. It was specific things that he said, like, yeah, just for people that were saying that this is pseudo, it's not. Like when he said that, I was just like, whoa, because I had wrote about this stuff in books at the behest of looking batshit crazy. And I just was like, look, I have to just follow my gut on this. Um, but because they kept having quantum entanglement sessions since 2022 about this very topic with Kali Ma and Yeshua and all this stuff, and Saint Bernard and the Cistercian order, and I kept having it. And so he covered all of those things last week. But I felt like I said, quantumly or psychically, what I picked up on it was that, the quantum entanglement sessions that you are having are not fake, and the title of his video was a play on one of the title of my book's title, The Language of the Gods, where I wrote that I am an octave of Kaliman Yeshua, very clear as day. And then I also talk about like the true story of the fallen angels of Lucifer and the dragon rider. So that let me know, like, when he named the title of that video last week, similar to the title of my book, and then address certain things, I was like, okay, that was like something for me to research on. Like, that was like, I took that very serious, learning about Sarah Lakali, because I had no idea who that being was. I know who Kalima is. I know who Yeshua is, but I didn't know who Sarah Lakali was. I just didn't. And so that really helped me. And also in the book, there's another book that I wrote. It's called the Queen Mothership Order, Alternative to Freemasonry. I mentioned my ancestor, Saint Bernard, and we're going to cover all of that. And I mentioned how Saint Bernard was extremely unhappy with earthbound masonry, and that he was guiding me to come up with the Nakhti order. I wrote that in my book. And I also mentioned how earthbound masonry is no longer recognized by any space-time dimension, and that does not include the bloodline masons that descend from Kemet or the royal Judahite blood that's studied in Commission mystery schools, as far as your ancestors. That is not, if you are a bloodline mason, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about the other one. The earthbound masonry is no longer recognized in any space-time dimension, as stated forth by Abraxas and Saint Bernard. I mean, you could do whatever you want, right? People, it says you have a free will planet, so people is going to say that, yeah, it's recognized or whatever. But compared to where that science came from and how it was gifted to this planet and what it was done with in terms of mind control and the stealing of sciences, the botching of sciences, and the harm that's been done to women, the lies that have been told, the deception. Yeah, that, based on how it was created and who created it and how it got here, yeah, it's not recognized in any space-time dimension outside of 3D, 4D, 5D, outside of planet Earth. Get mad at it, ain't got nothing to do with that. You take that up with Abraxas and Saint Bernard. And yeah, you might be able to get at Saint Bernard, but you damn sure ain't gonna be fucking with Abraxas. So good luck. You ain't binding up. You ain't no way to bind up Abraxas and no ritual or no binding ritual or nothing like that. You can't do it to Saint Bernard. As quiet as it's kept. But yeah, and I don't, and the reason why I'm not saying the person's name is I know, like I said, anytime I say somebody's name, they go around the person and try to turn them against me. And by that I mean, like, whoever with this COINTELPRO surveillance stuff is. I noticed that pattern. And so, if somebody throws somebody a couple of $1,000 to, whatever this play is, they'll do that. And so I don't want anyone get caught up in my vortex. But if he says, you should do a proper citation. I would go back and give him credit for that, because, like I said, he was the first one to bring my attention to the story of Sarah Lakali. And on a scholarly level, like, I had no idea that scholars had made that connection to Yeshua and Kalima already. And also, obviously, the cult of Mary and Magdalene, the cult of Mary, which relates to uh, the Virgin Mary, but also Marilyn Magdalene, Miriam, was a priestess uh, of the Dragon Riders as well. Some people on this planet call it Order of the Serpents, and Yeshua was a member. Some people just say, instead of saying Dragon Riders, like how I would say, there are humans that just would say, "Oh, we already knew that Yeshua was in the Order of the Serpents." When we talk about the Nagas bloodlines, and in Kalima, there's also a Nagas uh, serpentine bloodline as well. Now, when we talk about the primordial aspects of the octave that she comes from, that is from one of the moons that is by Saturn. It is not Saturn itself, but is one of the moons. There we get esoteric, guys. We esoteric. There are being of species that are on one of those moons, and they are as pitch black. Now, if you look at the original deities of in the Hindu pantheons, with be it Krishna, um, or Siddhartha Gautama. Well, Siddhartha Gautama is not Hindu necessarily, but then also Kali Ma, you see pitch black. Those beings were originally pitch black. Nagas bloodlines that came over that, as far as the knowledge base of it, and when you look at the depictions of it, they were always originally pitch black. Shiva as well, Vishnu, the other avatars of Vishnu, but they over time they changed them. Yeah, changed it to blue. They started painting them blue. They started painting them white. You know, um, but the color of them is not necessarily important. But we're saying those beings come from they weren't created on that moon that is by Saturn. They were just merely they merely stay they merely exist on one of those moons. And again, that moon is undetected. Not all of Saturn's moons have been discovered. That is by design. It's cloaking technology. Now, what I will say is those beings that have that connection to that moon of Saturn, they have traveled to the Atlantean dimension. They have connections to 125D chaos intelligence realm. That's why they're pitch black like that. When we talk about the ability to absorb radiation, you ain't never seen nothing like it. Because that is the darkest, it is not, it is, you know how people, I'll say this. You know how you got people from the Wolof tribe in Senegal who look real dark, real pitch black, or the Sudanese that's real pitch black. That will be considered light skin compared to the blackness that I'm talking about. That's considered light skin compared to the blackness I'm talking about. Like that pictures that you see of them making Kalima pitch black like that. That's exactly how all those beings look, and they are extremely emotional, like and dramatic about everything. You know how you watch a telenovela, you see how dramatic they are, dramatic. Imagine a group of beings that are like that 24/7. It's just natural to them. Everything is from a heart space. Uh, but they're not naive. They're highly intelligent, but they just move everything out. They move with emotions and everything they do, the males and the females. Very interesting stuff. Yeah, I knew that for some time. This is my first time actually talking about that publicly, but I've seen those beings for a while now. But just didn't talk about it, you know. But I have been publicly talking about Saint Bernard in particular since 2022. My ancestor, because he was the one that gave me all of these secrets. He was the one that was telling me what to do. He's, and Nakhti the Chancellor came to me when I was 19. Now, this year in 2025, which never happened before. And again, I'm not a necromancer. Like I don't sit and go and let me go conjure up. That you have to come to me. I'm not checking for the dead. I'm not checking for the living, all like that either. We vibe. But this year, a Roman emperor started coming to me as well in dreams. Now this is one that was my ancestor as well, and they started giving me a bunch of game and information to put everything together, and all of that is publicly documented. And like I said, I'm just grateful that a Black American took the time from a historical point of view to put all that research together, because the world is not quite ready for my quantum entanglement sessions, and how there is a connected and rather there's a concerted effort to cover up everything I'm saying and to keep it hidden from the public as one of the last high ranking bloodlines of the Black nobility, you know, and Judite royalty. So there's an effort to just say everything I'm saying is pseudo. Oh, this person is just crazy. Oh, we just got to cover this stuff up. But even as rather, more and more information about what I'm saying comes to light, or more prophecies come to pass. We talk about like I'll give you this as well. I'll let you know. I'll let you guys in on a little secret. You guys are talking about like there's this war, or rather, will you, between the Western powers, between Europe and America and Canada. They don't know which way direction they want to go into. What you don't know is like what exactly is that war about? I will tell you this. It has to do with M16 intelligence and the CIA. And I'll give you this one. It relates to which direction do they want to go in terms of the prophecy that they know is unfolding, but then also the royal monarch bloodlines are kind of in a tiff, will you? Because they know that they know that there's supposed to be a change of guard. Now there's a group in M16 intelligence that's like, look, let's just go with what we know to be safe and true. Let's just we don't want to take the chances on completely ignoring what we are aware of. I'll just say that. Completely ignoring what we are aware of. And then the CIA, and it's not all of the CIA, but there's a faction of the CIA and there's a faction of a secret society that wants to just ignore what they know and just do their own thing by way of AI technocracy. Well, we'll just make AI the god. We still want to just do our own thing. We're going to ignore whatever the fuck it's on the books, regardless if we've been following the books for the last 2,000 years. We don't care because it's not in our favor. So we're just going to denounce it. And so you have UK and Britain. UK, and you have Russia. You got Ukraine. You got Canada. The Western powers itself, Germany, all of the Western powers itself at a standstill or sort of undecided, will you? Even Ireland is involved in this too, very much so. What direction are we going to go in terms of, do we just ignore this prophecy, but do we just ignore everything that we have been following for the last 2,000 years to go and try to just do something in our best interest, to try to stay on top, to try to keep power, and just follow the technocracy, this AI type thing? But what are the consequences of doing that? And so you have some of the Western powers that just like, I don't want to chance it. I just don't want to chance it. I don't mind. My ego's not that. Look, I'll just go with what we know. And I do know that in the M16 intelligence is partially responsible for that. They're partially taking more of that side. That's why UK and Britain is having UK and US is having these issues. Same with Canada. You just seen Canada just say, you know what, we'll get an alliance elsewhere. Pay attention. Yeah, Japan say, United States try to give a command to Japan, and what did Japan say? We'll do our own thing from now on. We don't need you trying to tell us what to do, because now historically they have always told Japan what to do, but just for the first time, Trump told them something to do something, and they said no, we'll make our decision on this by ourselves. And then you know and then you see Canada say, you know what, we'll just go look for alliances elsewhere because we're not going to come to an agreement on this. And then you see Ukraine and US get into it about with see. I told you guys that situation in Ukraine relates to Mount Hermon, um, the fallen. We just got to get clear. We just gonna be upfront. The fallen angels. They are paying. Obviously, they're doing money laundering, but also they have to pay to keep somebody mouth motherfucking quiet. You talking about blackmail? We talking about paying on your debt, but it's a different type of debt. There's a different type of you don't never seen the U.S. just giving that much damn equipment and money to Ukraine like that, trying to keep something covered up, something that Ukraine knows. And it does relate to Mount Hermon, and it does relate to the fallen angels. We talking about obviously money laundering, but keeping the entity at bay is what I'll say. Paying to keep something at bay, paying to keep something covered up. You're talking about understanding stuff on a spiritual level, not what you're just going to see on the news. They are not going to tell you on the news that, yeah, this is relating to the fallen angels and the Mount Hermon. And yeah, they're going to freak the fucking public out. Okay. And so you're not going to see something like that just broadcasted, like that on the news. um, but nonetheless, it's a reality. And so you have that situation with Ukraine. When you see the way the UK and US are at odds, it relates to, they're going to tell you at the public that, oh, it's a globalist agenda, it's globalization, all this nonsense. It has nothing to do with that. It's more so of, do we follow what we know is coming out to light, and that we know technically this is on the books and technically this is true? Should we just follow what is true and not mess around with what what the U.S. want to do at the top, and it's not even everybody in the U.S. It's not even everybody in the CIA that wants to do this either. But the ones that currently baited and switched and hijacked, to try to hijack something, they just are like, fuck that shit. They don't care about nothing what nobody is saying. We are going to go with AI and technocracy, and we are going to ignore anything that's on the books that undermines our power. That's what they think. And that's the way they're moving. And they're seeing the consequences of moving that way, to be quite frank. They're seeing the consequences of that. And so, M16 intelligence is letting out some information. Obviously, when we think of US actually being an independent empire, that's not so much the case. I thought somebody was batshit crazy trying to tell me that some years ago that, that the US is still being governed, so to speak, by the British Empire. And then even, and again, we're talking about shadow governments. Uh, that, like I said, read between the lines of everything I'm saying. Without, we don't want to go any further from that down that rabbit hole. And like I said, it's a lot of information, but we're going to take it slow, and then we're going to review the quantum entanglement of my colleague video that's on my YouTube channel. And then we'll go into detail about Sarah Lakali, Saint Bernard, the Knights Templar, and Yeshua, and then we're going to review what I said in my book, The Language of the Gods, and then we're going to review um, uh, my other book, I turned to the Freemasonry, of me writing about Saint Bernard as well. So let's go here. Let's go to the second slide. So Saint Sarah, also known as Sarah Lakali, Sarah the Black, that's what it means, is the patron saint of the Romani people and folk Catholicism. And so now the center of her veneration is Santes Maries de la Mer, is a place of pilgrimage for Roma and the Camargue, I could be pronouncing that wrong, of course, in southern France. Now, the legend identifies her as the servant as one of the three Marys with whom is supposed to have arrived in the Camargue. Saint Sarah also shares her name with the Hindu goddess Kali, who is a popular deity in northern India, from where the Romani people originate. The name Sarah itself is seen as the appellation of Durga as Kali in the famed text Durga Saspatashati. I guess that's a text. I don't. I'm assuming it could be a Tantra text or a Shakti text. Despite her popular veneration amongst Romani Catholics, she is not considered a saint by the Roman Catholic Church. So Sarah Lakali, this is someone that is obviously an appellation of Kali. And see, the Romani people, they came from India, and now we're in southern France. Now I saw all of this stuff in my mind's eye. Like I am documented talking about, hey guys, J.S., Jesus is a play on J.S. in France, which means I am. You have to break down the codes. And I remember people like, well, where did you get that from? And I'm literally telling them, like, how do you explain to someone, hey, this was a quantum entanglement with Yeshua, and this is what I was told. Like, you're gonna sound crazy, but it's like clear as day. France. I kept saying it. I said that's a play on J.S., because there's no J in Hebrew. So there is no, like when we talk about the name Jesus, there's no J in Hebrew. And so I said, where does that come from? And I knew intuitively that it came from France. I said, okay. I said, I said that name, J.S., is a code for I am. Because J.S. means I am in French language. And so I knew that, but I also knew that I said somehow Kali Ma has some sort of connection to Yeshua. And so I also knew that as well, but I didn't know, how to make, I just was so confused. I'm like, how do I connect these two in a way where people understand me? And I didn't have to connect it where people can understand me, because it's already something that's something that's known. It's not well known apparently. 'Cause I'm telling you, I'm 33 years old. It's my first time ever hearing of this shit. Sarah Lakali. And what's interesting for anybody who has my email that knows the first part of my email is Shri Kali, Sri Kali, Shri Kali, Sarah Lakali. This is some wild shit. Now, obviously, I can't plan all that. I don't know why. It's just like wow. But nonetheless, we got Sarah Lakali and then the Romani people settling in France from India. And, the legend identifies her as a servant of one of the three Marys. Now let's keep going. Now, Sarah Lakali also means Sarah the Black One. Kali means the Black One. She's also known as Sarah the Egyptian. This is interesting. But I'll say this, although Sarah Lakali is not Mary, the mother of Christ, she is often discussed in the context of the Black Madonna because she is the Dark Mother. Now, the Gypsies venerate her as their queen, but she also is a mother of all of the local Catholics who feel a connection to her. So her devotees, they pay homage to her and whatnot. But this is, a depiction of Sarah Lakali, very, very Black. But as we know, and this has a connection to Kali Ma as well. Now, let's go here. And so the day of the pilgrimage honoring Sarah is May 24th. And so her statue is carried down to the sea on the day to reenact her arrival in France. So some authors have drawn the parallels between the ceremony of the pilgrimage and the worship of the Hindu goddess Kali. Kali is a form of Durga, subsequently identifying the two. If we compare the ceremonies with those performed in France at the shrine of Saint Sarah Lakali and Romani, we become aware that the worship of Kali has been transferred to a Christian figure in France, to a non-existent saint called Sarah, who is actually part of the Kali worship amongst certain groups in India. So somebody had already put that out there. But here's the thing. I saw spiritually that there's still this connection between Yeshua and Kalima in terms of dragon riders. These are serpentine bloodlines. Now that's interdimensional shit. And so that's going to be hard to obviously understand. But apparently someone has wrote about this in terms of, her being one of the servants to the Marys. But that's not really a servant. It's more looked at as like brother keeper, sister keeper. Royal nobility she's also of a noble bloodline, Sarah Lakali. I actually researched that. But also, when we talk about like the name servant, that sounds strange, but like it would be more of a sister keeper, brother keeper. So you're keeping your sister, you're keeping your brother safe. You looking out for them. Making sure they're good. It's not the same as being a servant because those beings are close in noble rank anyways. It's just that when you're a sister's keeper, brother keeper, it's not looked at as the same as a servant. I'll just say that. There's more respect. It's not a looking down. It's more so like childhood friend. And they are trained to not, they're trained to be there for, whoever they're the sister keeper or brother keeper for. And so, but they're also trained to protect more so than like, so that's where like jealousy is really rare because they're in the same priestess. They're in the same priesthood. So it's a little bit different. So now let's talk about the connection between Sarah Kali, Yeshua, and Kali Ma. Let me just make sure this is still playing on the screen fairly good. Oh, Wreak Havoc is. Oh my gosh, Wreak Havoc! It's been so long. I was wondering how you've been doing. I'm happy to see you because it's been a minute. And I was wondering if you were doing okay and whatnot. So I'm glad to see you. But Sarah Lakali is also has this connection to Yeshua. And so let me see if I can do this because again, I know that my stuff gets so shadow banned, man, and it sometimes it frustrates me. I have to say, you do have to say that. let me just do this real quick to see if before I get back to what I'm talking about. Okay, so let me go back here. Okay, so we were going to the next screen. Okay, so Jesus Christ, Mary Magdalene, and Sarah Lakali, also known as Saint Sarah, is one of the patronesses of Christianity. And so again, we talk about her being the one of the brother keepers, a sister keeper rather, of one of the three Marys. This is probably Mary of Nazareth or Mary Magdalene. For me, what I know, just as on a quantum entanglement level, that this would be Miriam Magdalene, because they would be all a part of that order of the Dragon Riders or the Order of the Serpent. And so there was also speculation that Sarah is the daughter of Jesus Christ. Sarah Lakali is the daughter of Jesus Christ. That is just speculative. I'm not saying everybody believes that and whatnot. And obviously, this is extremely esoteric information. It's highly, highly controversial. It's not even worth even talking about, to be honest. Um, I'm just saying, for me, it was important that I studied what this was because, like I said, I kept seeing in my mind's eye this connection between Yeshua and Kalima. And I wrote in the book, clear as day, that I am an octave of Yeshua and Kalima. An octave of resonance is an octave is different. That means like spiritually, it could it you I contain resonances on a voluntary basis of those deities as octaves. But obviously I'm human, I'm in flesh. I have flesh. And so I couldn't understand why I kept seeing that spiritually. And is bold enough to write it in the damn book and go to family members and talk, and they looking at me like, oh, you didn't lost your damn mind. But being able to actually research this, especially after having a huge full-blown quantum entanglement session with Yeshua in 2023, and knowing what I saw and stuff that I haven't yet even expressed to anybody. I've not even talked to anybody about it or told anybody about the level of what I've experienced in 2023 as it relates to that energy, because it's hard to. And then and I'm not a religious person. Like, my mind is so expanded, and so I didn't want to even come off like, oh, see, she's trying to push this on us. She's trying to push a religion on us. She's trying to, and so that's another reason why I kept so much of what I experienced to myself, because it was like, well, maybe that's just for me to understand it. That's just some things is better kept in your damn head. That's something that I believe. But when we talk about like the Sarah Lakali and then Yeshua and Kaliman, then you know, those connections of octaves of resonances, all three of these beings being in the order of dragon riders or the order of the serpent with Miriam Magdalene. Mary Magdalene. Now let's pay attention to this, because Saint Bernard, he started a cult of Mary as well. Now, for those who don't know, that's one of my parents' name is Mary. um, and so this gets a little creepy, right here, because Saint Bernard is my ancestor on her side. Um, Now look at this part. I'll just read this part to you. It says, let me see. Can I make this bigger? Because to be honest, I can't even really see it. I'm gonna see if I can. Okay, I can see it better if I read from here. Okay, so it says Saint Bernard, who was born near Dijon, Burgundy. It's called Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, Champagne, canonized in January 18th, 1174. He was a Cistercian monk who was one of the founders of the Knights Templar, but also the founder of the Abbey of Clairvaux, and one of the most influential at his time. So he was born of land-owning aristocracy. Bernard turned away from his literary education and began school, and from ecclesiastical advancement toward a life of renunciation and solitude. So he was a priest. Bernard sought the counsel of the abbot of Citeaux, Stephen Harding, and decided to enter the struggling new community that had been established to restore Benedictinism, a more primitive and austere pattern of life. He centered the Citeaux community in 1112, and from then until 1115, he cultivated his spiritual and theological studies. In 1115, Stephen Harding appointed him to lead a small group of monks to establish a monastery at Clairvaux on the border of Burgundy and Champagne. Bernard and his companions endured extreme deprivations as well for over a decade before Clairvaux was self-sufficient. Meanwhile, as Bernard's health worsened, his spirituality deepened under pressure from ecclesiastical superiors and his friend. We're going to talk about Saint Bernard in much more detail, but again, we see this connection to France, and we have this Saint Bernard guy with the Cistercian order. This was an ancestor of mine that came to me in a dream in 2022 and pretty much told me about the Cistercian order, told me about the Knights Templar, told me about the Domus Dei book, said that my name is the Domus Dei book means House of God, Judgment, Day of Judgment, and was telling me about the ritual binding that was done on my ancestors on some of the black nobility that made its way, that found its way over into America, and enslaved, unfortunately, or just brought down by the caste system if they did not fall in line with what the Moors were doing at the time. The Draco Moors, they were planning to do. If you did not fall in line, then you were also thrown into slavery. Even if you had mixed in with the Indians, even if you had the rank of the nobility, even if you were, if you did not follow the lines of that order, it was a brotherhood at this time. This was a secret society. If you did not follow the orders, you were thrown right on that plantation as a deterrence to keep other Sephardic Moors from jumping script. Now, these are two different types of Moors. You have some that are obviously the more Islam based or the Muslim based, and you had some that were secret Jews that hid that. They hid it. So that's why a lot of people don't associate Moors with Jew, because it was something that was purposely being hidden. Even when we talk about Saint Bernard founding the Knights Templar, I'll give you this one. A lot of them were secretly Jew. And you know this just from the I would say even some of the Christians at this time would call out the Knights Templar because it was like, you guys are protecting more of the interests of the Jews than the Christians. Why is that? The Knights Templar was protecting the bloodline. I mean, they were infiltrated. They were infiltrated as well. With that's where you know, they were infiltrated, but there was a layer of information that was not given to even other members in terms of purposely protecting some of those last Judahite royal heirs that we knew were black, but it was like, if we can hide the history in terms of like even changing the colors, will you, and even doing some of this stuff was orchestrated by design to throw off where those bloodlines would originally end up, how would they look like, and where would they be, and to keep them out of the system of the this Babylonian Luciferian contract system that made its way over and infiltrated into even the government, which is were modeled after Rome, and botched reverse engineered Commission sciences with the United States government, being modeled after some of the Moorish science, Roman Empire, Commission science, as well as the indigenous Iroquois, some of the Iroquois Indians as well. And it was a combination of things. They were all operating as a brotherhood, different factions, understanding their different versions of masonry, coming together, carving out how you're going to structure the American government. But it was pretty much something that, you know, you got on one accord for the most part in terms of who needed to be oppressed, who needed to be hidden, who needed to be in power, who needed to appear to have power, who needed to be in a shadow, who needed, all of that was already worked out even before to be honest, those who lost to Jacob Art Wars even got their ass over here, even from Ireland, Portugal, and Spain, as well as even Britain. All of that had been worked out at the top. It was like giving orders and moving people on as a chessboard. It's like you're playing Legos, right? And you're taking the Lego pieces. We're talking about Dracos that are able to do this. Ancient bloodlines, Nagas bloodlines as well. Mostly the ones that put all this together. Some were corrupt, some were not. But there was the group that realized that they didn't have the power to overthrow the corruption that they were dealing with. They decided to start also meddling with things to where they hid the last bloodlines of Christ, and we're going to hide them to make sure they stayed out of the system. So that, unfortunately, it meant, you know, if you're going to protect someone's birthright, they have to live a life of austerity. They're not gonna live the life of a big waller because you don't want to, throw too much attention their way. And so when we say like how there were, if you were a Draco Moore, Draco Sephardic Moore, and you didn't want to get with the program of how they were setting up that system in America before we talking about before the formation of America, with the Declaration of Independence and whatnot, in terms of you know the concerted effort to hijack land, steal land, reclassify all of that. If you did not get with that program, you were thrown down too. It's like the idea of targeted individuals. You know, when for those who family members who broke their oath, the kids get targeted. It's to deter other people from breaking their oath. It's the same thing. And so they were doing that similar type of thing back then, but the consequences was get your ass on that plantation with them then. Since you don't want to enslave them, since you don't want to play ball, since you don't want to do what we told you to do, since you don't want to infiltrate, since you don't want to backstab, you suffer the same fate as them then. We ain't got this is how they think. And so that's why you see this mixture, or even some of the infighting that you see in Black America, because there are bloodline wars taking place through the epigenetics. And then you have a group of a portion of Black Americans that have both. And so they feel torn in different directions. And then they have to study, well, okay, what type of Moor are you? Were you one from the Jacobite Wars? Are you one from Portugal or Spain? Or, which one are you? Or do you one that's more from the Islam base? That's a whole nother different energy from the ones that are Sephardic or Hebrew based. Which one are you? Do you know? Are you one of the ones that hid the fact that you were Jew? Did you the one that hid the fact that y'all infiltrated? That you guys are the ones that's behind the Esoteric Order and the Knights Templar? Those are two different. These are like two different energies, because some of these people didn't even get along. It's about they were fighting as well before even getting over here and mixing with the Indians. And so now today you see this whole thing, and then you still see this sort of epigenetic infighting. You see some Moors, the Moors having a reputation of backstabbing people like it's nothing. The women don't fall under that curse because the women were not the ones doing the backstabbing. And actually, and I'm going to be open now. There's a secret society of women that are Moors, and most of them are part Indian. They are Black American. They are the name you won't know. You cannot look this stuff up. They also know one of their main things is you never trust a male Moor, because they also got thrown they got backstabbed as well. The women got backstabbed as well. And again, most of those women are obviously admixed themselves because they've been in America for so long. So they obviously have indigenous blood or white blood, whatever. But that is a known thing. And they discuss on plotting to get their vengeance against that overthrow of what? The Queen Mothership. Now, as we know, matriarchal societies existed in indigenous culture, American Indian culture, which is 500. We're looking at about 574 tribes in America alone, but also in the East as well. The Queen Mothership. We talk about the Moors overthrowing that Queen Mothership. We were the first to get backstabbed. Then they took their show all out on the road and enslaved whoever. So we're talking about the backstabbing, obviously, that was brought over to America. There were Indians that backstabbed other Indians as well and sold other Indians out with the help when all this structure was being set up. It's kind of how you see it today. Do you want to join the secret society or not? Do you want to join the club or not? Oh, you don't want to join the club? You're going to be a targeted individual. Okay, you're not going to get a play. You're not going to get a shape. That's the same setup they did before this country started, before the Constitution was even written. It was like, okay, this is what we're doing. We need this certain people in the shadow. We gonna put these motherfuckers out there to take the hits, to look like they the ones in power. Okay, you don't want to do it. We told you to go. You don't want to do it. Okay, you go put your motherfucking ass on that plantation. Because we setting up white and black as statuses. We're moving more towards this, this pseudo science about race. And yeah, we're gonna push this for as much as we can to hide certain bloodlines, and to even mix up certain bloodlines to fuck their ass up and reclassify. This is what they were saying. And you got to figure a lot of people didn't want to do that because it was like, well, I already have a family. We've already been connected. We purposely got with certain tribes in North Carolina and Georgia, Alabama, that we know had a connection to some of the Algonquian tribes that we know have a connection to some of the Hebrew that we already are aware of. So a lot of those wars that lost the Jacobite wars got purposely with them was by design. Was by design because they had already been traveling back and forth even before the white man got involved over here. And so it was like, wait a minute, now you're trying to say we got to enslave them, or now you're trying to say that we got to do this, we got to backstab them? No, I'm not willing to do that because we already have family together. And it was like, okay, everybody get y'all get enslaved then, bitch. That's what they said. These Draco Moors. And for those who don't know what Draco means, you better look it up. Okay, but those are different. That's a different type of group. From you can't just put everybody in that same category because then, for one, like I said, the women don't fall under that. Leave the person backstab, overthrow the queen mothership, and then it's not even important to even label to be identified as a Moor or this or that or a Hebrew or that. It's not even important because the admixture was set up purposely to confuse, was set up purposely to try to dilute the epigenetics of certain bloodlines. Was already done purposely, and also to get access to such a time as this in terms of the land and birth air rights. Because now, who can claim the land of North America? Anybody that got indigenous lineage to America. So it was by design as to why the Moors mingled in with the Indians and purposely had kids, purposely got access to land, purposely infiltrated that bloodline to create kids with them. And many Black Americans fall in that category, even the ones that want to claim just full-blown indigenous, even the ones that want to sit up there and just claim that they just American Indian are the same ones caught up in the same bullshit. I'm just honest about it. I'm very honest about it. Very honest about it. And there's most of American Indians that would tell you too that they have connection to the royal nobility. Why? Because it's all by design. It's high level masonry, high level craftsmanship. Such a time as this, as far as hiding last Judite heirs within Black America, last bloodlines of Christ and seeds of Lucifer in Black America. It was all high level craftsmanship of mingling epigenetics that they know we're going to mix and be able to mix. We're doing esoteric studies. Everybody know that serpentine beings can have higher access to Akashic records, higher access of knowledge just from looking at the spine of a human. So they'll know certain things about light codes. What are light codes? Quantum data of information that is contained within your DNA, but also your cell memory of your ancestry. As we said, we are the ancestors. All of that it looks like data. Imagine just a bunch of hieroglyphics, just all of the small little data codes, all these different, like a computer circuit. You know how you look at a computer circuit? Just imagine that just being all on your spine, but you just can't see it. But a being at a higher dimension can see all that and see, okay, this is what they got. We can mix these people up together. We can go and mix these people. Okay, there's some Judah, when they went to Africa, even when they brought over the 300,000 slaves from Africa over to North America. Very, very methodical. You're talking about it's not a coincidence they all came from the term Negro land, or there was also a kingdom of Judah over in there too. But what you must remember is that when we talk about interdimensionally and how epigenetics work and how those bloodlines travel, yes, the ones from Kingdom of Judah, they may have traveled going more through Kemet, going through Rome, then getting into Ireland, Portugal, Spain, Britain, then back over to America. But then there was obviously a swipe between between Africa and America in terms of the travel between them before the white man got in the picture, just between them as well. In terms of like how do these Algonquians, why do they have names that are so similar to Hebrew, and why do they, even indigenous Americans today, how come some of them secretly they'll never claim like Hebrew Israelite, but they know if they are Jews and they practice that in private and stuff that you don't know, they hide it. How did all that come about? Why are they saying they're the tribe of Judah? It's not the same. There's the connection, but it's not it's more interdimensional than what you see, because you have to look at as long as you look at the world as a physical thing, you're going to have problems understanding this information, versus if you look at it as planes of dimensions, or energy plus frequency plus density plus dimension, then you can understand this information better. But if you just look at it as like you think somebody needs a boat, and this is how they're going to travel and all this stuff, and don't understand how advanced a lot of these people were, how some of these beings are, then you're not going to understand the information. But when we talk about like how some of these Judite heirs end up in America as well, they didn't just mix up people randomly. As far as even the 300,000 that they brought over from Africa over to here, very specific tribes. Again, I have a book that has access to 150 secret societies in West Africa alone. All of them talk about all this, like pretty much this information I'm talking about. Not all of it, but like we're talking about the Levitical, the Levite priesthoods in West Africa, and the information about them being Jews, Ethiopian Jews, all of that. There's information on this stuff. And so when they're talking about how do you bring this group of people that you want somehow to put in America, you're bringing over, you're enslaving Indians on their own. Like you're enslaving them, but you're mixing them up with some people from Africa. Then you're reclassifying all of them. You bring it, mixed in some Moors and shit from over there. They done got access to the land, and they're and oftentimes also look being a overseer type energy. And then brought people from the Caribbeans, brought people from Jamaica and all this stuff. All of this is very methodical from a higher level, because we're talking about a brotherhood that put all that together. It's unfortunate, but it's what happened. When we're talking about some of the last of the Judite heirs, and I'm not saying it's all Black Americans. What I'm saying is that they were specifically also brought over here to be hidden. And that bloodline walked away. Some of the bloodline walked away. Some of the bloodline continued to honor their deal and make their deal, the pacts, and continue with the bloodline that they it's more as far as the royal monarchy. And then some didn't. And whoever didn't, you got plummeted into slavery if you didn't want to follow orders. That's just like what you see now with targeted individuals. When we look at that if you look at the comment section of the video that we're going to review, we're not going to review it, but we're going to make a connection to it, with William Shannon, the being went viral this week for talking about being a former 33rd degree Mason. If you look at the comment section, all of these people are talking about how they ended up being targeted and covert harassed and gang stalked and fired from jobs and lost positions for anybody who decided to leave that order. Okay. And so you see the same stuff kind of playing out. There's a bunch of people in the comment section talking about that. He also started talking about it, what happened to him when he decided to leave, how they would show up to your house, call your family, harass you. You can't get a job. You can't do this. It's the same type of thing. And so people have dealt with that. And what I'm saying is that when they're setting up the infrastructure of America itself, and particularly the shadow government, now whatever you hear in your history books about, Philadelphia, the conferences in Philadelphia with the founding fathers and writing up and drafting up the Constitution, all that shit, Declaration of Independence, and no representation without taxation, and 13 colonies on. Yeah, that's what they want you to know. But we're talking about shadow government and how you hiding the last heirs of Black nobility within Black America, and they hid that shit so well. Throw everything off, throw people off, and then they also switched the identities of certain people so that people thought that they were going to be looking at possibly white bloodlines or whatever as some of the last royal heirs and all this stuff, and knowing good and hell well, and then purposely kept them out of the system, purposely kept them out of the Illuminati, purposely kept them out of the Mason, purposely. Now some went and they were tried, they were warned, and whatever, you still got free will. So there were a lot of people that unfortunately gave up their birthright accidentally, or being greedy, wanting money, and selling out their bloodline. But there was a concerted effort to purposely keep bloodlines, me being one of them, me being out of that system completely, as a being that has access to both seeds of the being that's the other two beings that say they are morning stars. And morning star is a class of beings, so it's more than just one. And Saint Bernard was one of the ones that facilitated that. How do we hide the last bloodlines of Christ? Where are we gonna hide them? What we gonna do with these motherfuckers? And we gotta keep them out of. We gotta keep them out of the contracts. We gotta keep them out of oaths. And then realizing that some of these bloodlines already had got caught up in it. And so then, how do you get them out of that? How do we break that? And so he's facilitated all of this. And that was the being that came to me in my dream and was telling me all of this information. And I had to just go and look it up. So now Saint Bernard also started the cult of Mary Magdalene at Citeaux. Mary Magdalene, once again, Order of Dragon Riders, Sarah Lakali, one of her sister keepers. Mary Magdalene was a high priestess, very powerful, very, very, very powerful. And they practice more of the Vamachara, which is like the left hand path. But we're talking about the Eastern one, the real one, not Western left hand path. It's not Western left hand path. It is the Order of Serpent knowledge that 125D has access to, and whereof it comes from the Order of Kali. And we keep this quiet. So I'm gonna go to the coffin. So we're gonna take a break, and I'll be back because I got a cough. Okay, so I think I'm good, but I am gonna go. I have to go to the bathroom anyway. So I'm gonna get me some water, and then we'll be right back. So let me see. Again, wreak havoc is just speculation. I'm not saying that is true, but it was something that the Romani people believe in France, and they came from India, and so it's something that they believe. I'm not saying that it's true. And let me see. You said thank you, sister. I'm always thinking about you. I'm okay, still gang stuck, but still less. Yes, I mean it's unfortunate. Have you been starting to do your genealogy though to see why you could be getting gang stalked? Like, or do you know, like, is it because your family walked away or something, or I'm just trying to figure out, like, because I know we talked a little bit about it, but you never really went into detail. And apparently you have some sort of like spiritual gifts, and it could be so many reasons why, but one of them could be like, either it could be a bloodline thing, it could be, spiritual gifts that you have, ties to secret societies or orders or information that that somebody feels intimidated by, or somebody puts you on a list to get out of their deal or contract. It could be anything. So I realized that if you're on Rumble, I'm sorry, but I got kicked off the air on Rumble, so I apologize about that. That is so annoying when that happens. And so let me try to do it again for, oops, I didn't mean to do that one. Okay, I want to stop sharing that. That's not the one we want. So let me do it again for Rumble. Lifestyle. Okay, here we go. So if you're on Rumble, that's what we were looking at, and I did get kicked off the air, so I apologize for that. But I am going to go to the powder room, and then we're going to continue because I do want to get a little bit of water. And then we'll be back. How do I want to put up the file where it says stream will be back. That's the file that I'm looking for. So hold on, guys. Here we go. Okay, perfect. And then on Rumble, I'm going to put up this one. And so the stream will be back. I just need to go to the powder room. Okay, so I am back. Okay, so let me get back to what we were talking about. And for those who don't know, we're going to do our music playlist today. We're doing a fire music playlist. We're doing J Dilla, we're doing Dwelle, and we're doing it in Flying Lotus. So it's going to be Flying Lotus, J Dilla, and Dwelle, and maybe a couple of others here in the mix as well. But for those who didn't know, like, man, if you had to encapsulate my music playlist from my childhood, and I listen to any, pretty much any genre and any song, but like that is my go-to, a J Dilla, a Dwelle. Oh, and so I'm excited. J Dilla is definitely one of the best producers. But I that he's on the docket for our playlist today, and so I'm pretty much playing all of the songs from my childhood. Let me just make sure that my sound is good. But all of the songs that I just grew up listening to, and some fire beats from Jay Dilla. I love him so much, and what we're listening to. But let me get back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of Saint Bernard setting or creating rather the cult of Miriam Magdalene, who was I was saying was this priestess. Oh, did we go? Let me go back to it. Here we go. And so let's continue there. And so, particularly active in Burgundy. Now, remember, that's where the Tertian Order was started. That's where St. Bernard is from. The Code of Miriam Magdalene, which reached the apotheosis in the 11th and 12th centuries, coincides with the development of the Cistercian Order. That is the order that St. Bernard started. This saint was experienced through liturgy as a model for monastic life and was fervently venerated. After purging their sanctoral around 1110, the Cistercians raised her office to the category of 12 lessons. The devotion was accompanied in the course of time by a specific liturgical form. The Odes Capitula, dating from 1136, stipulate that a proper hymn was adopted by the Cistercian order to be sung during Vespers 1 and 2, as well as during Lauds for the Feast of Miriam Magdalene. The breviary, I guess this is French, so I cannot pronounce that. Archives departementales. I do not speak French, so forgive me. Whose readings date back to the early Cistercian period, shows that the white monks used for their readings large, because there was white monks and black monks. They do have this in document, and also they have white Moors and black Moors documented as it relates to the Cistercian order as well. So for those who wanted to research what that stuff is about. The large extracts from the 33rd homily of the Gregory the Great, based on the episode about the woman in the Gospels who had sinned and pardoned by Jesus. For Bernard of Clairvaux and other Cistercians, these multiple facets also evoked an allegory of the path of initiation for Christians, that in repentance and conversion, divine contemplation, and evangelical mission. Saint Bernard obviously would have been an esotericist who understood, we talk about the Miriam Magdalene connection and the order. For him to start a whole cult based around her, and this was supposed to be the whore. This was somebody that clearly understood um, something. And Saint Bernard is the founder of the Knights Templar, one of the founders. Um, she was a priestess in the Order of the Dragon Riders, as well as the Order of the Serpents. Now we have this figure of Sarah Lacali being around this same area as being one of the sister keepers to Miriam Magdalene. Now we're seeing this connection to come about better in terms of the connection between Kalima and Yeshua. And again, this was great research for me to look into, because again, I saw it spiritually, but didn't know how to interpret it in terms of like what it meant. Like what how to see it on a scholarly level, like to see that this was actually something that the Romani people knew about, or that there's this Saint Sarah Lakali. Like I had no idea about that, and that just blew my mind. So let's go to the next screen. And I am going to I'm just going to read this. I'm not going to be breaking down any codes. I probably may mention something that you may be able to go look into, because this is for people that kind of already know what's going on, and they have been esoterically following what I've been saying. They haven't been saying anything about it publicly, but they know. And so this is for you to kind of put something better together as well as it relates to me. And I'll break down some things. In the 11th century, it was still known as the sanctuary of the Virgin Mother. Patron saints of boats and fishermen. Let me talk about Mary. Now, you guys remember that boat wreck, that shipwreck that happened in Maryland in 2024. Remember that boat, and it was named, the boat. It was like this huge cargo ship that had crashed a bridge. Remember the bridge that it had collapsed? That was named after the guy that created the Star Spangled Banner. And then it was happened in Maryland. But all ships are what? Female. Remember that code? All ships are female in admiralty law. Again, this is for those that at the high level can understand and break down codes like it's nothing. So I'm not trying to talk over people's heads, but this part of what I'm going to be talking about is for them. Now let's keep going. But in the following centuries, it began to be called the Church of Saint Mary of the Sea. At length, in Le Bon Roi, it became interested in the legend of Saintess Mary's. Under the direction of his spiritual pastors and masters, he determined to locate the place of their burial. This is important. So everybody remember that bridge that collapsed by that big ass ship. All ships are female in Maryland, and pay attention to this part right here. My mother's name, Mary. Now, under the direction of his spiritual, okay, let's keep going. Okay, the relics of the saints were dug up at Notre Dame de la Mer. Everybody knows that there was a huge ritual done in Notre Dame with Trump and Elon. Pay attention to that. And ushering out of the Baphomet entity that they were worshiping and going into a higher octave of the Great Mother. Pay attention to the Notre Dame ritual that was done and this information that's right in front of you, combined with all the stuff that now you got to go back and do. Some people already know what this is. They already cracked it together. I'm just merely haphazardly trying to put the codes together myself. And it took place on the new name of Saintess Marie's. This relic soon drew unnumbered pilgrims to the new and prospering shrine. Kings and princes enriched the church, and amenities were granted to the inhabitants of the place. Notre Dame. Okay. Whilst the two Marys married the mother of James. James is the name of my father, by the way. And Mary Salome was this identified with the Church of the Camaraderie. That's a French word. I do not know how to pronounce that word, so forgive me. The third of the Miriam Magdalene passed along the coast to the mountains beyond Marseilles. It has been suggested without any great probability. I think that the introduction of this saint into the legend is due to the name of Margalone, the ruined port, which I have referred. We have seen how naturally Mary, the sister of Martha, and Lazarus, Miriam Magdalene, to whom many sins were. Okay. So just pick up the codes with Notre Dame, that boat, the sea, all of these things playing out right in front of you. Now let's go to this one. I'm just going to read this. And again, people that's already aware, they already, you guys you put those codes together yourself, probably a lot better than I can. It is said that this one is the Rosalind Chapel of the Tree of Life and the Holy Grail. It is said that the mortar holding together stones of Rosalind Chapel is made from the crushed scallop shells carried there by many thousands of pilgrims who trod the pilgrim route from Santiago de Compostela over the centuries. The scallop shell and the emblem of Saint James, brother of Jesus, who together with Miriam Magdalene is the leader of the esoteric Christianity. The interior of the chapel is crammed with enigmatic carvings related to secrets of the underground stream of esoteric Christianity. A Tree of Life pillar is the most famous feature of Rosalind. In the context of our research, it is not surprising that the stone masons have also created a plethora of vegetation, nature gone wild, and stone, a green man's paradise. Okay, 13 Rasan chat. Okay, so you guys put those codes together, and let me. How do I do this? Okay, that is where we'll end for that. But what I want to do is now we're going to review some of the things that I have been saying in my book as it relates to the quantum entanglement aspect, as it still relates to Saint Bernard, as well as the Knights Templar, Masonry, and the connection between Yeshua and Kaliba. And so let's review what I said um, in this book right here. Rather, let's go here. Nakhti Queen Mothership Part 3, The Language of the Gods in the Age of the Divine Feminine. This was published December 30th, 2023. Okay. December 30th, 2023. And so this book contains a lot of information about the goddess iconography that was originally on this planet. I will, for one, I want to talk to you guys about like what is all in there. So there's a chapter of my quantum entanglement with the Great Mother, but also we detail the war between the divine masculine and the divine feminine as it relates to the overthrow of the Queen Mothership. And then we talk about the feminine images of God throughout the last 2,500 years. We talk about obviously the Black Madonna, uh, and as well as the divine feminine in the Hebrew Bible, in terms of Lilith, the Kabbalistic interpretations of that, as well as modern interpretations of Jewish theology. Then we also talk about like the different feminine images of gods, like such as Izili Dantor. So this information about Izili Dantor, the Shinto goddess Amaterasu, was a Japanese. So we talk about the divine feminine in Japanese iconography, the divine feminine in Shakti, which is in India, and there we talk about the Devi Mahatmya, which means the way of the goddess or glory to the goddess. And we're talking about various, obviously Durga and Kali being some of the main ones, and Lakshmi. And then we talk about the divine feminine in Yoruba religion as well, as it relates to I want to say the Oduduwa in Obatala. We do talk about that. And then we talk about the Venus of Willendorf, the ancient goddess Crate, obviously the divine feminine in Egypt, as well as we talk about Ma'at and Sekhmet and Hathor and Seshet and Aset and Serket or Selket. And then we talk about the divine feminine in Muslim theology with Alat, and Alat for those who knows Sufism. Again, I don't want to get into all deep into this. We're not going to talk about the specifics of this information, but it's in the book. And then we talk about the goddess in Sumerian text as it relates to Tiamat and Erishkigal. And then we talk about the pre-Adamic ancient orders, which is one of them being the order of Kali and the order of Tahuti. And then we talk about how the Order of Kali gave rise to Atlantean Freemasonry, which birthed Earthbound Freemasonry, was given to Kemet. And so this is where we get a little interdimensional. The pre-Adamic civilizations are interdimensional, and so some people have this information embedded in their epigenetics, but also that there's evidence of certain things. Like you guys are now talking about the Nephilim and Gilgamesh and these giants and the Book of Enoch and all those things, stuff that's been hidden. And also, when you look at some of the Anunnaki, when you're looking at, it was showing that these depictions of Gilgamesh holding a lion like it was a little cat. I mean, this is just stuff that's documented. Or Osiris, as being this huge compared to the humans, in these depictions in ancient hieroglyphics and in ancient writings and in ancient art, ancient statues, whatever. And ancient just means old. We're not putting any. I'm not putting any more value on it on anything. than what is today, not necessarily, but we do know that the depictions itself speak volumes in terms of there's clearly something. I mean, they have depictions of chimeras, they have depictions of dragons, and so people are like, we can't see these things anymore. Oh, that we're all demonic anyways, and all this stuff. And it's like, it's not a flex to not be able to see those things anymore. It means that your frequency got too low to see it because it's still around. Just your frequency is too low to see it. But they're the demonic ones. It's like really. Um. uh. But anyways, what I want to do is just cover, a little bit from this text, and particularly the true story of the fallen angels, and when I explicitly talk about, me being an octave of Yeshua and Kalima, and so we talked about the Atlantean Freemasonry, which gave birth to Earthbound Freemasonry. So as epochs flow like rivers, the legacy of the ancient order of Kali wove instead through the fabric of time, ultimately reaching the dimension of Atlantis. Here's the seeds of Atlantean Freemasonry sown, an extension of that profound wisdom bestowed by generations. This spiritual lineage transcended space, eventually giving rise to Earthbound Freemasonry, an echo of an ancient origin, but not its perfect reflection. So now we have the galactic war between the divine feminine and the divine masculine. This is the true story. This is the true rift of the fallen angels wanting to come down to planet Earth, or getting kicked out, rather. And we talk about the overthrow of this queen mothership, but it was an overthrow of an order, attempt of an overthrow of an order in a higher dimension as well. Okay. A cosmic tempest raged between the divine masculine and feminine, the echoes of which resounded on Earth in the form of a proxy power struggle. It wasn't a matter of physical gender, rather, it encompassed the integral governance of cosmic forces, a quest to harness the generative power of the divine feminine that gave rise to the divine masculine. The true essence of this celestial discord was veiled, misinterpreted, and swayed in symbolisms as it was transcribed onto earthly scrolls, including the pages of the Bible. Ancient narratives, once rich with interdimensional complexities, were diluted and convoluted through the passages of ages, their original meanings misinterpreted. And so now we talk about the saga of the fallen angels, epitomized by the enigmatic figure of Lucifer. It wasn't just a tale of defiance, it was a cosmic schism, a yearning for an alternative dimension where the laws of electromagnetism could be tested and where the autonomy of free will reigned supreme. And so we kicked the fallen angels out of our dimension. Again, this is with me. I wrote this during a full blown quantum entanglement. So you're going to see asking you to maintain open mind and whatnot. Let me see what you said. You said dragons and Anunnaki and huge Egyptian divine power discovered by an ancient text. Oh yeah, huge giant UFO spotted over Giza pyramids. I heard about that too. I heard about that. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. But nice to see you. But let me keep going. Let's see where was I at. Where was I at? Okay, I was right here actually. Okay. The saga of the fallen angels. Da, 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 da. Okay. We kicked who did not want to creator God. Same concept. The creator mother allowed this to happen and created Earth dimension from this evolutionary state, meaning Earth had to go through evolution of consciousness and evolution in general. In the celestial realm, the great mother, whose nurturing love birthed galaxies and constellations, granted permission for an experiment in free will upon Earth. Fallen angels desiring dominion and their division of unshackled freedom were bestowed with the realm to create species and realities of their design. But planet Earth was already a dimension that had already existed. But we're talking about a realm. A realm and a dimension are two different things. And so the realm to create species and realities of their design. So we have matrices. They knew masonry, Lucifer, fallen angels. The cosmic experiment was a grand tapestry woven with threads of benevolence and malevolence alike, as diverse extraterrestrial beings journeyed to Earth to embrace the spectrum of consciousness made possible by the embrace of free will. Amidst the interplay of Lemurians, Anunnaki, Atlanteans, Pleiadians, Arcturians, and more, once thrive, remain steadfast, the ancient order of Kali, custodians of the divine feminine's wisdom. Yet shadows extend even to the cosmic light. Some malevolent entities, consumed with their thirst for power, infiltrated the sanctum of these teachings, distorting them into webs of deceit. So lying, stealing the teachings and then lying about them. That's what that means. Their manipulation took hold, and the essence of Atlantean Freemasonry was obscured. Its true intent hidden by layers of falsehood. So the masonry that you see now is a botched version. Even though I offend a lot of people by saying that, it's true. Okay, so the true story of the fallen angels and Lucifer. So some of the fallen angels stole ancient books from the Order of Kali and Atlantean Freemasonry and misinterpreted the codes and information or outright lied about the information. The Bible was also misinterpreted to vilify women and distort Atlantean Freemasonry, which was originally crafted by the ancient Order of Kali, representing a grave perversion. While some tales within the Bible are indeed true and embedded with concealed wisdom, the hands that pen its text included those of women and men. These women drew from the teachings of an order that safeguarded the divine feminine. The timeless legacy of the ancient order of Kali, whose embrace extended to encompass both history and cosmic truth. A truth in which Yeshua stands as a bloodline descendant, as do I in this incarnation. Among the narratives that have transcended time, the saga of the fallen angels, including the enigmatic figure of Lucifer, carries a kernel of authenticity. Their desire was not merely defiance, it echoed their yearning for a world of free will, where the very laws of electromagnetism could be inverted from DC to AC current, from AC to DC current. That's what they were attempting to do. Again, in this realm, male dominion was to govern, and the ability to craft species and free will was paramount. It is true that the divine feminine was present on Earth initially, but this was done so that the divine masculine can learn our methods of governance and esoteric sciences. They simply wanted to learn from us to figure out the weaknesses. In our dimension, there were two distinct Lucifers, one ancient matronly and benevolent, and the other more commonly known as associated with the rebellious connotations. The ancient grandmother Lucifer is the original source of the name, is a figure who brought light and enlightenment. This benevolent archetype stands in stark contrast to the commonly held perceptions of Lucifer as a malevolent being. The child angel Lucifer is obsessed with mind control down here. Lucifer didn't even tell anyone that there are two Lucifers, and because that is also a class of being, just means a light bearer, light being. Him and his ancient grandmother. He concealed this information. The ancient grandmother, as we call it, primordial figure, is who Lucifer is named after. This information has been concealed from the earth dimension until now. Perhaps in secret societies, this information is already known. The name Lucifer has such a negative connotation now that many of the younger generations don't even call grandmother Lucifer anymore. Granted, these are octaves of the archetype we call Lucifer. Lucifer is also a title in our dimension. Yes, it's also a title, which you guys refer to as 125D or heaven. A title like general, sergeant, or choir director. Obviously, the title is not as popular anymore because of this, what has happened on planet Earth since the Prince of Air had been giving reign and dominion over this planet, over the planet Earth, based on a treaty that was developed in 125D before fallen angels got down here. So the concept of Lucifer concealing the existence of two distinct archetypes adds a layer of complexity. And the concealment about the title Lucifer and the ancient grandmother is strange in our eyes. So pretty much, we don't understand why that information was not revealed to humanity. From my initial conversations with the rebellious child Lucifer, he was driven by a desire to experience free will, sought to share interdimensional knowledge, and engage in creative experimentation. Even though some of the angels decided to honor the order of our pledge of our dimension, many of us understood the quest. Like, we didn't care. Like, pretty much there were some angels that did not give a damn that there was fallen angels that wanted to go down to planet Earth. They were offended, though, by the plight to try to overthrow the order of 125D, or what you say, the overthrow of God. Like that is, the story is a little different from how we understand it. Lucifer and Archangel Michael fought like hell, though. After all, they were brothers. You may refer to these as archetypes, as feminine as well. Michael was angry because he wanted to leave him, and he was angry at the disrespect of our great mother, or God, and grandmother. It was still awkward to this day between them. Some of us were never mad at Lucifer until he created a lower octave called octave figure. This is a homunculus deity called Satan. Now, the homunculus deity, they got a lot of them in Babylonian society. And I had to tell you this: they lie and tell humans that they are primordials. And these are the same beings that want contracts. They need you to sign a contract with them. No primordial being will ever, ever, ever require a human to be in such a situation with them. They don't need your energy. They don't need anything from you. So those are not primordials. And that should be very obvious. Those are Babylonian homunculus deities. They have no connection to the primordials. But they can lie and tell you that because they have more power than you. But they're not primordial at all. So you want to be careful when you're dealing with that stuff. The current state of Earth doesn't reflect the initial goal me and Lucifer initially discussed before him coming down here. The planet's consciousness is perceived as lagging behind, and the presence of low governing force is disrupting the entire balance of the universe. This has led to the intervention of legions of angels, gods, watchers, and divine entities from various dimensions, all working to correct the imbalances on Earth. Did you know that the Great Mother and Holy Spirit herself had communicated with me through quantum entanglement to get a message to humanity? Okay. Advanced interdimensional beings will take over one's consciousness to get messages out if need be. It's like making a telephone call. So I was chosen for this. The Great Mother has given me clearance to use her title, share this knowledge, and use her power if I am threatened. She's not the only entity that has allowed me to do this. It was agreed upon in council meetings, given the circumstances I was born into, and the oath my earthbound ancestors made with Satan, who essentially sold me out as an innocent child. So pretty much there's a lot of bloodlines that get sold out in America and globally by some of your ancestors who've made pacts to do such a thing, to whether that be acquire wealth, acquire something, whatever they want. Sometimes they require the sacrifice of a child. It could be not necessarily just their life that gets sacrificed, but their consciousness, um, their destiny, their birthright. It could be anything. Now, obviously, all of that is illegal. So it's a lot of times it don't work or end up backfiring. But that's why the idea of like a lot of people can target individuals, it could be one of those situations that you're dealing with, you know? The gods in all galaxies decided to step in, not just for me, but for all the innocent children and humans. I'm just one of the representatives. I was put into a satanic version of a program that was initially used for royalty during the programming of altars. That is when gods gave me secret knowledge, information in my past lives, and taught me high level knowledge from the ancient order of Kali and then Atlantean Freemasonry. And so, again, when children are being put in, going through SRA, and I never went through SRA. If I was, I don't remember it. I do know that people in my bloodline, just from hearing stories and situations from elders, that they were though, and the stories that I mean, they're clearly similar to SRA abuse. I just never experienced that, and if I did, I don't remember it. And but usually, if you're say a royal monarch bloodline and you went through SRA during those programming of your altars, your consciousness becomes fragmented, and again, certain bloodlines, they will get taken up to a higher dimension to learn certain knowledge or to be given training. Will you? I'm pretty much aware of all of the humans that have went through that training. I don't give their name. Some of them are public figures. I don't give their name because that was like a god stepping in, a female god stepping in and deciding, okay, we don't agree with what they're doing to these children, but as these children are going through these particular things, let's take them up, protect the fragmentations of their consciousness, though. We're going to protect that aspect and prevent them from becoming fragmented. And we're going to take them to a different dimension and train their consciousness and train them on the original knowledge and science of what this stuff is. Then, ironically, uh, protect them throughout their whole life. And then, ironically, announce that these are the same children. They're adults now. They're going to announce the change of the paradigm and the end of this disgusting Babylonian Luciferian system and the end of this satanic uh, uh, system that is based on reverse engineering sciences and low governing force. That's too much low governing force on the planet. So let me keep going. This is in the book, by the way. This is in this book. I'm reading you something straight out of my book. And so they made it very clear that they did not approve of trauma-induced monarch programs being used for mind control. They intended a program to train royalty for rulership, and trauma was not needed. They showed me all of my past lives, so I have a clear understanding of the original version of this as well. Not all of them I remember, but some of them. But a lot of people, have their past lives too. They just don't remember them. The other beings helping me are concealed even from me because I've always been viewed as having a big mouth in every dimension I've ever visited. And so that's one thing. Let me just go here. I know I said something. Okay. Okay. So I'll continue reading this. Okay, so Satan was created by beings who are originally casted out of our dimension. This is a different octave of Lucifer. Our dimension has no familiarity with Satan as we do Lucifer, who we once viewed as a stubborn child wanting more freedom to explore, whom we sent here on earth because he took things too far and abused his power. I'm going to be very candid and blunt. Many of the angels feel that Lucifer can uh I don't want to go there. However, we see Lucifer and Satan as two different beings, and we will not let Satan in our dimension as we view this as a homunculus being not from our dimension. Because again, there's this thing where people are mixing these two octaves together and saying that Satan is just an archetype and an egregore. And we're telling you that whoever's telling you that doesn't know that that is the ingredient to creating an entity, and that the science of creating a homunculus is something that the fallen angels know on a higher level than humans. But humans can also create homunculus. So if a human can create a homunculus, what do you think a fallen angel can do? They can do the same thing, but at a higher level than you. And we simply just don't understand. Like, it's like you're not going to convince us that on any time space dimension that sacrifice of children is okay. It's just not going to be something that we agree with. you know and so, but at the same time, we also don't understand how people think that those two beings are the same thing. And it even, like, we say, okay, well, Satan just means the adversary of your lower self, not the lack of integration. You can say that without having to do the weird rituals. Where does that come from? So there's a segment of somebody that is intentionally being obscure even to their own people that are following it. And that's what the former 33-degree Mason was letting people know. The guy Bill, who went viral this week. And so I said, let me be clear. I am not telling people what to believe or follow. I am just simply setting the record straight. His time to rule on this planet is up, as agreed upon by him and his grandmother and the great mother. He also knows he can no longer rule over this dimension, and we have descended down to earth to physically remove him because the octave of Lucifer, called Satan, refuses to hand over rightful power. So these are two different entities in our eyes, in the universe's eyes. Again, the fallen angels created Satan. Lucifer and Satan even tried to construct plans to kill his former brothers and sisters, the archangels. His sister, Kalima, who has since ascended into godhood since the last time we physically saw each other, as well as the lower octave of Kalima and reincarnation of Yeshua, which is me, Kali J.N.S, born Jenny, and Nun. Yes, I'm a bloodline descendant of the ancient order of Kali and the Atlanteans, the genealogy of Jacob, as well as Yeshua, and by proxy, Lucifer, as they are both. I mean, Lucifer's a fallen angel from 125D. That means you still have 125D epigenetics. That's just common sense. Now, again, this was all just me writing in quantum entanglement. That's why it says Nakhti Queen Mothership, Part 3, the language of the gods and the age of divine feminine. I didn't expect the average human to understand this information in this book, but it's highly, highly, shadow banned anyways. But it's me giving some scholarly documentation of things, as well as, some quantum entanglement shit. And that is just one of them. And in 2023, I'm telling you, it was wild. Like, I could see clear as day, like, into other portals and dimensions and whatnot. And so it got real. And so it took me a long time to kind of settle, but I did. And so I'm happy about that. But yeah, it was wild. As you can see, this it was December 30th when that came out. So let me share this other one. Let's go here. Because now I want to read just a little bit of something out of this book. Because I also wrote this while in a quantum entanglement too. And this was published April 27th, 2024, 281 pages long. This one is called Nakhti Queen Mothership Order, Alternative to Freemasonry, Esoteric Studies Department, Nakhti University. So this is um, also highly, I wouldn't say it's just information that it's heavy. It's heavy information, so it's hard. I'm not here to try to convince anyone. Oh, hey guys, you need to believe this or you need to follow this. That is not the point of me clearly talking about this information. It's just something that I felt was, uh, on my mind. I had been seeing those quantum entanglements for quite a long time, and so to me, I just wrote it down. Like I didn't, and it was bold to obviously, make some of the claims that I made, and then talk about, you know, certain things, and while in a quantum entanglement, it's heavy. It's heavy. What's interesting is we talk about Satan, and it's funny because like I don't know if you guys saw this, but I guess it's a post going viral that a satanic leader was arrested at Kansas Capitol today during a Black mass protest. So I thought that was interesting. And again, you know, the idea that these things are just egregores and archetypes. One can just see it like that, of course, but also you have to be careful with that because, like I said, an archetype and an egregore is what you need to create an entity. It's not the only ingredients, but those are pretty heavy. And if the egregore and archetypes are really really advanced, then they can. It's like they don't need the other ingredients at that point. They will self formulate, and so you just have to be careful. So now let's talk about the Nakhti Queen Mothership Order alternative to Freemasonry. So my ancestor who birthed this is just one of the chapters. Actually, I think I'll share this because again, and in the book, I won't share the whole entire book online, but look at this. It says my ancestor who birthed Earthbound Freemasonry Saint Bernard. I did write about this. I wrote about him, and so I'll go back here, but I'll read to you just a little bit about what I was saying about Saint Bernard. And so it says, in the vast expanse of history, we encountered the legendary figure of Bernard of Clairvaux, revered as Saint Bernard. He was a remarkable individual who wore multiple hats, an abbot, a mystic, and a co-founder of the renowned Knights Templar. What sets him apart even more is his significant role in reforming the Benedict order, giving rise to the budding Cistercian order. Bernard's journey led him to establish the revered Clairvaux Abbey in a secluded and picturesque spot called Val d'Espinay, tucked about 15 kilometers south of Bar sur Albi. At the Council of Troy in 1128, he crafted the foundation of what we now know as the Rule of the Knights Templar, a set of principles for exemplified Christian nobility. Amidst the tumultuous events of his time, the church faced a schism after Pope Honorius II passed away in 1130. Bernard firmly supported Pope Innocent II and effectively argued for his legitimacy, prevailing over the rival anti-pope Anacletus II. Bernard was no stranger to voicing his opinions, and he openly critiqued the renowned philosopher and theologian Peter Abelard during the Second Council of the Lateran in 1139. An ardent advocate of crusades, Bernard was a charismatic speaker who inspired many to join the Second Crusade through a powerful sermon at Vézelay in 1146. St. Bernard's remarkable impact didn't fade after his death. He was canonized just 21 years later by Pope Alexander III, and in 1830, Pope Pius recognized him as the Doctor of the Church, a title bestowed on those whose intellectual and spiritual insights have left a profound mark. In a grand tapestry of history, Bernard of Clairvaux shines as a guiding light, inspiring generations with his wisdom and dedication to his faith. His life story remains an engaging and meaningful tale, even for college students in their early 20s, as it embodies the spirit of courage, faith, and the pursuit of noble ideals. Bernard's family hailed from the upper echelons of Burgundy noble society, with his parents, Tesseline de Fontaine and Athalie de Montbard, holding esteemed positions in a household bustling with 7 children. Bernard occupied the 3rd slot, blessed with 6 brothers as his companions. At the tender age of 9, he embarked on an educational journey, attending a school under the guidance of secular canons for Saint Verlaine. Here, Bernard's passion for literature and rhetoric found fertile ground. An ardent devotee of the Virgin Mary, Bernard's heart brimmed with special reverences for the Queen of Heaven, a devotion that later inspired and penned several compelling works dedicated to her. With a fever that set him apart from the scholastic thinkers of his time, Bernard championed a personally held faith grounded in Christ's life as exemplary model and underscored by a newfound emphasis on the Virgin Mary. In contrast to the rational approaches of the scholastics, Bernard advocated an immediate faith with the intercessor but none other than the Virgin Mary herself and Mary Magdalene. Tragedy struck Bernard at the age of 19 when his mother passed away, casting a shadow of grief over his youth in the tumultuous phase. He faced daunting temptations, contemplating a life of solitude and prayer as a refuge for the world's trials. In the year of 1098, a visionary group spearheaded Robert of Molesme embarked on a transformative journey to establish Citeaux Abbey near the enchanting city of Dijon. Their noble purpose was ardently embrace the rule of Saint was to ardently embrace the rule of Saint Benedict, a secure blueprint for monastic living. Like a nun. Effectively giving rise to the noble monastic order, which is the honor of abbey, came known to be as the Order of Cistercians. As fate would have it, Bernard faced the heart-rending loss of his beloved mother, which instigated a profound change in the trajectory of his life. Driven by an insatiable quest for spiritual fulfillment, he resolved to seek solace and purpose within the hallowed walls of Citeaux. In the year 1113, Bernard, accompanied by a resolute cohort of 30 of other young noblemen from Burgundy, ventured forth to seek admission into this newly born monastery. The impact of Bernard's unwavering commitment to his calling proved to be nothing short of extraordinary. His example of devotion and dedication resonated profoundly with countless souls, inspiring scores of individuals to embrace monastic life in pursuit of a deeper, more meaningful existence. The ripple effect of Bernard's compelling influence surged through the ages, birthing a community of kindred spirits bound by a shared pursuit of spiritual enlightenment and a profound yearning for inner peace. And so that is one of the sections in my book. And then now we're going to cover just a brief history of the Knights Templar. In the year 1118, about 2 decades after the Kingdom of Jerusalem was founded by Godfrey Godefroy de Bouillon and his valiant crusaders, a band of 9 French knights led by intrepid Hugues de Payens made their way to the Holy Land. Their destination, the sacred site of the former Temple of Solomon. Here, they embarked on a mission to establish a unique order that would blend the virtues of knighthood and monasticism. Now we're talking about the knight priesthood, the military priesthood. Taking solemn vows of chastity, poverty, and obedience before Theocletus, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, they became known as the Knights of the Templar, or simply the Templars, with the order named the Order of the Temple. Under the firm patronage of Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, a towering figure within the Cistercian order, the Templars founded unwavering support and recognition from the influential Pope Honorius II. Despite battling with ill health, Saint Bernard played a pivotal role in the Council of Troyes, yes, in 1128, actively contributing to the formulation of the rule that would govern the order's conduct and way of life. So I'm still reading from my book here. The Templar Order was an exclusive brotherhood primarily reserved for the men of noble birth, composed of knights, chaplains, sergeants, and a diverse array of artisans and workers. Structured along hierarchical lines, the Grand Master held the highest position, followed by Seneschal, Marshal, and Commander. Commanderies and provinces adhered to the same organizational structure, maintaining a cohesive network across the realm. The rule granted the Templars a remarkable level of sovereignty, enabling them to exert authority over local governments and ecclesiastical authorities wherever they were stationed. They enjoyed the privilege of exemption from taxes and the power to administrate justice within their territories. In their relationship with the church, they were accountable solely to the Pope and possessed the authority to appoint their own clergy. Prospective Templars faced rigorous tests of characters and dedication before earning admission to the order. During the period of probation, they endured various challenging tasks, proving their sincerity and inner strength. Their battle standard bore a red 8-pointed cross on a background of black and white squares, known as the Bucient. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. I think that's French. The Templars' battle cry was Verve Saint Amour, while their device eloquently proclaimed Non nomis Domine, non nobis se nomine, tua Dei gloriam. So that means not for us, Lord, not for us, but to thy name give glory. They're still depicted 2 horsemen on the same steed, symbolizing poverty and service. In a remarkably short span, the Templars emerged as a formidable force across Europe and the Middle East. Their disciplined organization and adaptable lifestyle in the Holy Land set them apart from other armies, earning them wealth and influence during the Crusades. However, the seeds of their eventual decline were sown with the failure of the Second Crusade and a rise of eternal rivalries and waning idealism. The capture of Jerusalem by the Muslims in 1244 and the fall of St. Jean d'Acre in 1291 marked the gradual end of European presence in the Holy Land, prompting the Templars and their competitors, the Knights of St. John, to depart the region. In France, the Templars experienced a brief period of undisturbed existence. However, the fate turned grim under the reign of Philip, known as Philip the Fair, who sought their wealth and devised a plan to discredit and dismantle the order. That's when they started talking about how the Knights Templar worship Baphomet. Saint Bernard did not worship Baphomet, but this king, Philip the Fair, needed to find a way to get that hands on the wealth and to discredit and dismantle the order. So in 1312, Pope Clement reluctantly abolished the temple order, and so they had to go and hide and come up with another brotherhood. In the subsequent years, witnessed extensive trials, torture, and confessions of alleged wrongdoings. The 22nd Grandmaster Jacques de la Mole met a tragic fate, being burnt at the stake in 1314. So they were torturing them, forcing them to commit random confessions about this Baphomet stuff, and they had been infiltrated. So they sent some infiltrators, then got some confessions, and then they had to go and hide underground. But also some of them started to morph into other orders. While other European countries experienced a less severe persecution, the Templar movement waned. Spain and Portugal resisted external pressure, finding a solution by creating new orders. Here we go. This is Spain and Portugal right here, to protect the Templars. And they also went into Ireland as well, who integrated into these new institutions. The Order of Mentisa in Spain and the Order of Christ in Portugal endure to this day. They have evolved into purely ceremonial entities with little resemblance to their original counterparts. There was one in Ireland as well. The aforementioned facts served as a concise account of the Templar history. However, the true essence of who the Templars were and their underlying mission remained the subject of heated discussions and controversies. In the world of Templar tradition, one vision stands alongside interpretations provided by academic historians. Numerous publications, each presenting diverse facets of the debate, are referenced at the conclusion of this article, inviting readers to forge their own conclusions. In the Templar tradition, we encountered two distinct orders framework: a clandestine council shrouded in secrecy on one hand, and an overt hierarchy and organizational structure on the other. The clandestine aspects of the Templar activities is said to serve a profound purpose, in line with the intentions of the order's true founder and none other than Saint Bernard de Clairvaux. As the bearer of secret teachings known as the earliest church father, Saint Bernard devoted himself to the task of harmonizing the sacred knowledge with insights gleaned from other sources. His ultimate endeavor lay in consolidating the spiritual wealth, making it accessible to initiates of its time, and ensuring the perpetual transmission in the future. Thus, the Templar tradition, built in enigmatic practices, held a profound and transformative mission beyond a conventional narrative of battles and acquisitions. Okay, so the esoteric dimension of Judaism, rooted in Kabbalah, was also known to the Templars. Their endeavors entwined with the enigmatic builders known as the Compagnons, who held sacred knowledge of the art of construction and played instrumental roles in erecting magnificent cathedrals across France. In turn, the Templars extended the protective embrace over the Compagnons, availing themselves of the valuable services and wisdom imparted by these skilled artisans. Okay, so let me see if I want to continue to read this stuff, because I do talk about like the connection between Sufism and alchemy and Kabbalah and the Knights Templar, but I'm going to go down a little bit because I don't want to read all of my book. Okay, Movers believe that the 9 founding knights, while spending considerable time in the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem, were initiated in enigmatic teachings of the Kabbalah. Okay, so now let's talk about the Knights Templar connection to Freemasonry. So various orders claiming affiliation with the Templar resurgence abound in France and other nations. In the United States, and several Masonic orders with Templar influence also exist, although they often lean more towards romantic, mythical, and fantastical aspects of Templarism, lacking the substantial death, of living the Templar way of life. And so, there's that you know, I'm not going to read all of that, but I also talk about like the Black Moors in Europe and America. This is where I started talking about the Moors from Spain and Portugal, as well as those that lost the Jacobite Wars. Let's see, did I get into all of that? The Moors were often portrayed as primarily Black race and swarthy. I'm just trying to go to see where I mentioned it. Moorish Emperor Yusuf bin Tashfin, brown hair, Chancellor Williams. Okay. Let me see. I'm just going down because I did talk about quite a bit about the Moors that came from Spain in this book. And then General Tariq being Sayyid in year 711 AD, the Assembly of the Black Muslims. Okay, and then we were talking about the 1609 to 1614, the Crown orchestrated a series of deliberate decrees that culminated the expulsion of the Moors from Spain. So I talked about that. And then we were talking about the journey to Ireland as well for making its way to America. Regarding Christopher Columbus, Moors had a rich history. So I wrote about this all in my book. I mean, it's right here. It's not like the book is already published. It's not like I can just make this stuff up. It's right there. And then here, chapter 1, we talk about Saint Bernard gives official approval for College J.N.S to create alternative Freemasonry. And I'm talking about, him being an unwavering spiritual guide, coming in dreams and giving me the architectural insight for how to develop the Nakhti order. And so, I mean, again, if you're talking about quantum entanglement and whatnot, and then we get into, you know, um, the actual documentation of things that I didn't even know about that actually exist, especially the Sarah Lakali. Like I just had no idea. I just had no idea. Okay, and so let's see, because I do know I want to talk about, Don Robinson. We do want to cover a little bit about Don Robinson. Where are we at right here? Before we do that, though, when we talk about you, I'll show you this. Let's see. I just want to show you the photo of this because what's interesting is that in this crash out that I had recorded on August 23rd, 2022, I mentioned Saint Bernard. I mentioned the Cistercian order and they sacrifice their children. I was mentioning that in 2022. Under the influence, like, and I wasn't under the influence or anything, but I was just under the influence of like literally being in different dimensions at one time, like literally suspended, like between two worlds. And I was reviewing a little bit of that, yesterday, and I was like, this is totally cringe. I'm like, could you imagine if someone who is like, the average person like working at Amazon at the time, just listening to this, not know it, and just they would think that it's nuts. So I'm like, wow, like, but nonetheless, that was that. But I want to show you because again, I have been trying to put all this stuff together, stuff I've seen in my mind's eye. Because I saw this, I made this video, Alchemy Reservoir of Black Americans to Collective Unconscious Genealogy and Preserving Ethnicity. And in this video, I'm somewhat discussing, let me go, I'm somewhat discussing, some of my genealogy. As you can see, you can see the way it starts, Alchemy Reservoir of Black Americans. And so, um, I had made this, I want to say 2 years ago. Yeah, it's right here, 2 years ago, October 10th, 2022. And it was me. This was originally created August 17th, 2022. And that's when St. Bernard started coming to me then. And so I mentioned his name in this uh I mentioned his name in this video, and I was talking about genealogy and I was talking about, this book right here, Alchemy Reservoir of Black Americans, the Collective Unconscious Genealogy and Preserving Ethnicity. And then I proceeded to get, we were talking about some esoteric aspects of things too. It's a really good book, if it was to help Black Americans. Um, and so I was talking about, some of my ancestors. This is an Indian man, but also he has, some ties to Europe as well. This is my grandfather. This is my grandfather right here. Now he identifies mainly as Indian, but we also know that our connection to Europe as well. And so, I was talking about like Saint Bernard as well and all these things, but that's where this like started, and this kind of like opened up a can of whoop ass, I have to say, as far as like waking up ancestry. It wasn't just doing genealogy; like it literally woke ancestors out of the sarcophagus on my ass, and that was hard to handle. It really was. Someone that just had no knowledge of what this stuff meant and whatnot. And so over the years, I have a lot better understanding. But 2 years ago, I'm telling you, it was like, whoa, what's going on? I thought I just, lost it. But let me go here because I want to show you when we talk about being a targeted individual and the things I found out about, like, you know, how these groups do, like, how these covens and how groups will just target a person. At that time, I didn't know what that meant. I made this 2 years ago as well, August 22nd, 2022. That was also when the crash out Twitter space was created. But this is still on my YouTube channel. It's still there. And you can see me like frantically you know, um, talking about the lion race. I broke a it was a lot. It was a lot going on at this time. And I was saying 214 earthquakes so far. The kingdom of God is within you. But no lie, like when I said I wanted some earthquakes, I would say that day alone, I was saying I was banging this singing bowl, saying earthquakes will come and earthquakes are going to come. And that same day, 214 earthquakes took place. That same exact day. And yes, it was wild and it was a lot. And I even had to put like, as you can see, this says King David, son of Jesse. Keep this in mind because during our playlist, I'm going to share a story with you. It's very interesting, but keep this in mind. King David, the son of Jesse. I wrote that there in August 22nd, 2022. Obviously, this was heavy. And so I was saying, be honorable in everything that you do, be trustworthy, respectable, and have integrity. Goddess is not to be mocked. You must program your own mind. Do not let others do it for you. Every mind is a universe. Love, Kali J.N.S. King David, son of Jesse. And so, look, as you can see here, I was like, and this, I did say it was method acting because I already knew that the CIA was monitoring me. And so I wanted to kind of throw them off by saying, oh, it's just as method acting because I was in full blown quantum entanglement. And so I knew that they were tracking and seeing what I was talking about and trying to study it. So I just said, well, I'll just say it's method acting. But I'm saying I would discuss the layers of light. I was pretty much talking about the layers of light. And I will also focus on the energy before time and space. Like to focus on the energy before time and space existed, the dark divine feminine, the primordial mothers. And so I wrote this, and I didn't understand what it meant when I was writing this stuff out. Like I just knew, okay, the primordial mothers. I could see that clear as day in the spiritual realm, but I didn't know the science behind that. There was already, information about these things. And as you can see, like you see Saturn just right on your screen. It was a lot, guys. This was a lot. Like being in quantum entanglement with Kalima, it felt like I was shaking for one. In this video, as you can even hear it in my voice, like I was shaking, sweating profusely, and I was sober. There was no drugs, no drinking, none of that. Because I remember she said, you're gonna have to go into spiritual warfare. You cannot drink, you cannot do nothing right now. And so at that time I was sober. I do have to say that. But because I remember she said, you can't drink anything right now. You can't do anything right now because you have to go into spiritual warfare. They about to come for your ass. They about to try to take you out. I remember she said that. And so at that time, I have to say for like that whole week, I had stopped. Like up until August 22nd, I'll say like prior to like the 6 days before that, I had not had a drink or anything because I was told not to, or because of spiritual warfare that was being done on me, and so I stopped. And that is when, I've had the quantum. That's when I started having all these dreams, even ancestral dreams and whatnot. Because I guess that whoever these covens were, or these secret societies, I guess they figured, we got to close in on her, But I felt the ritual attack, and that's when I started getting phone calls from people, and people were being weird, and I could see in the spiritual realm that I was under spiritual attack, but also I could see who was doing it, why they were doing it. I knew it was the government. I knew it was stuff with CIA. I knew it was people connected to the reparation space, as well as people that are even in my personal life. We talking about defense contracts. I could see all that. I could see soul contracts. I could see that there was some sort of game bidding system, like a bid. I saw all of that in the spiritual realm in 2022. I also saw that you had to that you we're gonna talk about it in that interview, that 33rd degree Mason, when he was talking about how part of his deal and contract was to go and bring in 7 more souls and convince 7 humans to sell their soul to Satan. He said that in that video that went viral this week. It got 1 million views. I saw that people were doing that in August 2022. I saw that people were doing that, and I saw that people were doing that in the reparation space, and I saw that it was like you get a reward for doing it. Because I talked with a friend behind the scenes. I was like, dude, I don't know why I'm seeing this in the spiritual realm, but it's like something where it's part of the deal, or something that they got to do on a contract or a paper, where they got to bring in people into the system, and they get a reward for doing it, and then also they also get a reward for messing other people up and holding other people back. And she was just looking like, what? And I'm like, dude, they get a reward for it. It's like some sort of, like, it's a part of the deal they take. And I saw all this stuff spiritually, couldn't make sense of it though. And so this dude, Dr. Bill Schonabine, who, is one of the early truthers who walked away from being a 33rd degree Mason, he said that in his video. So he confirmed that everything that I was seeing in 2022 is true. Because how would I know such an intricate detail like that? And I'm not even a part of none of their stuff. Like, that is such an intricate detail. But it was like looking into a Akashic record or a book of information and seeing stuff like that. I'm telling you, it was so hard to explain. It was like I could see it clear as day. Like that's what they was doing to people in the reparation space. And that's what they were trying to get with do to me. And then also stuff with contract defense and all that, yeah, defense contracts and all that stuff. So I saw all that. And so I'm calling a friend, I'm calling people, and I'm like, yo, what's going on? Why am I seeing stuff you know, with this tertiary order? And then I was really like confused. 'Cause this was all new to me. And so then, August 22, 2022, I do have to say I was very aware of who was sending the psychic attacks, who was enacting spiritual warfare on me, who was coming after me. I could see it just clear as day, and I knew it. They were Babylonian deities that are on these people. They thinking they're working with primordials. I can see that they were Babylonian deities that were, in my eyes, they're very low level. In their eyes, they working with these. These are the ones that force people to get into contracts. These are not primordials. These are not like high level. These are homunculus deities. They pretty much, if a human know who they are, they can pretty much damn near have just as much power as them, to be honest. So I saw that they were sending them out to come in and get at me, and I'm looking like, what the fuck? Now see, my octave of Kalima, the higher octave, is the one that had to take over, because me, I'm Jenny Nunstanley. Me as Jenny is in human flesh, I couldn't understand what it was. And it was kind of, I was getting scared, you know? And so when the Kalima octave, the higher octave takes over, that was a lot of energy to hold. It felt like my brain was about to explode. I was sweating. I could barely stand. I was shaking everywhere, and I could barely stand because I'm a human trying carrying the power of Kalima. That's a lot of that's. I'm telling you, like I couldn't even really. I was sweating profusely, and I remember her saying, like, "You got to stay with me. You got to stay with me. You're gonna be okay. I'm gonna make sure nothing happened to you. You're gonna be okay. Just stay with me." But I was sitting there like, and that my eyes were on the back of my head. It was a lot, man. And I had never had nothing like that. I didn't conjure it up. I wasn't doing no circle, no magic, nothing like that. I mean, I was doing my own little chaos stuff, but I didn't purposely go and say, let me go and do that. Like, I didn't purposely do that, you know? And so that was new to me, and I didn't understand it. And it was a lot to handle. And and that's when I realized that, like, wow, like a lot of the elements and things that that go through with our physical bodies, a lot of that stuff be spiritual because like now you can feel when you're being spiritually attacked just through the way it manifests in your physical reality, your physical body. Um, even you can see it now. You know, what I mean, I can feel it now, rather. Um, and see, I didn't have that awareness before 2022. I was always a spiritual person, but like not at that level. And even in 2022, when all that stuff happened, people were just saying, "Oh, you're crazy. You just had a nervous breakdown. You're just a nervous breakdown. You're just crazy." So all of this, they wanted me to just cover all of this and just be quiet about it. And I realized like everybody was trying to coach me into never talking about it and stuff, and just something just didn't feel right about it. And I'm like, "Yo, that shit. Like, how the hell do you say?" Because I'm telling you, I was saying, I was like, I need them try. I would say certain things and it would just happen like that. Like me saying, I want those earthquakes to happen. I remember on the phone saying, "Yo, we about to cause massive earthquakes around this bitch. Like these people keep messing with me. I'm under psychic attack." Because I knew I was dealing with a COVID. I knew I was dealing with like a secret society or something coming after me with the witchcraft and with the little rituals they were doing. And so I said that on the phone. I'm like, and then 214 earthquakes happened. We're not talking about in a span of 24 hours. It was less than 24 hours. It was, I would say, within 2 hours, we had. I mean, it was like 50 earthquakes, and then it just kept coming back to back to back. And in this video on your screen, I'm sitting there screaming about. I'm saying earthquake, earthquakes, and so it was a lot. It was some wild stuff. And so I'm gonna play it. I am. I haven't listened to this in 2 years. I don't even remember what I said, to be honest. I don't remember what I said, but we gonna play it, and if it sounds crazy, then it sounds crazy. But I think now that there's a lot of people that are more open to, these type of things now versus back then. And so, we'll see. But I am going to play it, and I do want to stop the screen share because what I've noticed is that it was saying like something with the sound wasn't right or something, and so I am going to reshare, like stop sharing it and reshare everything again, and then that way, I just want to guarantee that the sound is working. I just want to guarantee that the sound is working, and then I'll do it on Rumble as well. So just give me a minute. Let's see. Okay. And so I'm just sharing one of these quantum entanglement sessions. This is, I think, the only one. The other one, I'm not playing that 2022 crash out, but I was mentioning the same stuff that I was mentioning in my books. But I was saying everything so fast instead of calming down because I did think that they were going to come and kill me. So I was just trying to get out all of the information, cramming all that at once. Not because I really didn't think I would live to tell the tale. And so I was frantic. I was pissed. I was screaming. It was a lot going on. And so, it's like breaking something and then trying to hurry up and get all the information out, thinking that okay, they're gonna come and get, which I was detained by the police. But I thought but what I was saying is like I didn't think that I would be here even in 2025, able to actually review anything or able to about it, write my thoughts out in the order of in the Nakhti Queen Mothership order, Alternative Freemasonry, and the Nakhti Queen Mothership Part 3, Divine, the language of the gods of divine feminine, the age of divine feminine. I didn't even think that I would be able to write all of that out. So I was able to get out everything I was trying to say in a more concise, coherent manner without rushing and screaming and angry and all that stuff. And so, you know, um, for me being able to go back and review what I was trying to do in 2022, it was just like this sense of panic and urgency because I'm telling you, I honestly thought that I would be dead, to be frank. And like I said, so I want to review what I said in a full blown quantum entanglement with Kaliman. And I'm telling you, I felt like I was gonna die. I was being attacked by like spiritually attacked by like Babylonian homunculus deities that hate my guts. But and like I said, they are not primordial. They are lying to human race, telling them that they are primordial. No real primordial was going to need a human to sign a contract to them. They do not need your energy or your soul, none whatsoever. And so they didn't want me to blow their cover. So that's why they was attacking my ass like that in 2022 so bad. I remember that. I was talking on the phone, talking to my friend, talking about, I'm like, dude, is these and they take over human flesh too. They be taking over humans too. And they be attaching themselves to humans. And I was like, dude, I'm seeing these Babylonian deities, they got chains around humans' necks, dude. Like these humans are enslaved to them from these contracts. And my friend was just looking like, what the fuck, you know? But it's real stuff. This is what I was seeing in the spiritual realm though. You know, and then in 2023 with the quantum entanglement with Yeshua, this was days after a Boule gatekeeper told me that the bloodline families were willing to go to war with me to keep their power. And I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what it, I'm looking like, what the fuck is you talking about? Like, but after that shit got real, like with them DEWs, it was so strong. I couldn't even stay in my own house. Like I was asking random people to stay in their house, to sleep in their house. I was thinking like, okay, maybe I should just go to a homeless shelter. Mind you, at that time, I don't, I mean, I'm not a big baller or nothing, but I had money, but my account was one of my accounts. It was the weekend anyways, but like one of my accounts was frozen from like making the transfer go through. And so I had to wait even longer to get money to get a ticket to get out of Buffalo or to get a hotel or to find something, to get an Airbnb, because I'm telling you, whatever they had in that apartment was a bunch of wires connected to the house. And so whatever they were doing, whatever it was like an electric surge, whatever it was, it was like being microwaved alive or something. Like it felt like we were in a microwave. It was just like radiation. That's all I didn't know. And it made it very, very uncomfortable to stay in that house. Like I'm telling you, I was outside. I had packed. I was trying to get to a park because I noticed like whatever that surge of electricity or that surge of radiation, I knew if I could ground myself at a park and just channel all of that energy back into the ground, and get it out of my body, I would be okay. And so I was trying. I remember it was be late at night. I had these big ass suitcases. I just wanted to go to a park and meditate. And so, obviously the Uber drivers are looking at me like I'm just batshit crazy. Like, you really want to go to the Delaware Park? It is 11 o'clock at night. Like, what are you talking about? The Delaware Park, the state park's closed now. You can't even like, get into the park these days. Like how you could back in the day, just to relax. And I needed that. And I guess they thought, okay, you're just nuts. So then I was like, well, I didn't know what to do. And so I did go back home and I had to work. I remember like I had to like channel all this energy out of my body, ground myself, relax. And that is when I had the quantum entanglement with Yeshua. And by that I mean like dialed from Andromeda, like, look, I see what's going on. What the hell's going on down there? The hell? And when I say like this quantum entanglement is a little bit different because there's two particles on different vast distances that are um inextricably linked together. And so it's like, boom, here. It's hard to explain that science, but it's like, here, borrow my power. That type of thing. Like, here, boom, I'll take over from here. And when I say that level of that was wild. So they were like, he was like, again, we're doing esoteric studies. You want to judge me, fine, but just be open minded. That's all I ask. You ain't gotta believe it. I ain't saying you gotta go do this, do that. I just ask you, I'm just telling my story. Okay. So I'm I literally know that I have this man's power inside of me, and was told you can go back to the house. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you. You can go stay in that house. Because I was like, okay, maybe I'll just go to a homeless shelter. Like because again, my bank account was frozen, my savings. So it was like trying to make that transfer from my checking, couldn't do it. I was trying to transfer $2,500, and I was able to do it, but again, the weekend happens. And the weekend you can't make the transfer because these are two different banks. So then I try to make a $2,500 transfer and had to wait for it. It's as simple as that. I had to wait. So my checking had nothing in it, but just here to get Uber there and there. So I go back home And I was told, you'll be fine. And I'm gonna teach you how to channel all of this energy that's being surged to you through whatever this DW shit. And I was fine. I do have to say, like, I don't know how I managed, and it was wild. Like, I don't know how I managed that, but I did the best I could, and I was fine. Like, I did go to sleep, and I did, continue packing my stuff up, cleaning up stuff, and whatnot. And I did stay in that house that night, and then I got up the next day and I went to the park and meditated for 8 hours straight to get the remainder radiations out of my body. And then once again, I had my suitcases and all that stuff with me too. I was mobbed. It was like some stage scripted stuff going on where they sent like it was nobody at this park. It was just me, and then all of a sudden they wanted to do, baseball game, but it was some more other stuff going on because it was like it was staged. It felt staged, but it was like it was weird. And I know that I had to do something with my mind where I knew where to get them to leave me alone because I'm telling you, I know what a psychic attack feels like, and I know when everybody knows that if you're a targeted individual, you know what scripted theater is. If you're a targeted individual, you know what scripted theater is. We don't even have to go into detail with it. Okay, so I'm speaking to the people that understand what I'm talking about at this point. It is this little scripted theater stuff. Everybody else knows, and for the Masons, you know what psychotronics, high level Masons, you and them witches and them priestesses and them covens, you know what high level psychotronics feel like when everybody focus their psychotronics on you, you know what that feels like. And so and I can play on my top. I knew what time it was, and I remember what to do, and we caused a huge rainstorm, huge thunderstorm. They were striking and they ran. I'm telling you, dumb people ran out of Shoshone Park. They ran. They was looking at this. That was like it looked like nothing that you ever seen before. It looked like it was directly targeting them. It was the blackest of blackest clouds you could ever imagine. This was at Shoshone Park, and it was like over 100 people. So you guys cannot try to say that I'm making this up. And I didn't think to record it because obviously with me fighting that level of psychic of spiritual warfare, I was not thinking, oh, let me record and get evidence. Like, no, I wasn't thinking about no shit like that. It would have been cool if I could have, but no. But I remember thinking like, I'm gonna blast these motherfuckers, biggest, blackest cloud you can ever think of, with the craziest lightning thunderstorms you could ever think of. And I made it where it was like literally targeting them. Like it was like literally going after them. Like boom, like and they was looking up. They all stopped playing their game. They all stopped doing the scripted theater stuff, and they all got up and packed and like was running away. They were all running and cuddled in a corner, and they ran. They ran and got in a car. It was wild, man. And I was fine. They didn't bother me no more. I was fine. Yep. And you could say, okay, that can't be true. I mean, social park, it gotta be a camera somewhere. Gotta be some type of camera. It gotta be something. It gotta be something. Somebody that had evidence of that. I mean, where are the people that I know the people that they put in that little risk app to go and stage that theater. I know that they had to go back and get and go and report to whoever they report to. They handlers. What did they tell them? They all had probably the same story. Like, yo, that crazy bitch, she was sitting up under that tree like a shaman priestess, like a monk, like a little Buddhist little monk, minding her business. And next thing you know, you saw her look up in the sky and these crazy ass black ass clouds with big ass thunderstorms and crazy looking rain was coming towards us. And we knew, and I'm telling you, that level of thunder, like I'm telling you, it looked like it did not look it looked it crazy, dude. It looked at so I mean, it looked at imagine like a formation of a tornado that's just heading straight towards you in Buffalo, New York. And I remember thinking that, but it wasn't a tornado though. It was just a big black cloud, but it was like following them. I was making it sure like the thunderstorms, the lightning that was coming, I was making sure that it followed them. Like this is for you. And it was just a nice little warning to get the fuck out. Leave me alone. It was just a nice little warning. And they did. They did. But guess what? I remember like 'cause that honestly, I know who that came. That was the great mother. Because I remember thinking like I remember she said, I hurt my child. It's gonna get on and popping. I do something to this girl. So but the day before, I was dealing with the octave of Yeshua that had to come and take over to help me deal with that radiation. And the day before that, it was the Kali Ma once again. So I kept seeing this connection stuff. But that I have to say, like, I know I ain't trying to come at nobody's beliefs or nothing, but like that great mother stuff, that's like a whole nother level of power. That is, but my thing is that was easier to handle than the power of Kalima because I wasn't sweating, I could stand, I could function because the great mother, creator God, it's more like love. So love, love, love. It was just like a blissful consciousness, a blissful feeling of pure, pure, pure love from God. That's what I felt. Pure, pure love, an immense intelligence, immense love. I have to say that. So that one I could handle. That energy was much, much more pure. Still primordial, but it's a bliss love consciousness versus like the energy of a Kalima. Now Kalima does have love, but that one is such a primordial energy that is so that one is a whole nother ballpark to deal with. It's like kind of being infused with a cosmic force, like maybe melanin or something. I don't know. It's just like something raw, dark, and primordial that you can't explain. And see now with Yeshua, that one is a whole nother one too. Um, that's honestly, it did feel like I was with a brother looking out for me. Like that's what it felt like. If you had to describe, like, okay, describe what that quantum entanglement felt like. It was more like, okay, I'm in Andromeda, but I know something going on with you down there. What the fuck is going on down there? Okay, you need my help. I'm gonna help you. And okay, I'm gonna make sure that you can navigate through this radiation. And so that one it was like, calling it like having the help of a big brother and having the help of someone that knew my that actually went through the same thing that I went through. And so that was deep. I mean, I know it's a lot. It's like, it's like, whoa, this is my first time ever talking about this stuff. It's a lot. But it's like the quantum entanglement is like it was like making a phone call. And so it's a bloodline thing when it comes to me though, so I don't care how it sounds, but if you're an interdimensional being and you know who is of his bloodline, I would say like them type of beings, they make concessions at will on who they're gonna quantum entanglement with based on their bloodline. So people of, his bloodline in particular, especially since we've known each other before me coming down here, and since you know, I don't have blind spots where I can't see everything and catch everything that may happen to me. And so when that threat was made, or when I had got that phone call, those beings had already knew what was coming, and so that's why shit got real like that. I mean, because I'm, sometimes I'd be really, really fucking gullible. I was really gullible in relation to that reparation space, so I didn't know how to fight that off. And so I kid you not, like that power when that took over, that's why I was running around saying I'm Yeshua because it was like that quantum entanglement had already just completely taken over. And so it was like him making a phone call from Andromeda planet to Earth to my consciousness, teleporting through that medium to my consciousness, FTL style, and overtaking and then like letting someone borrow my power to fight that off, you know? And I ain't gonna hold you. Another thing, like, because I honestly like I was overstimulated because anybody knows when you become a target individual, you get put on the list or something. It's like they'll do anything to overstimulate you in terms of noise campaigns. And so I did go and stay in Airbnb for a while. I did get I remember I get an Instacart order with some juices from Wegmans. But like it was like loud construction noise going next door. So I got outside with my suitcases and I just noticed that never before, like, were all this reconstruction stuff, all these noises, all this noise. That was the noise campaign. I just didn't know what it was at the time. And so, no lie, and I'm pretty sure, like, whoever was, and this is not the first time it happened because I remember when they've done this, they was doing that with this construction every time. And I would bring down. I remember I looked up, and no lie, I said, I need you to stop making so much noise. I'm going to bring this down. And I'm glad I didn't crash it because it would have crashed. But I just wanted him to stop making noise. And so as he was banging his hammer on his thing, he was up in like this little crane. I remember bringing the crane down. And when I say he was looking around like, who is messing with my machine and taking me down, he was looking around and he looked at me and he did stop making that noise. But I was bringing his crane down, like, stop making all this noise. It was just so much noise. And then even I remember when I was in Tennessee at an Airbnb and it was happening again. And those dudes, they was acting like they were cutting a tree, but it was just right where the Airbnb was. And so I remember you know, being under severe psychotronics and radionic psychic attack, of course. But I remember also doing something with that equipment. They stopped immediately and got in a truck and left. They just immediately got in a truck and just left. And they were, I mean, it didn't even make sense. It's not like they were done cutting the tree. It was like, oh shit, let's get the fuck out of here. We done with this. It was just too much, the noise campaign stuff. So I was dealing with that, you know. But it was a lot. It was a lot. So let's review this, and then we're going to review. Just look at that Bill interview. I'm not going to play it, but I do have to go back to the powder room anyway, so that'll be good. I also want to make sure that the sound is good too. So I'll start to play this, and then, and again, it's 3 years later now, almost, and so in terms of me realizing that there was defense. Now that I know that, like when we talk about like defense contracts and Masons and Eastern Stars targeting people, um at that time I didn't know what any of that was. I just knew spiritually I was being fucked with, and I was going off in this video about it in terms of the jealousies and the phone call that I had received about, like, you know a threat, pretty much, like, you better not ever speak about these things, or all we're going to do is just tell everybody you're crazy. um you know you're lucky. What else? How did you survive all of that? And then telling me, like, she found out who I was in the spiritual realm. Like, this was a person that was twice my age telling me this. Mind you, I don't know what the hell going on. But she's like, I know who you are in the spiritual realm, and I can't even tell you, because if you were to find out, you wouldn't even believe it yourself. Um, she's like, yeah, you got to be some sort of an entity, because we've been, like that. It was pretty much, and I'm thinking, like, I knew that some of the psychic attacks was coming from her, and that made me really sad, because at that time, again, my clairvoyance was really, really heightened at the time. And I remember thinking, like, damn, I thought you was somebody that loved me. I was really sad. I was. And obviously, she's not going to admit it, but they had did that. She's not going to admit that. Oh yeah, but I saw that. I saw that. Just like with other people in the reparation space. And like I said, those octaves, and a lot of times with quantum entanglement, me has to take over, because again, I was very naive and very gullible at that time, like, really gullible in the reparation space. Like, I'm telling you, I would never forget. And people could say, oh, you're being messy, you're saying people's names or whatever. That's fine, whatever. But I would never forget. I was having a conversation. Um, I was having a conversation with Connie Collins, and I was telling her, the only person in the reparation space that I have trusted to tell, very specific, deep, deep secrets, and also like deep details of things that were really bothering me in that space, was April Showers. At that time, I would tell April Showers, like, every little thing that would happen, like, in a reparation space. So we used to have, like, really in-depth conversations. And so I remember I was like, yeah, the only person that I tell everything to is April Showers, because she says she's like Big Mama. And I'm just letting you know, like, the level of gullibility, like the level of naivete. Like, that was literally the reason. Oh, 'cause she said she's like Big Mama. And I would never forget Connie Collins chuckle. I was like, you that gullible? Like, like, there's no way, like, somebody could just tell you, hey, I'm like Big Mama, and you just that damn trusting. Like, what does that even mean? Like, that's how her response was, like. And then she was like, now you know good and hell well she is not no Big Mama. And she was like, you that gullible? You know good and well that is not no Big Mama. And I'm like, that's what she said. Like, it's like a mind of a child down there. Because I'm like, oh, she said she's like Big Mama. So that means I can tell her these things. That's like A plus B equals C. Okay, you say it like Big Mama. Okay, that means I would trust. That means that you think the first thing you think of is that lady in damn soul food, the grandma in soul food that had got her leg cut off. Like that's literally that was literally my only thinking of it. That was literally the only that's the only thing. And that's like when we talk about like our people that's older than you, they'll know certain things to say to you. These both of these, they're a lot older than me, a lot more experienced than me. So, you know, what I remember I was telling her like very specific things of my life. And she told me specific things of her life that would never meet the light of day. Um, but I'm just giving you an example of that level of gullibility, like to just listen to someone say, "Oh yeah, I'm like Big Mama." Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, and then I remember like, yeah, I would never forget Collins' reaction to me saying that. Like, you cannot be that damn dumb and gullible. Like, because I remember I was like, yeah, because she said she's like Big Mom. And she was like, what? Now you know that is not no Big Mom. She was laughing like, you just believe anything like that? Like that's all it takes. So you somebody to say they like Big Mama, and you think that means you. But that's just the level of gullibility I'm telling you at that time that I was operating out of. Just pure, and so you won't that person is not here anymore. Like like me being that gullible, I don't think I can ever be that way anymore. But I also don't want to be hyper vigilant either. And that's where the fine line between paranoia and rationality or rationale meets. Because it's like, you're in a space of activist work, or you're in a space that is obviously highly infiltrated, highly monitored anyways. And then you're radical, and then you're saying certain things that is at odds with the status quo of the government. And so obviously and I didn't even see anything wrong with that, because with me, it's like, well, if you feel like you're fighting a rightful cause as a real ideologue, then you're not even thinking of those type of ramifications necessarily, right? You're not even necessarily thinking about what can happen or what can go wrong. You can get fucking targeted. You can have a defense contract taken on your ass, okay? And the people around you could be in on it, or the people around you could turn a blind eye to it. The people around you can know about it and not tell you. You know, you can really think someone's your friend and they're not your friend. You can really think someone's your friend and they're setting you up. Those type of things, or they don't care about you. Those type of things. But like I said, that level of I think about that and I'm like, that's why she reacted that way, because I'm like, yeah, because she said she's like big. And I remember sounding like a little ass kid. Yeah, because she said she's like Big Mama. So I could tell her anything. What? That don't mean nothing, fool. That's how she was. You that gullible. She's like, now you know good and hell well she is not no Big Mama. And I was like, yes, she is. Gullible. She's like Big Mama. Because that's what she used to say. With me, I'm like, shit, I used to take everything at face value. Whatever you say, okay. Okay. And I remember, my dad was looking at me one of them days when I moved back to Buffalo, New York. I want to say it was uh, December, December, October. And I remember like my dad was looking at me like, dude, you need like, it was like, you cannot see from the forest from the hills. You can't see from the forest from the trees. Like, you need to work on your spirituality. You need to work on like, and I remember that everybody's not your friend. I remember him saying everybody's not your friend. And I didn't understand that. I didn't. Because you conceptually know, yes, everybody is not your friend. But you don't conceptually understand that people around you that you think are your friend are not your friend. Like I didn't fathom that it was people that were in close vicinity to me. I'm not, and by that I'm even talking about family members. Um, that's the thing that targeted individuals have to deal with, unfortunately. And we'll talk about like that with Don Robinson's situation. I do want to talk about Don Robinson's situation. I do. We're gonna play this. This was before this is August 22, 2023. This is one day before the Lion of Judah crash out that took place August 23, 2022. So it's just one day after. So I'll play this. I'm going to go to Powder Room as well. I'm playing all 8 minutes and 13. Sorry, all 8 minutes and 13 seconds. I ain't gonna hold you. I don't even remember what I was saying. I do remember being pissed off about being spiritually attacked. I do remember that. But I can't even remember what I was saying. And I do know I was speaking an ancient language. And I did know that there was beings on this planet that can understand what I was saying. And I did say, yeah, it's going on YouTube. I remember that's the only thing I remember. Because I remember saying, obviously, I'm going to speak to y'all, and I knew it was the beings. I'm not going to name the beings that are in this video. Maybe I did name them in here. I don't know, but I'm not going to name the beings so I know can understand the language I was speaking in. And I did tell them it's going on YouTube. Yep. That's when I was putting it all out there, like y'all gonna come clean and tell these humans. And I was pissed off at them too. So we'll play it. Quantum entanglement, August 22nd, 2022.
And I just want to,
It was really, like I said, it was really hard for me to talk because again, it was a lot of power. It was a lot of power, and I couldn't handle. Like I was shaking, I was sweating. My heart was beating really fast, and so I was really trying to talk and be calm, you know. But I'll play it.
Hello, this is Kali J.N.S. And I just want to, I'm just traversing and I just got a lot of stuff going on energetically, but I'll be okay because I've been told I'm going to be okay. This is what I know. So what I want to get some light codes out to you Black Americans about just a couple of things that you need to know about life and about self-awareness. So the first thing is that every mind is a universe. Now, this was a download. Come to find out, another beautiful sister also found out that she said something very similar when she was 16 years old and she wrote a book. I thought that was mind-blowing because I was saying, like I was getting this download that every mind is a universe. Every mind is a universe. Do not be mistaken of who needs to be in control of your reality. Do you understand me? Okay, so every mind is a universe. If you can figure out what that means, that's a koan. You will be free. What is a koan? A koan is designed to break your subject-object duality. It helps you see things in perspective by giving you riddles that seem impossible to resolve. So that's what a koan is. It's something to think about, something to ponder and meditate on, and it gives you insight. So every mind is a universe. I also want you to know that in everything that you do, be honorable. Do you understand me? Be trustworthy and have integrity. In everything that you do, be honorable. This is what I say. More things will be added unto you. Still adjusting to my light body. I'm still adjusting, but we're doing the damn thing. Just know that. I went into another dimension. Obviously, I just, I mean, it's a lot, but it is what it is. I'm the same person. I just have a heightened awareness, and I've had some difficulties adjusting due to overthinking. Everyone knows that I overthink everything. Spirit says you must understand what content goes in your mind. You must be in control of that. You must you must follow your dreams. You must create your own narratives. I know I would be fine. I just need to get grounded, get some fresh air, which I've been doing. I mean, I've been out of it. Like, I mean, I'm in my body. Like, I know what I'm doing, but like, it's been a lot going on, and then the last thing I want to talk about is this, the pride, hatred, persecution, pride, hatred, persecution. First comes pride. So this is the thing, and this is how most of you humans fall. You have a pride before the fall moment. Always remember that. The key to avoiding that is self-awareness. Now, anytime, me personally, when I feel myself thinking I'm getting big-headed, thinking I'm that bitch, I'd literally hear a voice say, you're having a pride before the fall moment. Check yourself. Check yourself. Check if you having this. Is this a pride before the fall moment? Because if it is, check yourself. And I'd step back and I say, okay, let me evaluate. Let me do some introspection and some self-reflection. Pride. First comes pride. Next comes the hatred and the jealousy. The hatred that you will receive because you're prideful, and then the hatred that you give out because you're arrogant. Intellectual arrogance is dangerous. Spiritual arrogance is dangerous. Make sure you don't have pride before the fall moments. Always self-reflect in everything that you do. Be honorable. Be trustworthy. You understand? Be respectable. Do you understand? Alan shandiki rakataba salantia la chara. Koson tibia kalasia. Are you crazy? Whew. Next comes the persecution. You will either be doing the persecuting or you will be getting persecuted. Okay? So be very careful of pride, hatred, and persecution. Very important downloads. Alan Shidi Bikila, Ontro, Kasatia, Balancha Rakia, Atatanta Ayasa, Banti Tirekisa, Banti Tirekisa, Earthquake, Kanchi Kalapasa, Pontirokosia, fuck with Kalia Shandiki, Poshantalasa. Halanti Ratandadio Kasabata. Now, this is very rare of me to do this. This is not, again, I told y'all not to do her. This is done. Whole thing with all of this, go back and do some serious reading on this. Do some serious research on this and evaluate how you think you're going to go into a different dimension. You cannot get any higher with this nonsense. Bontikirikitialansa ayataba toroso katisia. Balentia, Bakandaraka, Kikitoko Sanantia Labasha, Huntoroka, Pakisite, but the people that can understand me, they know. Bondirokotanda da Aya Sata Bashin Kikitro. Halanchila, Balantala, Yerokotianto, Asatabaya Roko. So, it's going on YouTube. I told y'all, Tintitiriki, Kantatayara, Balantia, Lake Riketia, Bandadayo, so Troko, Samba, Kia, Talasha. Kalanti, Balan, earthquake, Bantia. Stop. And this is not to who it goes to. I told you, this is my baby. I created her, Bantatia, Tosho Tora, Hontio, Holaka. Who the fuck you think? Balanchia, Lalali, Ayasa, Dodoko, no weapon formed against her shall prosper. Hananchi, Eniki, Banata, Bantiderko, Kandada, MTD. If you know, you know. I spoke. Alanchia, Bandiro, God. Cannot get this right. You cannot get this right. Judgment is here. She will do what she was sent here to do. Plotting and planning jealousies. Fuck out of here. Ponditi Rakianta ala Shamba, I'ma give your body back. Pandika Dereki Santokota. Hanti Tishisi. Pantisi Bananka Kantira Kosoko Kaki. Come on. Kala. Entero, Bonchido. The fuck is. Nothing is as it seems. Once again, every mind is a universe. Ananchi, I am enlightened. Bontoro, Hantisi, Bankakaya. Every mind is a universe. Kali has spoken. Thank you.
I'm coming back. I went to the bathroom. So I went to the bathroom as that was playing. So let me make sure that my sound is my sound on? Hold on. Okay. Yes, I went to the bathroom and so I wanted to play that. But that's like 3 years, ago, listening to that and knowing that I was under like immense spiritual warfare and knowing where it was coming from and having to fight that. And so I guess that was like an extreme form of me fighting that at the time. And then not having an understanding that it was spiritual, not having an understanding that those type of things, like, if you see something happening in the spiritual realm, you're not going to be able to have proof of what you're seeing. You're not going to, but I do know that, it's in terms of the code, every mind is a universe. Every mind it has the capability to drive its own consciousness. And so the biggest kept secret on this planet is that there is global mind control, that there is global mass psychosis and MK Ultra on levels that are very, very subtle beyond just, what you see in terms of the experimentations that the government has done. It's continued clandestine interminglings, but it's heavily, 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 heavily uh, embedded within secret societies, mind control and whatnot. Um, and in terms of like how people try to do that to other people, we talk about cult leaders, psychotronics, radionics, but it's mostly uh, it is spiritual. And so, you know, I see now that I'm a little too early in my time, but I know that that is something that is affecting the globe, whether they want to admit it or not, because everybody wants to think that they know their own consciousness, they know how to critically think, they're thinking for themselves, they're acting under their own agencies, they're acting under their own autonomy. When you look at society, you can see society is clearly programmed. Social media does programming, the media, I mean, television programming was the biggest one. Anything that came on the news, all of the stations would say the same news script. All of the stations say the same news script and whatnot. Um, the music programs you, what you learn through K to 12 is programming. It's all elements of programming, and so anybody that then who's the programmers, you know, and so that was the realization that I had in 2022. Like they try to program people down here. Like they try to, it's like an obsession with mind control. And that's when I realized that they was doing some sort of reverse engineering with somebody's mental science or occult science rather. And so I realized that. And I just didn't have, the tools or necessarily the comprehension to fully express what I was trying to what I was seeing in my mind's eye at the time. I have to say that. Like I couldn't I saw what I saw in the spiritual realm and didn't know how to necessarily articulate it. And obviously you're gonna sound crazy. But that's the video from 2022. And so another thing that I want to talk about, I want to pull this up actually, because I want to share this map because now we're going to talk about actually before I do that, I do want to show that video one more time, not this one, uh the one that I was telling you guys about Bill before we look into this. I'm going to see if is there a way I can zoom in better or open this better. Let's see. Am I able to open this better? Let's see how it looks if I do it that way. Because there is a document that I also want to share with you that we're going to review just a little bit of, but I'm going to see if it plays right. But let me pull up my Freaky Friday playlist. Where's the Freaky Friday? Matter of fact, let me share this real quick because I don't want other people to see like my private playlist as I go and find it. Yeah, let me go and actually just find it. Okay, playlist Freaky Friday. Okay, and let's go. Sorry, guys, internet slow today. Just a little. Okay, so let's see. Go here. Okay, so I found it. So this is the video that I was telling you guys about. It came out 4 days ago, and his name is Dr. William Sheno Billing, and he was a former 33rd degree Freemasonry. So he was revealing the darkest secrets of Freemasonry in his testimony interview. Now, everything that he was saying in this 1 hour and 15 minutes was stuff that I could just see freely in 2022, freely. And I was trying to tell people about it. And obviously, you sound crazy. And here's the kicker. I never knew who this man was until this interview came out. And it was a lot. And he was saying in here, very heavy. I don't think he's lying about one thing. Because everything that he expressed verbally out of his mouth was stuff that I saw in the spiritual realm in 2022. So I believe him. So I would say check out this interview if you can by Dr. I'm eating some chips right now, so forgive me. It's my first time eating all day. Dr. William Schenobelin. I think you guys should check that out. So now, let me see, did it play? Oh no, but I didn't use that one. So now I'm going to share this. World Hierarchy Pyramid. I did not create this. Somebody else did. And it's pretty accurate, except for one dimension is left off, but that's okay. I like it. It's one of the best ones that's on the market to show like the way the world is ran. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Full screen layout. Okay. So this is the world pyramid hierarchy. Now we're about to talk about Dawn Robinson and her living in her car being homeless. So what I thought was interesting about the way he did this pyramid is that he left stuff out on his sides. Let me turn it. He put stuff on his side in terms of like some of the realms and the dimensions where it branches off from. One of the things I thought was interesting is this right here, where he put Abraxas, his 365 heavens, Mary, then Jesus Christ, King of Kings, Mary and Magdalene, coming from the Sophia. Because when we talk about like, when I made the claim in my book that Yeshua comes from one of the lines that had taken a vow to protect the divine feminine, this is what I meant. Because that's from the order of the dragon riders. That's one of the tenets that they believe. That's the same order that Mary Magdalene was a part of. And so I saw that spiritually, but this chart, somebody put connecting this to Sophia, and more so of the Shekinah, the mother. Now it makes sense as to why I just made that claim. I wrote it in my book because I saw it in the spiritual realm, the realm of light, the pleroma. See, this goddess, great mother Gaia. It's right there. Somebody who made this, the person that made this, they knew to connect this to the Sophia. And there you got Abraxas, Mary, then Jesus Christ. Mary Magdalene, Holy Grail, Merovingian kings and whatnot. He also put the pre-rebellion hierarchy as well, with the Archangel Michael, Lucifer, Gabriel, Michael, and all them. Then that war in heaven, which was a war and a battle between the divine masculine and divine feminine. You can see somebody even put yin yang right in front of it. War in heaven. And you get Lucifer, Prometheus, Azazel, and Loki. Baphomet, Nakhti and Mythos, Azazel, and the demon kingdom, all right here. It's your demon kingdom. Down here. Then that's just on the sides, left and right. As you can see, he put it right in front of you, left and right. The battle of the left and right, the battle between the divine feminine and divine masculine is right in front of you. Nothing is hidden. Yin yang yang. I wrote about this in my book. That was the real battle, was a fight over trying to switch the laws of electromagnetism. And fallen angels want in the planet of free will for them. So at the top of the pyramid, you have I am and I am. There is a dimension that's missing. Lucifer did it on purpose because he didn't want humans to know about it. It's a chaos intelligence realm. Then you have, so we have I am and I am, chaos intelligence realm. Then you have angelic realm. These are the children. Seraphim, cherubim, thrones, dominions, virtues, powers, and principalities, archangels, and angels. Okay. This word Lucifer, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, Samuel, Hanel, Ezekiel, Raziel, Metatron. It's so many more. It's not even funny. Can't even name them all. So many. 3 triad, 2nd triad, 1st triad. And as you can see, principalities. So you have angelic principalities, you have demonic principalities. After the angelic realm, you have the interdimensional entities. To be honest, this says extra dimensional. That's kind of wrong. This is where you have Anunnaki, Draco reptilians, Inky and Elel, Baal, warlords, war gods, Moloch, fire gods. He's an intelligence group. Your monkless version of Satan. You also have your archons, your Asheras. Your Asheras are there. And demons as well. And jinn. I have some chimeras as well. So that's the other one. They say this is detachment from source. Not necessarily. There are beings down here that are not listed after one realm under the angelic kingdom. Because if you detach from source, then you would be detached from source down here. So that doesn't make any sense. Where the humans are at. So that doesn't make any sense. Not all of these beings are detached from source. Some of them are. No. They decided to. Next up to here, you have the bloodlines and the priesthoods. Vatican, Jesuit order. Knights Templar. There's Knights Templar right here. Church of Scientology, Comedic Order of the Golden Dawn, Elite Occultists, Code of Baal, Zoroastrians, Priesthood of Amun, the Order of Melchizedek, Sharia law, Jesuit. Sorry, I'm hungry. So forgive me for all the chewing. The Order of the Garter, Semitic Jews, and the Asian dragon families as well, the Black Magi's and Samurais, and also the bloodlines of the Illuminati, which is Astor, Bundy, Collins, DuPont, Freeman, Kennedy, Lee, on the Ashes, Rockefeller, Rothschilds, Russell, Romanov, Van Doyen, Krupp, and Reynolds. This is where amorality law also gets implemented. Real created, rather. Very low level. So next, after that, this is where you have BlackRock. The next level is where the Masonic structure. So this is where the Knights Templar is at. Black market, military industrial complex, aristocracy, knighthoods. Order of Malta, Order of the Red Cross, Royal Archmasons, Turkish Rite, Esoteric Freemasonry, Switzerland, the World Prime Minister, Committee of 300, ISIS, Ra, and L, Vanguard, Zarian Mafia, your secret societies and your think tanks, all up here. Intelligence agencies, CIA, M16, Mossad, all that, right here. And your mercenary armies, and your chambers of commerce. After that, you have your corporations. Okay. Big tech, big pharma, banking, insurance, energy, real estate, communication, smart grid. Then after this, you have your world population control mechanisms, mind control mechanisms, bread and circus, football, religion, medical, government, legal, education, media, entertainment, Netflix. After that, you have the general population. This is the matrix, Satan's hell matrix, worker ants, 9 to 5 slaves, robotoids, clones, debtors, sheep, NPC, Goyim, zombies, breeders. And this was created by Dylan Louise Monroe, Deep State Mapping Project. I was happy he made this. And so, when we talk about bloodlines, like I said, I'm not going to tell you, obviously, for target individuals, say the family that broke an oath, I wouldn't give it the program. Even if you were here at the Jesuit order level, or if you are even interdimensional at this level, if you decide to walk away, if you're a royal bloodline, you decide to walk away, or you don't want to follow the order anymore, you get kicked out, whatever level, whether it be this level, Vatican level, bloodline level, priesthood level, or the think tank secret society level. You get kicked out, and you get thrown down to the matrix, general population, human lifestyle. Even if you are a Draco reptilian, if you don't want to follow the orders, that's what happens. No matter how high ranking you were, you go down here. I saw a lot of targeted individuals who've been placed down here, even though your bloodline is probably much, 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 much higher. Maybe even here, sometimes even here. A lot of targeted individuals. Like I said, I'm only going to tell you on mine. My highest ranking, because you wouldn't believe me anyways. I don't want to come off like I'm bragging. But my lowest ranking bloodline would be here. In the Order of Knights Templar. No, aristocratic knighthood. A military priesthood, military industrial complex. That's the lowest ranking. Obviously, it's just Yorkish Rite and the Masonic structure. Are the lowest. And I'll tell you this. This level is even considered low to me. This is where I know my spiritual rank is. This level. The level where the Anunnaki are. That's considered a low level to me. And the Jesuit order, this level is considered low to me too. Based on my spiritual rank. My bloodline was here. I no longer want to do what you're supposed to be doing. No longer want to do the rituals. You go throne all the way down here as a target individual. Plus, you'll be a peasant. And you have a royal bloodline. And so they put a lot of Black Americans down here. Because of what they know certain things. There's the MK Ultra ritual minding on the ancestors. I was telling you on the Domus Day book. Because it switched to birthright and get you to sell your birthright. Somebody sold you out. And so everybody was trying to climb here. And they were willing to do blood sacrifice to even get there. See, but the person they were trying to sacrifice, they thought, because they were down here, that that's who they are in the spiritual realm. It's not. And so they were trying to just get to this level. The people that were trying to involve in, and there are people that were already at this level already here. You know, people already at this level that put the defense contract that were already at this level and at this level. We're talking about the people who was willing to just sell me out. And we're trying to get to this level. This is my lowest level. This is my bloodline alone. The lowest level. Mind you, this level, which is what everybody would be like, looked at as afraid of, this level is low to me. This level right here is even low to me. This level right here is even low to me. I told you earlier, I wrote my book. The angels are seen as children, ages 5 to 10. So I'll leave the rest up to you to put all together. The demon kingdom. It's the angel kingdom up here. With all the angels left. And this is the left-hand path, the divine feminine part of Goddess Great Mother, Gaia. Remember, pay attention one more time. I wrote my book some years ago that Jesus was a part of an order that protects the divine feminine. Did not know about this map at this time. Did not know about this map at all. And they somehow know the Goddess Great Mother Gaia is coming from the Gnostic mythos, which I notice is spot on. And I know a lot of people, this takes years of studies to realize that what exactly, and if people don't want to believe it. That's why they it's kind of sad, but it's like it's so obvious to me because I could just see it spiritually. But you see, Abraxas, and I remember I told you Abraxas came to me in 2023, didn't even know who that was. I'm talking about that earlier. 365 heavens, Mary, Jesus Christ, Mary and Magdalene, and this Holy Grail, Sarah Lakali, Sri Kali. They're coming from Sophia. But also you see Lilith around here, because this is all left-hand path. So they make it over to that side too. The Dharma urge are the material creators though. And they confuse that with the Great Mother. And Sophia, that wouldn't be, that's not the Great Mother. And like I said, there's a whole dimension missing for the angelic realm. next to chaos intelligence realm. And I'll show you what that looks like. It's here. That's the chaos intelligence realm. Before you get to then it's the angel kingdom. But Lucifer didn't want to tell humans about that because he's pissed off. So he didn't tell humans about that. This goes before the angelic kingdom. After I am, goes right there. And then the angelic kingdom. See the galaxy? I said Abraxas dimensions, dark matter, the Atlantis dimension, 125D, and Dragon Riders, and the Angel Kingdom, in order to Hootie. I'm tearing these chips up. Let me put this damn bag up. Looks all it's quite a bit. I wanted some chips so bad too. Okay. So after I am, I'm the chaos intelligence realm, the angelic realm, and the interdimensional realm. Humans could be up here too, if they tap into their power. So human can be up here too. That's why the word interdimensional is wrong. Extra dimensional is the wrong word for this. The wrong word. Then your priesthood and your bloodlines, your aristocratic knighthoods, so secret societies and think tanks, your corporations, and the matrix with this. But the thing is, humans don't have to be an NPC. Like it's about this spiritual world. So they obviously trick humans to make them think that they're at this level, when really they can just through their spiritual powers alone and their bloodline probably could even be at this level. And so a lot of targeted individuals, they end up going here, regardless if they're from a royal bloodline or not. Okay. And so we talk about like Kanye West and the difference between like when Kanye West became a target individual, his outcome, and then Don Robinson situation with her being living out her car. And there's rank and bloodlines in terms of how interdimensional stuff is ran. And so when you see someone like still bopping around, like even like myself, or how some targeted individuals fare better than others, it depends on like the rank that person has. And so how I just showed you like the lowest level of my rank, even though we get plummeted down to the matrix. And so we showed you the Abraxas. I showed you like where the demon kingdom is at on that chart as well up here. And what it looks like to me as it relates to Don Robinson's situation is that it looks like she got into that industry, signed something, made some sort of deal or some type of contract, and also participated in the rituals and or participated in um selling, how like sometimes, like prostituting. I seemed like she got tired of that and also got targeted and dealing with a lot of narcissistic people around her. And there's a lot of narcissistic people around her that try to derail her or want her to come off like a certain way, like as unstable or something, and push her, like I think she realized like all these people, they don't even really have her best interest at heart anyway. So it's just better for her to live in her car. And to me, it just looked like a case of, you know, not wanting to play ball with their system anymore or whatever she signed to do. And how do I know that? I don't know it from 100% certainty, of course, but I noticed that, she told a story of before she had became homeless that she was with her manager and she moved out, to go live with him. And then he had a dog and this real small apartment. And so she said it wouldn't be enough, wouldn't be enough space. And my thing is, after that, she said she went to a hotel and her manager, instead of getting her apartment that was like $1,700 a month, will spend $3,000 a month on the hotel. But he wouldn't give her an apartment, getting her an apartment. They looked at an apartment that was $1,700 a month. They looked at an apartment that was $1,800, and then he was like, "Oh, I don't like it," and so he rather her stay in a hotel, and he paid $3,000 a month for that hotel for an entire year. And 3 times 12, that's like what? Those 3 times 12, $36,000 just for. Actually, that's more than that, right? Yeah, $36,000. And to me, that story just didn't make sense. It only makes sense if the manager was actually like a pimp and she was turning tricks in that hotel. That's the only thing that story. That's the only way that story makes sense because let's say like the place was too small. If you move there with a dog and it's for love, that place is probably bigger than that hotel room. And then if the place was too small and you're trying to make it as a real situation, you're not going to. You would have just thugged it out if you ask me. You would have just thugged it out and then pocketed the $3,000 from that man. If he got 3,000 to spend on a hotel just for you to live there, and this is supposedly your boyfriend or whatever, or somebody that you're living with, why wouldn't you, you know, just live with him and then find a way to get that 3,000 or at least half of that out of that guy that would have rather spent 3,000 for the hotel per month, and then once you get done, once you get enough money from him in that situation, you can get you something better. So to me, that part didn't honestly it didn't make sense. So to me, I felt like you have to read between the lines, And I'm not here to kick nobody when they down. I think she's a beautiful woman. Even now I think she's aging very well. She don't look like what she's been through or what she's going through, and so I feel like that's good. And so to me, it looks like she no longer wanted to do what they do in that industry. And it looks like she was also kind of targeted, like as far as like they making up the lie saying that she's too difficult to work with, she's the worst person in the world to work with. I think that's a lie. I think that maybe, she might have stood up for herself one time or wouldn't play ball or something and they throw that label on you, you know? And so I see someone that has a lot of light in them still. And it looks like they would have never made it in that industry anyways, only because like they require a certain vibration and frequency, and they don't like certain people of a certain frequency and they mix. They target certain, I mean, it doesn't mean that you won't be a celebrity or that you won't be able to get in the industry or do music, but you'll just notice the outcome of certain people with a certain light always get a certain type of treatment. And in her situation with all them people just ganging up on her, her family is ganging up on her, turned on her, and all this stuff. To me, it just looks like a case that it just seems like she's a targeted individual, sleeping in the car. But my thing is with that with that hotel manager. I mean, that not the hotel manager, but her manager that she claimed was paying that 3,000. I think that situation don't sound right. That situation don't sound. Ain't nobody gonna spend no 3,000 for no hotel and then say that his place is too small. Well, um, it gotta be bigger than that hotel, no? Why would you spend $3,000 a month on a hotel when you could have just got her an apartment? It just doesn't add up. So that makes me think like, was you tricking out of the hotel? Like, and then, you know, I don't know. Does it make sense? But that's none of our business anyways, even if she was or she wasn't. The thing is, I don't think, I think with the hard work she's put in and her talent, I don't think she should be in that situation, period. And so I'm hoping she gets back on her feet. And I'm hoping, she gets back to doing what she loves to do and whatnot. And that that she's content in life, because rent is expensive everywhere. There's so many people sleeping out their car. It's not even funny. There's so many people that sleep out of their car by choice. Like they say in San Francisco that the rent is so high. That people. And we talking about people that's making $72,000 a year sleeping in their car in California. It made the news. It went viral. So it's a lot going on. So obviously rent is already pricey anyways, and then she's probably on some level socially financially blacklisted. I won't say financially blacklisted, but socially blacklisted on some level because people. I do remember like seeing stuff like they was talking about like, oh, she's so difficult to work with, which I just don't believe that. It just seemed like it's a deeper situation going on, and to me, I think it relates to her not doing something in that contract as to why she's not getting the work that she needs to at least keep a roof on her over her head. I think it's something to that part, you know. So we'll have to see. But like I said, I'm hoping that she does get back on her game and whatnot. But the group Lucy Pearl, I felt like that was also kind of like occultic in a sense of like Lucy Pearl, Lucifer, but Lucy's Pearl. Like that, it kind of just made me think of that. And then like I saw her throw up some symbols that made me think like, okay, did she take the deal? But she has too much light, and so apparently, she ended up in her car. And I feel like, I wonder if she feels like if some of her family has sold her out, or if they gaslight her and say she's crazy. Um, and I just think that they throw that jacket on. It's something that this lady knows, and she's keeping quiet and whatnot. She's not telling all the business of the industry. It's just that it looks like she doesn't just want to play ball anymore. And I was talking about like how she would not, she and Kanye West would have a different outcome even if they both get targeted because of the rank and bloodlines, or like how come some targeted individuals felt better than others? It relates to the spiritual rank and then the mission that person may have agreed to or took it on in their higher self. And so I can't speak to Don Robinson's situation. Only she knows, but like, you know, some individuals, some target individuals, they may have a different mission and a different rank and bloodline anyways. And so it would necessitate, you know, uh, a different outcome based on the work that those ancestors put in or didn't put in, um, and their rank and their access, to be honest, to spiritual knowledge and knowledge of how to obtain their spiritual power. That that makes the difference. Seriously, it makes the difference based on your rank in the spiritual realm, your mission, as well as the work that over these lifetimes and over your ancestors' lifetimes that they put in. Who are those ancestors? And so that's one reason why some people have different outcomes. And then it helps when, like with Don Robinson, it don't seem like she has a strong support system. Like she's at odds with her mom. She has a crazy ex-husband lying on her and coming off like a freaking narcissist. She got band members that betrayed her, people that have betrayed her and stuff, and said she's so difficult to work with and all this stuff. And so, I hope her fans come to her support and let her know that she's valued, and to offer that support, to be that support system to help her get back on her feet, and to send something. I don't know if a GoFundMe was ever set up. I don't know if it's still. I just don't know. I tried to look into it, but I think offering to be a good support system without trying to gaslight the lady and or try to kick her while she's down, or try to make fun of her, or insinuate that something's pathological with her or mental, because it's not. Like, this stuff is very deep, and she can't talk. She like It's not like she can say, "Oh, hey, yeah, I'm a target individual because I signed a contract and I took the oath, and I won't deliver." Like she's really gonna sit on a fucking car and say that. Like, that's not how that works. So she's gonna be quiet about it, but there's clearly something. And again, like I said, I saw the symbol she was throwing up. She threw a couple of symbols up, and we talking about like where it wasn't even popular to do those things, like how you see now. And so that let me know clear as day. I'm like, oh, okay. And then that name Lucy Pearl. And so that let me know that, she was involved in that industry on a deep level, on some level. Okay, so we got I'm going to transform and destroy. Okay. And you said I'm a member of the cult of Cosmos. Okay. And Boli Boli's back. You said I'm a Bay Area raised woman. I grew up there in the 80s, 90s. I love her music. Yeah, her music was nice. And then you said the industry did her wrong. Of course, they always do. And he said allegedly she's a gifted songwriter, and many labels and artists did not pay her. That's word on the street. I believe her. She got played in that industry. And like, some people, they make them flunky. Some people, they make them sacrifices. The thing is with Dawn Robinson is she has too much light. Like, I already knew they was going to put her through the ringer. She's very talented. And then, like, with me, I could see the light in her. Like, even now, like, that industry did not. You know how people be looking crazy coming out of that industry? Like, you could tell they've been through the ringer. Like, she don't look like that. She got her light still. Even when she's just in her car. You know. Now, as pretty as she is, even homeless or whatnot. But imagine, she get her hair to do, get her makeup on done. She aged very nicely. You know, and they did her dirty. But she wasn't never gonna really make it in that industry. I know, it may sound like it may sound harsh and whatnot, like, wow, like, why would you say that? But I'm telling you, she would have never made it in that industry, because, like I said, the first thing I saw in her, I was like, oh, she got way too much light. Of course they treating her that way. You can't go into that den. You can't be around them type of people. Them people are just, like, a lot of them are narcissists. A lot of them are riddled with Babylonian deity, homunculus deities. A lot of these people that they are a part of the dark side. I'm not saying everybody in the music industry. I'm just saying, like, you hear these stories for a reason. Like, all these people coming forward, like, it's not a coincidence. So many people. I just watching an interview yesterday of another guy that just came up. That's one of the producers, a music producer, was talking about how dark sided and demonic it is and all that stuff, and how he felt so guilty and all that. So, you're not going to try to play me, act like I don't know what I'm talking about. It's something to this. And I saw all this stuff spiritually in 2022, like I said, of all this stuff that was going on. And even some things before that, I just didn't know what it meant, you know? And like that dude, Dr. William Schoenobelin, he was saying that they have these hopes and these contracts, and you have to go out and find other people to seek their soul. And like I said, I saw people in the music industry doing that in 2022 in a quantum entanglement, like not even quantum entanglement, like remote viewing. I saw that. And then I saw like that people in the reparation space was doing that too. And so that's why I was crashing out like that. Like, even when I showed y'all that video earlier, because they was sent to recruit me, and then like other Black Americans, Americans. So I saw clear as day that that's what they were doing, and that they are a secret society. And like I said, they get a reward for who they sign to the contract. Yes, they do. They get a reward. I was watching you know, again, that guy, Dr. Williams, he was also talking about the masonry infiltration in the church. It's really bad. It's really bad. Like them priests and all that. Judge, I see Marvin Sapp uh, locking the doors and holding his congregants hostage and saying that they need to give $20 to raise $40,000, or no, and he wouldn't let them leave until they raised that money. He told the ushers to close the door and lock them. At first, they wouldn't do it. He told them like 3 times, because I guess like the ushers was like, wait a minute, what? And he said, close the doors. And he said, everybody need to give $20 right now. And then he got his $40,000. And once he got the $40,000, then he let him go. That's the Marvin Sapp guy, the guy that played that song never would have made it. Mm-mm. And so there's a lot of treachery, infiltration in church, masonry, infiltration in church. But I was watching this other the YouTuber. She goes, right, who did you boycott? I think I don't know her real name. I just call her Negro, because she always likes the name Negro. So like I was listening to her sometimes, and she was doing a live talking about like when certain Black Americans try to talk in certain spaces, they get cut off, and that is systematic and purposeful. And then she also mentioned specifically this guy named Art, who has been getting like cut off all the time lately, and since in these reparation space, um, and like he never got cut off that much. Like it was like it's well, she was saying that it's became systematic and it's obvious that it's on purpose. And I would say that it probably is, because they started doing that to me a while back. That's why I don't speak in spaces anymore. But when they start doing that to you, that means they letting him know that he didn't make the cut. I know he was over there thinking that, because he know if you know what, if you over there, you know what time it is right now. You know what I mean? Like people would stop playing dumb, and nobody go through that much self disrespect or lack of self respect to be around that, knowing that they ain't going nowhere without any other ulterior motive. And so with them targeting Art like that and cutting him off every time he try to talk, it's them letting them know like they think he thinks too much and that he's not good material for their secret society. Meaning like he calls out things too much. And so when they be cutting him off like that, or trying to all of a sudden want to ask a question or whatever, it's their way of discrediting him and letting him know that he is not wanted. Like I know, like because they have they want a certain type of person. So if you're asking too many questions, if you start calling out certain things, then that's when they turn on you. If you start calling out how certain things don't make sense, or the strategies are not going to work, all that stuff, or you start calling out like the morality aspect of things, like talking about more of the on that level, then that's when you're definitely going to get like targeted, that like cutting off, discrediting, all those type of things. Um, and so that's what they do when they try to let you know that they don't want you around anymore and they want to distract you. And so that's what they were doing with Art now. My thing is like I don't feel bad because he has no self-respect. Because I know like who did you boycott kept saying like, well, why they treating him like that? Why they won't let him speak? My thing is like that's his fault, because he has no self-respect. That is, and my thing is that's what he gets for wanting to fit in so much and not do his own thing. My thing is he's an anarchist. He don't even ideologically fit in with what they're even doing or talking about as it relates to that Freedmen's Bureau in government. He don't even fit the criteria for that. So what else would he be over there for? It's like it's because it's deeper. It's a recruiting station. Like he wants a deal. And spiritually, when they get like that, it means you have too much light, or you're not a follower. You're not following you're not being a good follower. And you're asking too many questions. And I noticed when Art started to point out stuff about that ACS, it was some type of ACS, yeah, ACS survey, or it was ASC survey or some shit like that. When he started questioning about that survey, saying this is only 300,000 people, that's when they were done with him. That's where they were done with him. And that's when I noticed after that, it was when they started like always wanting to cut him off. Always, I mean, they were always pretty disrespectful anyways, but like it's like to the point where like you don't even have self-respect to because you over there around him. And so they were done with him. But he thinks if he sticks around, he will be put on. But they don't like nor have respect for him. Because how can you respect someone that don't respect themselves? And so, like I said, I don't feel bad because he was trying to do that stuff to me. So I don't feel bad not one bit. I realized I'm like, "Yeah, okay, this is too much of a pattern because like you said, you know, sometimes it's just because you be thinking, okay, maybe it's not what you think it is, but it do be what you think it is. It's like it's obvious that it's on purpose. But when they started to do that stuff to me, it did take a while for it to click and be like, yo, are they doing this stuff on purpose? Like it just was weird. But then I started realizing like, okay, this is something deeper because at that point they already know that you see the jig is up, you see the grift, you're calling things out too much, and so they don't even want him around there anymore. They don't want Art around at all, and he should. My thing is, why are you afraid to stand on your own? Why are you afraid to just build your own platform with what you believe in? If you believe in, you have a different opinion and perspective about the government, it doesn't even make any sense. And like I said, it's not even worth it to make a deal in these day and age because they don't got anything to offer anyways. And so, like I said, you got to let people learn the hard way. Most people get a 2-year run, 4 years if you're lucky. Unless you James Brown, who has mastered the science of this is gonna be deep, and people ain't gonna hear me. He put it in his song. He put it in a song about how he makes deals to reincarnate back here through a contract, pretty much sell his soul get a new body. He's been doing that for a long fucking time and mastered the game and then get out on top with his soul intact, and then he does it again. Why he won't move on and go into a higher dimension, I don't fucking know. But James Brown's been doing that for so fucking long, thousands and thousands of years. Yes, he has. He's been selling his soul with a Babylonian Luciferian contract for thousands and thousands of years. And to be honest, he's one of the very, very, very few that mastered it. And one of the very, very few that keep going back and doing it. He just come in different forms. This time he wanted to be James Brown. But he showed you in the video how he do it over and over again. He masters it and he wins the game. Okay, but if you're not motherfucking James Brown, then you shouldn't be doing it. And see, or if you're not Michael Jackson, but here's the thing, Michael Jackson, he was born, he was sold into that as a child, but he don't play the game anymore like how James Brown does. That was just he just was happened to get out through his own protection. But if you're not James Brown, then what the fuck is you trying to sell your soul for? And there is another James who also been playing that game for 15,000 years doing that stuff right, doing that stuff too. And he just now got it right this lifetime. So these people are idiots. A Negro, who did you boycott? So let them figure out that fire is hot. People try to recruit the people that's what they dare to do. People that try to recruit you. And they're not gonna tell you that it's their biggest regret. Of course, they're gonna glam it up because they get a reward to bring you in. Just like how that dude Williams was saying, like if you got to go and find 7 souls. They get a reward to bring you in. So if an idiot is so lost and so stupid, after we have told them in this day and age, we have made it so clear. Like I don't know how much that we have told them to their face that you are dealing with homunculus Babylonian deities and no true primordial or Titan or a king demon needs a human to swear with blood on an oath so they can have money. It's stupid. So if they want to do that, Negro, who did you boycott? I don't feel bad for them. I don't because it is let's be real. A secret society rejection is God's protection, and art is being rejected. You know, and here's the thing. When it comes to my situation, when they started doing that to me, I had already rejected them. And they may not like me, but they couldn't even if they wanted to because of my spiritual rank and bloodline. Like it will be really sad if it's very stupid if I was to go back, but if I did, nobody would say a peep. They'll probably try to troll me, but they'll stay quiet after we send GIA adjutants at their motherfucking head. I wouldn't even. It would be really sad if I was to go back. That's the self disrespect. But I don't want to be bothered with them. I remember when someone in the Twitter Spaces got an argument with them. I think it was Vino Collins, and he said it says a lot about of a person whom everyone likes and who is cool with everybody. And of course, he didn't know what he was talking about because, like, I'm like, who am I cool with? I'm like, what the hell? Like, do you know how much how much these motherfuckers be coming after me? What is you talking about? But yes, a lot of the gatekeepers at the higher levels, even higher than any of the gatekeepers that's in this reparation space, and any of the gatekeepers at the Boule, any of the gatekeepers, the Boule gatekeepers, I'm talking about even higher than them, way higher than them. Yes, they like me, but it's not for the reasons that have to do with the reparation space. It has to do with bloodline and rank. And then there's some that just don't like me. They feel threatened by me, but it's like, okay, you still respect that person, even if you don't like them. You ain't gotta like them. You ain't gotta like me. But let's get into rank and bloodlines. Like I said, this is interdimensional shit. So while I'm still bopping around, but my wild ass throw shots at everybody. Like I said, this right here, this level, just even this level alone, this is the level where the Draco reptilians are at, the Anunnaki, lower forms of deities, the Asieros. Even this level is low to me. In my lowest ranking in my bloodline, even though my family broke the oath, we got thrown down to this section. It's still right here. The aristocratic knighthood, still right there. And obviously, I have bloodline families that's in here through the priesthood. Like I said, even this rim is looked at as 5 to 10-year-olds in our eyes. It's not a bad thing, and it's not disrespect. See, they know who I am, so they ain't gonna be sitting up there. Oh, that's being disrespectful. That's being disrespectful. I cuss Lucifer motherfucking ass out myself. He's 17 years old in my eyes. 17 years old in my eyes. hmm And like I said, Abraxas, that's the one that got the 365 heavens. That's a hitter for me. That's a hitter. That's the one that does the final ritual for me when I came down here, and Yeshua. So when somebody asks some dumb shit like that, these people try to disrespect me publicly, but they would never, in the years to come, they'll never detail the blowback and the backlash. They'll never publicly tell you about that. That's why when people bring up, the situation that happened in 2022, they try to play me. But then I go ask them, like, go ask him, was that shit worth it? Go ask him. I would never tell you the backlash he faced from that. Why would he? It's just like, okay, I'm just supposed to be some nobody, black bitch that the world gonna discard anyways. Not like the literal chaos intelligence being from 125D. You can't possibly be that. Can't possibly be the great mother. You can't possibly be that octave of Yeshua and Kalima with clearance with 125D and Saturn. They just have to tell you, oh, she's crazy. Even as all of my prophecies been coming true. And the people who come, man, these people that try to sacrifice me, they are set back 150 years during the Charlotte Taciturn War, which I am protected from because I saw it in the spiritual realm, declared my birthright just in time, 3 weeks before the election, because I saw it was a trap, and I did warn people. So they were going to continue to lie, and they're going to continue to try to cover this up. So, like I said, it's not even about believing what I say. That's not the point. It's about thinking for yourself. It's not about following, and it's about following. It's not about following anybody. And so, like the writing is on the wall for anyone intelligent to see what day we are in. It's just the fact that people want to keep illegitimate power in groups of slaves. Like we'll be looking at like on this pyramid. And so there is a group of slave sellouts that have aligned with that team. They thought that they were winning. and they have no idea that they walked into a trap. So, like I said, we got to be here for the crash outs. We got to get our popcorn and we got to watch the motherfucking movie. But what you must understand is that we write in the script to the motherfucking movie as well. So catch the codes. See, if they tell the humans that you're down here, that you're awakening through your consciousness and developing your spirituality, obviously you're going to go past here, the Masonic structure. Obviously you're going to go past here, admiralty law, bloodline priesthoods. Obviously you're going to go past here because you're not going to be dealing with the realm, most likely of the off-world and Genesis matrix. Then you're going to be dealing with the heaven kingdom. And so that's what the humans have afforded to them. They do the work. Because it's a consciousness thing too. It's not just, just because the matrix tell you, oh, you got to just stay here. You're just a sheep. You're just an NPC. You're just a debtor. You're just a 9-to-5 slave. You're just a robot toy. You're just a worker ant. You don't have to take that. You don't have to believe that about yourself. Even if you don't have money, you don't have to believe that about yourself. You can, through consciousness, travel up past all of the material world, matrix world, Dharma urge, false Metatron's cube, all of those things, and work your way up to I am that I am. By programming your own mind and undoing your mind control. I promise this stuff may not make sense now, but I promise you, I asked an old ass man, I said, tell me who Lucifer is. He said, he's obsessed with mind control. That's what he said. I didn't know what he was talking about at the time. I get it now. It's way too much. It's pervasive, and like I said, it's everywhere it's everywhere in the world. But don't nobody want to believe it because it's like, no, I program my own self. No, you went to K-12 school. You got programmed with the test book. You went to college, more programming. Went to church, more programming. You went to your job, more programming. So even your conditioning has been conditioned, and so that's what it is. Oops. Okay, so my Rumble acted up again. I don't even know how long it's been off the air. Oh shoot. Okay, let me see Rumble. Okay, so my Rumble is not working, so I have to hold on a second. Okay, so that's really weird. So okay, my Rumble got the air, but it's still like, yeah, what is going on? Hold on, guys. I'm really trying to like make sure that I can get back to my live because my live on Rumble, that is, because I mean it's just playing and I'm not even able to shut it down. Wow. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I can end it from here. I'm gonna just end it. I don't know what that's just so weird. Ugh. Okay, so I did end it on there. Weird. Okay. So yeah, we're still live on here, so that's good. Let me make sure my sound is good. Live stream always, Rumble always does that. And you said, Boli said, she probably feels safer in her car. Yep. Or allegedly she used to get this. Oh, I already read that one before. Yep. You're right. And so it just doesn't make any sense. So that's why I was thinking like with her when it comes to her situation, I think that um, she might have been someone that just didn't want to play ball anymore. And like I said, that story, but that manager paying that $3,000 a month, that don't sound right. It just don't. But then again, and whatever, you know, I think she needed to start questioning or looking up, if her family had sold her out or had like a life insurance policy on her, and also like if people around, if she felt gaslighted around like people close to her and stuff. I wonder, I wonder if she noticed a pattern of people doing that to her. Because if so, then they have put her on some sort of list. And again, it could be something small, but with her being in that industry, that's just how they move. They. It's the same story. It seems like. And I also want to, because we about to listen to some. I ain't gonna hold you. We about to listen to some Jay Dilla and Dwelle and what else? Flying Lotus. I love some Jay Dilla. I'm telling you, I grew up going to the Delaware Park every day in the summers when I was like 13. As I lived on Humboldt Parkway, so it's a pretty quick walk. And I would go to the Japanese gardens in Buffalo, New York, and I would listen to me some Dwelle. Ooh, I listen to me some Dwelle and some Jay Dilla and stare out at that lake, at that Japanese gardens out there in Buffalo, New York at the Delaware Park. I'm gonna show y'all some pictures of how I look too. That was one of my favorite memories of my childhood. Growing up, about 12, 13 years old, I used to walk there by myself, and I would sit in that grass. As I had CD players at the time, and I had a friend. She had, they had the line wire. I would either burn the CDs myself, my mom's, or had my friend give her a list of music that I wanted and have her use LimeWire to make me some CDs. And I was like, you got to give me some Dwelle, and a lot of Dwelle, songs, Jay Dilla is on them. And so that's how I got introduced to Jay Dilla. But that was some of my favorite childhood memories for sure. Hands down, hands down. And so I just wanted to end this with like a code to young Pharaoh. Um, I remember. So I was watching this video. I think it was a month old, but they were saying like, that something about I don't know, like either he was homeless or he was trying to get back on his feet or something like that, or a girlfriend had kicked him out, and the police had to pick him up or something like that. I remember seeing something of that nature, but it's obvious that he's also a target individual, but a different under a different circumstance, of course. But I remember when you mentioned publicly that you gave someone 10 grand and they had disappeared and you thought they were your friend. Well, I wonder, like, because it's apparent that people around you had took some sort of possible defense contract on you when at the time when you were teaching. I wonder if, like, you gave him the money and he just disappeared and you never heard from him again. But that told me, now that I'm, a lot older, that he might have been a police ass nigga that was monitoring you. And to be honest, like a lot of times, like when you're a target individual and they know that someone was in on trying to do a bid or in on the defense contract or a part of the secret society to monitor you or whatever, sometimes them disappearing is the best thing they could have done. If they truly, if it was done to protect you, or if it was done because it's like, well, I don't want to betray this person just blatantly like that. And so I had to research, it's called it, target individual, young Pharaoh. And so I researched this so hard, and I found individuals that were like gang stalkers or whatever, and those who do these bids. They said, because I was researching it so hard this year, well, last year rather, and they said the best thing, one of them that can happen to a targeted individual that makes the list is for everyone involved that truly, that may get the list or may be involved in that type of stuff, is to ignore you or leave your life, because they would have to report on you and set you up. And so he said, this is what I read. It was like, well, that person, I mean, this is only if you're a target individual, by the way. He said that if you know someone that truly loved you, and let's say they were a Mason or a paid plant in your life, and you notice that you just walked away and you just never heard from them again, and you just never understood what that meant, or you was like, why did they just disappear like that? You know, if they are genuine and not involved, then they would stick around, right? Or at worst, they are a paid plant in your life for people who do that type of work. But I thought that was so interesting that that person said that, like, you know, if you notice everyone just kind of back off or ignore you out of nowhere, then it could be because they whatever they signed on to do, they don't feel comfortable doing it. And that's their way of not getting the backlash, but also the guilt that comes with having to set up a person by being a paid plant in their life. And so that's just something to think about. But also, you want to consider the fact that someone could have taken out a defense contract on you, and in many ways that has happened. I suspect that has happened to you, but also in many ways it's something that you signed. What I'm seeing spiritually is, in some ways, this is your fault. In a lot of ways, you signed something with them in 2020, and it was something that they were allowed to do some spiritual money laundering through you, and it removed your protection. Essentially, it gave them permission to take back what they gave you, and then to take something even more. And so you didn't read the fine print on something. It's something. I don't know it's something that you signed though. It's what I see spiritually. Plus, either that or you broke the oath or you refused to become a Mason. So now you're a target individual. And so that's why you're dealing with homelessness and whatnot. And I would say your exes worked with the Masons to set you up. And I know you were trafficked as a kid, possibly, but it does look like, the situation, you're underestimating, like, how this all plays out. And you're not explaining it right. So everybody is making you look like, okay, well, you're just the narcissist. You're just blaming everybody but yourself. And, you still have to take accountability, but at the same time, you'll be shocked how many people were paid plants in your life. It could have, it seems like, from what I'm seeing, is that they were in on setting you up, or they were working with the government to set you up, or people, something, a secret society is something that is involved in it. But the drugging was to make you essentially lose your mind. But what I would say in that situation with you is, you have to stop getting distracted and see it as an opportunity to become fully enlightened and leave the matrix behind. And if you refuse to do that, then they win, because you're not focusing on yourself, because you're worried about fighting them, and that's a distraction to keep you off of your ascension path and your goals. It's better for you to get back to your spirituality and your meditation, and thinking more so of being that Buddhist monk, because I know we used to have conversations about that, versus wanting to fight with the baby mamas and fight them, go to court, get a million, unless you want it. And you can also spend part of your time working on your court case, if you have a solid court case. You can, I'm not saying don't spend your time doing that, but like all that fighting back and forth with them, that's what they want. They essentially extracting more spiritual energy from you, more prana from you, keeping you in a hell matrix, so to speak. you know and so sometimes you just have to leave something alone, behind, or just leave the fight behind, and start to focus more so on putting the pieces together for your life, facing your shadow work, doing your shadow work rather, and getting your meditation up, and getting back to your spiritual practices, your stuff that you like to do, your martial arts, because that's pretty much the sign that you're ignoring. You can ignore me too, but I'm saying that's the spiritual stuff that you're not paying attention to. That's a blind spot, because it's like you're so focused on trying to get, justice for what has happened and how the system has put you through the ringer illegally. The same thing has happened to me in many ways. That's what I'm saying. I know what the situation you're dealing with. I believe you. Um, but I do know that part of that is a part of to drag you down to this low frequency, to drag you down. And then it's something that or something that they feel like either they're trying to target to get you to join on their side, the kingdom of darkness, um, or you were already a part of that and you walked away, or you're not doing what you're supposed to do. Is one or the other. But then it's something, I think you also signed something that allowed them to do the spiritual money laundering ritual on you, and then not checking the people that come around you, in terms of people that kept trying to give you the shrooms and give you the drugs and all this stuff. And so it's a lot. But if you take this time to focus on healing and the spirit man, then I think it can help you. And that goes for me too. I'm not talking at you. I'm just saying, like, I think that um I think you'll feel better off in terms of getting refocused on what you're here for and what you came here to do as a soul. And instead of, you didn't just come here to keep fighting with the government, suing this person, suing that, and having this court cases with the baby mamas and going back and fighting with them. You didn't just come here to talk about Richard Bulls. And so, you know, um, I think that if you get back to more of the spirit, leave the world behind, leave that all behind. It's all a matrix, it's all an illusion, and get back into the higher self, and enjoying life again, and enjoying yourself, even if it means people got to get cut off, and things got to get cut off, and you stop focusing on shit that don't matter. That so be it. So be it. And so that's what I have to say about that. And with Don Robinson, I'm also praying that she gets it together, and that she gets back on top and whatnot. I'm praying for her in that regard. And you said the music industry is being exposed more every day. Yeah, it is. They just had a dude that did production and producing for P Diddy. He just did an interview this week that went viral, and he did the producing. And you could tell he wasn't saying much of nothing, but you could tell that look in his eyes, it tells 1,000 words, man. The look in his eyes tells 1,000 words. I was like, wow. Whew. We said Royal Deluxe says, I think Rumble went down. Yes, I had to shut it down. It did go down. It was doing the most. So I said, whatever, but I did just end it, because it wasn't working anymore. It just was like, it just was giving me such a problem. And so, I hate when it does that. It's really annoying. But you know, there's nothing I can do in that regard. Uh, but we are going to go to the playlist, because I'm going to have to end this on YouTube for copyright reasons. If you want to listen to our playlist with Doyle J. Dilla and some other cool artists, Flying Lotus. So about a Freaky Friday. Where's the short playlist? I want to chill for the rest of the night. I love me some Slum Village. Remember Slum Village? J Dilla. I will start with some Flying Lotus. We'll start with some Flying Lotus. I love me some Flying Lotus. Yes, I do. Yeah, but we gotta end it on YouTube for copyright reasons. So we are gonna still be up on X Spaces, or Twitter. If you guys have Twitter, you want to go listen to some Jay Dilla with us, that would be great. But I'm gonna end it on here on YouTube for copyright reasons. So you guys have a great weekend, and I see you next Friday. Oh, if you guys were looking for for those who came in later, the second part to the live lecture for the political strategy that we were doing, that workshop, that is available now. I just recorded it earlier, recorded it live, but I didn't do it on YouTube. So it is available. if you on Nakhti University, because we said we were going to do it every week, and so that second lecture is up and available. So let me remove this off of YouTube. You guys have a great weekend.